The Project Gutenberg ebook of Old Man's Travel Records. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.org.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Old Worn Journey Records. Author: E Liu. Release date: December 13, 2007. Ebook 23,850. Language: Chinese. Credits: produced by Po Chun Wang. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Old Worn Journey Records, produced by Po Chun Wang. First return: the Earth does not control water. Yearly problems persist. Wind can cause waves. Dangerous everywhere. It is told that there is a mountain named Mount Penglai outside the eastern gate of Dongke district in Shandong province. On this mountain stands a pavilion called Penglai Pavilion. This pavilion is built with painted beams and cloud-like curtains, folding rain, very grand. Looking west, one sees the city's households with smoke and rain hanging over them. Looking east, one sees the waves of the sea crashing against each other for thousands of miles. Therefore, people in the city often carry a container of wine and stay in a pavilion in the afternoon, preparing to watch the sunrise come up from the sea at dawn the next day. This becomes routine and is not worth mentioning. However, that year, there was a traveler named Old Remnant, Help. Originally bearing the surname Iron too, he had one English character as his given name, and the nickname supplementing the remainder, Suk. Out of admiration for the story of laziness remaining in steamed potatoes, Do, Sao, Tao, he adopted this remainder character as his number. Since everyone found him to be a pleasant person, they greatly valued his thoughts and called him Old Remnant. Unbeknownst to him, these two characters, Old Remnant Me, became his nickname. Although he was only in his 30s, he was from Jiangnan. He had once studied poetry and prose but could not master 8-legged essays, so he did not progress in his studies. No one wanted to hire him as a teacher, and students found his age too old for them. Initially, his father had also been an official of the 3rd or 4th rank. Due to his awkward nature and unwillingness to accept money, he served for 20 years without a formal post and upon returning home, still earned a living by selling his official robes. You might wonder if there was any surplus wealth left for his son to use. This old man, with no inheritance to rely on and no profession to turn to, naturally faced the constant threat of hunger and cold. At a loss for what to do, luck suddenly struck when a priest who rang a bell arrived. He claimed to have been taught by an outsider with powers to cure all ailments, and people in town flocked to him for treatment. All were successfully cured. So this old man became his student, learning several mantras. From then on, he carried a bell and treated people's illnesses for a living, while wandering the rivers and mountains for nearly 20 years. This year, as he journeyed through the ancient region of Gichong in Shandong, he met a wealthy family named Huang, known as Rie. They suffered from a peculiar illness. Their bodies were covered in sores that would burst open every year. This year his treatment was successful, but next year other sores would appear elsewhere. After many years, no one had been able to cure this disease. Every outbreak is in summer, and after the autumn equinox it will not be a problem. That spring, just as Old Worn reached this place, the manager of Huang's household asked him if there was a way to cure this illness, and he said, "There are plenty of ways, but you may not follow me. This year I'll use a simple technique to test my methods. If you want this illness to never recur, it's not difficult. Just follow the ancient methods, which have a high success rate. Other illnesses have methods passed down from Shennong and Huangdi, but this illness has a method passed down from you." Later, during the Tang dynasty, King Wang Jing gained this knowledge, and after that, no one knew of this method anymore. Today, due to a peculiar fate, I too have learned some of it. So Huang's household kept Old Worn and had him treat the illness. Surprisingly, although there was some minor erosion that year, not even a single gap emerged. Because of this, Huang's household was very pleased. As autumn passed, they realized the illness would be fine for the rest of the year. Everyone was unusually joyful because Huang Datu had not left his home for over 10 years, and they called a theater group to perform Thanksgiving plays for 3 days. They also built a fake mountain of chrysanthemums in the West Hoa Hall. The feast began today and the seating arrangements were made for tomorrow. It was all very lively. On this day, after lunch, Lao Zan had drunk 2 extra cups of wine and felt somewhat weary, so he lay down on his bed in his room to rest. Just as he closed his eyes, two people walked in. One was Article Uncle, and the other was De Hui Shengxiu. These two were close friends of Lao Zan's, and they said together, "It's such a fine day, Lao Zan. What are you doing cooped up at home?" Lao Zan quickly stood up, inviting them to sit, and said, "I've been confined to my home for these 2 days due to excessive food and drink, which has made me feel odd." The two friends replied, "We're heading to the capital city to visit the sites of Penglai Pavilion, so we specifically came to invite you. The carriage has already been hired for you. Pack your bags quickly and set off." Old Zhang had few belongings, just a few ancient books and some instruments, making the inspection quite easy. In no time, he was on the train. It wouldn't be long before he reached Denzhou, where he found 2 rooms at the base of Penglai Pavilion for everyone to stay in. They spent their time admiring the city's fleeting beauty and mirages. The next day, old Zhang suggested to Wen and Di, "Everyone says the sunrise is breathtaking. Let's stay up last night and watch it." Both agreed. "Given your enthusiasm, we shall certainly accompany you." Even though fall marked the equalizing of day and night, with the dim light of dawn filtering through, they still felt the night was short. They opened 2 bottles of wine and ate the food they had brought along. As they chatted and drank, they didn't realize that the eastern sky was gradually brightening. In fact, sunrise was still far away, this being the result of light passing through a veil. After a brief discussion, Dehui suggested, "Now seems like about the right time. Let's go up to the pavilion and wait for it." The old man said, "The wind is howling in my ears. The window is too wide above. I fear it will be cold, unlike this warm room. I should wear 2 more layers." Everyone did as he said and also brought telescoping mirrors, blankets, and climbed up a winding ladder. By the time they reached the middle of the tower, sitting by the window on a desk, facing east, they could see white waves in the sea like mountains, stretching as far as the eye could reach. In the northeast, several blue smoke points were visible. The closest was Changshan Island, and further away were islands like Dadai and Dadi. Beside the tower, the wind was blowing loudly, making it seem as if the tower would shake. The clouds in the sky formed one after another, with a large cloud moving north that covered up all the existing ones. It squeezed an eastern cloud so tightly that it couldn't give way. The tighter it got, the more unyielding it seemed, forming a very eerie scene. After some time, it turned into a patch of red light. Hu Sheng said, "Brother Zran, with this sight, we can't see the sunrise today." Old Zan said, "The wind and waves can shift my mood, and if I can't see the sunrise, this journey won't be in vain." Zhang Bo was using a telescope to observe. He said, "Look, there's a black shadow moving with the waves in the east. It must be a ship passing by." So everyone took out their telescopes and watched. After a moment he said, Yes. You see, there's a thin black line at the water's edge. Isn't that the ship?" Everyone looked for a while, and the ship disappeared from sight. Hui Sheng was still gazing intently with his telescope when suddenly he exclaimed, "Oh my! Look over there. A sailboat is navigating among those huge waves. How dangerous!" Both asked, "Where?" Hui Sheng replied, "Look due northeast. That white wave, isn't it Longshan Island? It's getting closer to the side of Longshan Island." The two looked through their telescopes and exclaimed, "Oh my! It's really dangerous. Fortunately it's coming this way, and in no more than 20 or 30 miles we'll be able to dock." Less than an hour later, the ship had already neared us considerably. The 3 of us focused intently with our binoculars. It turned out to be a large vessel over 70 feet long. The owner sat on the bridge, while below 4 men exclusively managed the steering. With 6 masts, there were 6 old sails, plus 2 new ones, 1 brand new and another half new, making 8 masts in total. The ship's load was heavy, suggesting that it carried a variety of goods in its compartments. There were numerous men and women on deck, exposed to the wind and waves without any protection, just like third-class seats on the train from Tianjin to Beijing, cold and hungry, afraid and miserable. Those on board seemed to exude a sense of hopelessness. Below the 8 sails, 2 men were responsible for tending the ropes. There were many people at the bow and on the deck, dressed like sailors. Although the ship was 23 or 24 meters long, there were many damaged areas. On the eastern side there was a piece about 3 meters long that had already been destroyed, with waves pouring in. Beside it, still on the east side, there was another section about 1 meter long where the water waves were gradually intruding. The rest of the ship showed signs of damage everywhere. The 8 sailors who handled the sails were focused on their respective tasks, as if they were on 8 different ships, with no coordination among them. The sailors just wandered around in the groups of men and women aboard the ship, not knowing what they were doing. Using a telescope, one could see that they were searching through the food supplies carried by the men and women and stripping their clothes. Zhang Bo watched closely and shouted in frustration, "These damn servants! Look at this ship. It's about to sink, and instead of trying to find a safe shore, they're trampling on innocent people. It makes me so angry." Hu Sheng said, "Chang, there's no need to rush. The boat is only 7 or 8 lie away at present, and we can go on board and persuade them when it docks." As they were speaking, they suddenly saw several people killed on the boat and thrown into the sea. The boat turned and headed towards the east. Chang'e was furious and shouted, "These good people on the ship had their lives taken without reason or cause, solely at the hands of these few boatmen. Isn't this a wrong done?" He thought for a moment and continued, "Luckily there are plenty of fishing boats at the foot of our mountain. Why not take one, kill those boatmen and replace them? Wouldn't we save the lives of these people on board? What merit! What joy!" Hu Sheng replied, "While this plan is satisfying, it may be too hasty and could have unforeseen consequences. What do you think, Old Remain?" Old Remain smiled at Chang and said, "This is a clever plan, but I wonder how many troops you will take with you. At this critical moment, we 3 must go to rescue him, though it is a desperate bid. There are several camps nearby that can assist." Old Remnant said, "Considering the circumstances, with over 200 people on their ship, it would be foolish for us 3 to attempt to kill them, as we might only end up sacrificing ourselves. What do you suggest?" "Hi, Bright." Shapu thought for a moment, and his reasoning was sound. Old Remnant pondered. "In my opinion, the crew's error wasn't intentional, but due to 2 unforeseen factors. Firstly, they were navigating the Pacific, enjoying calm seas most of the time, and their captain was quite skilled under such conditions. Unexpectedly, today's harsh wind and waves caught them off guard. Secondly, they lacked a clear plan. On clear days, following the old ways, with the sun, moon, and stars to guide us, we can still roughly determine north, south, east, and west. This is called living by the heavens. But when we encounter overcast skies, the clouds block out the celestial bodies, leaving them without a guiding light. Though their hearts may yearn for better circumstances, they don't know which way to turn, so they keep veering off course. For now, let's follow Chapter Brother's advice and set sail in a fishing boat. His ship is heavy, while ours is light, so we should be able to catch up with him. Once we reach him, give him a compass, and he'll know which way to go. We should also teach the ship's owner about the differences in navigation during stormy weather versus calm conditions. They'd surely reach the other shore right away if they followed our advice." Hui Sheng said, "Old Zenon is absolutely right. Let's do it immediately. Otherwise, this whole crew would be in grave danger." As they spoke, the 3 men stepped down from the platform, instructing a servant to guard their luggage. But the 3 were all empty-handed, carrying only a compass, a chronometer, and several items necessary for sailing. They descended the mountain, and at the foot of the mountain was a dock where fishing boats were docked. They chose a fast fishing boat, raised the sails, and continued on their way. Fortunate indeed, as it happened to be a north wind that day, making the sail travel smoothly in any direction. In an instant they were already close to the large ship, and the 3 men still examined it through their binoculars intently. When they were about 10 paces away from the large ship, even the conversations on board could be heard clearly. However, besides the crew members gathering things from others, there was another person delivering a speech saying, "All of you have paid to get on this ship, and after all, this boat is your ancestral joint property. But now, these few sailors have ruined it beyond repair. Your entire family, young and old, depends on this ship for their lives. Shouldn't you try to save yourselves instead of just waiting to die here? Don't you wish to change this way? Damned servant." The crowd was left speechless by his insult. Several people stepped forward and said, "Everything our lips long to say but never could. This gentleman has expressed for us today. We are truly ashamed and grateful. But what can be done?" The man replied, "You know that now is a time when money doesn't matter. Gather a few coins among you all, and we will use our spirit and risk bleeding from several people to secure an everlasting peaceful freedom for you. Do you think this is good?" Everyone applauded in agreement. Zhang heard them from afar and said to the 2, "I never thought such heroes would be on that ship. If I had known this, we need not have come." Hui said, "Let's lower our sails a bit and not chase after that boat. Let's see how they act. If there is even a shred of reason, we can go back." Laocan said, "What few brothers said is very reasonable. In my humble opinion, these people are not those who get things done. They merely use a few polite phrases to swindle some money from others. At that moment, the three men lowered their sails and slowly followed behind the large ship. They saw the people on board collect a lot of money and give it to the speaker, expecting to see how he would act. However, the speaker, after collecting a lot of money, found a spot where no one could harm him, stood firm, and shouted loudly, "You cowardly bunch, bloodless creatures, don't you dare go and hit the helmsman." He also shouted, "Don't you go and kill each and every one of those in charge of the ship." Unfortunately, there was a careless young man who followed his instructions and went to hit the helmsman, and another who went to insult the captain, both of whom were killed by those nearby and thrown overboard. The speaker, from a high place, shouted again, "Why don't you come together as a group? If all the people on board work together, can't you defeat them?" On the ship there were older, sensible people who also shouted loudly, "Do not move. If we do this, the outcome will be undecided, and the ship may capsize." "There is no way to do that," Hui Sheng, having heard these words, told Zhang Bo. "It seems that the heroes here only care about collecting money and making others bleed." Lao Kun said, "Luckily, there are a few mature and heavyweight people. Otherwise, the ship would have capsized even faster." They then filled the sails and quickly drew near to the large ship. The oar worker used the oar to hook onto the large ship, and the three of them jumped on board, walking to the bottom of the steering floor, where they deeply nodded and took out their steering wheels and limiters. The steersman, seeing this, was also pleasant and asked, "How do you use these? What benefits do they have?" Just as they were discussing, suddenly a commotion arose among the lower-ranking sailors, who said, "Captain! Captain! Under no circumstances should you be swayed by him. They use foreign discs which must be sent by the devils. They are Catholics. They have already sold this big ship to the devils. That's why they have these discs. The ship owner should quickly bind these three and kill them to remove future trouble. If he talks to them a few more words, uses his disc again, even if he collects the fixed payment from the devils, he will come to take our ship." Who knew this uproar? Everyone on board was shaken by it. Even the heroes and bold men who spoke there cried out, "This is a betrayal of the Chinese to sell the ship. Kill quickly! Kill quickly!" The captain and the helmsman listened, all uncertain. Among them, one helmsman was the uncle of the captain. He said, "Your intentions are good, but public anger cannot be violated. Go quickly." The three men, with tears, hurried back to the small boat. However, people on the large ship, still angry, seeing the three men board the small boat, quickly used broken-up splintered wood from waves to push them off the ship. You think, a small fishing boat, how could it withstand the force of several hundred people hammering it? In an instant they shattered the boat and watched it sink into the sea. The fate of three people remains unknown, so let's wait for the next chapter to find out. Second chapter. The ancient emperor's remains on Mount Li and the beautiful melody by Lake Ming. The story goes that Lao Zan was crushed by a crowd on the fishing boat and sank into the sea. Knowing he had no chance of survival, he closed his eyes and waited to see what happened. He felt his body like a falling leaf, floating and then sinking to the bottom. All he heard was someone shouting from nearby. "Sir, wake up! Sir, please wake up! It's getting dark, and dinner has been set out for some time now." Lao Zan hurriedly opened his eyes, stared, and exclaimed, "Oh, it was just a dream." Since that day, several days have passed. Lao Zan told the caretaker, "Now that the weather is growing colder, the illness I've been suffering won't recur. If there's any need for my assistance next year, please let me know. Currently, as a humble peasant, I'm heading to Jinan Prefecture to admire the scenery of Lake Daiming." The manager, despite repeated entreaties, could not retain him, so a feast was prepared that evening. 1,002 silver coins were given to the old cripple as payment for his medical services. The old man merely said, "Thank you," and put it away in his box before leaving. On the way, with autumn leaves and yellow fields, he wasn't lonely. Arriving at Jinan City, entering the city, every house had a spring, and every door hung willows, which seemed even more interesting than the landscapes of Jinan. Upon reaching the small provincial capital street, he found an inn called Gaosheng Inn, unpacked his luggage, paid for the carriage and wine, ate some random late dinner, and went to sleep. The next morning, after eating a light breakfast, he rang the bell and wandered around the streets, pretending to be engaged in stories. In the afternoon, he walked to the Kuhu Bridge, hired a small boat, rowed with oars towards the north, not far, and reached the Lixia Pavilion in front. After getting off the boat and entering, it was a pavilion, but most of its paint had peeled off. A pair of couplets hang on the pavilion, written as this ancient pavilion below the mountains, numerous famous men from Jinan, with Dubu's words above, and He Shaoji's writing below. Though there are a few houses beside the pavilion, they have no significance. Continuing onwards, we rode downstream to the west, not far, and reached the Iron Public Taigong, shrine by the water. You ask who Iron Public is? He is the iron axe that caused trouble with the Yan King in the early Ming dynasty. Later generations honored his loyalty, and so, even today during the spring and autumn seasons, locals still come here to pay their respects. Upon reaching the Iron Public Shrine, facing south, we see across the mountain of 1,000 Buddhas, temples and monks' halls, interspersed with cypresses and pines, red as flames, white as snow, blue as indigo, green as emerald, and in amongst them, half-and-half branches of red maple, like a large painting by Song dynasty artist Zhao Kilian. 4. Ming, a curtain several dozen li long. Just as we admire it non-stop, we hear the sound of a fisherman's song. Looking down, we find that Clear Lake is like a mirror. The reflection of 1,000 Buddha Mountain is clear in the lake, and the pagodas and trees look especially vibrant. I felt it was even more beautiful than the actual 1,000 Buddha Mountain. The south bank of the lake leads to bustling streets, but they are obscured by thick reeds. It's flower season, and a white bloom reflects the hazy sunset, resembling a pink velvet carpet that serves as a cushion between the two mountains. Old Chan thought to himself, "Such a beautiful sight, why aren't there many tourists?" After a moment's observation, he turned around and read the couplet on the column inside the grand gate. Lotus flowers on all sides, willows on 3, 1 city colors, half in the lake. He nodded approvingly. Indeed, not bad. Upon entering through the grand gate, you face the Iron Public Hall, and to the east is a pond. Walking along the winding corridors, you reach the eastern side of the pond, where there's a circular door. To the east of the circular door are 3 old buildings with a broken sign that reads Ancient Water Shrine in 4 characters. There is an old couplet over the gate of a shrine, which reads, "A cold spring recommends autumn chrysanthemums. At 3 in the morning a painting boat passes through lotus flowers." After passing by the water lily shrine, I still got on a boat and rode to Lixia Pavilion. On both sides, the lotuses and lotus leaves pinched the boat. The newly withered lotus leaves made a crunching sound as they brushed against the boat. Water birds were startled and flew away, and old lotus pods continuously bounced up against the ship's windows. Old Quan casually picked several lotus pods, eating them while the boat reached the Jishi Bridge. Only at Jishi Bridge did I realize how crowded it was with people. Some carrying baskets, others pushing small carts, or sitting in 2-person blue carriages. Behind a carriage, a servant boy wore a red feather hat, had a book under his arm, and ran frantically, wiping his sweat on his sleeve while keeping his head down. On the street, children aged 5 or 6 did not know how to avoid people. One of them was accidentally kicked by the coachman and started crying loudly. His mother hurried over and asked, "Who hit you? Who hit you?" The child only wailed, not speaking. After asking for a long time, he finally sobbed out, "Carry the sedan." When his mother looked up, the sedan had already run more than 2 li away. That woman took the child and kept muttering curses as she went back. Old Chan walked slowly from Kia Bridge to Xiaobing Governor Street. Glancing up, he saw a yellow paper pasted on the wall, about 1 chai in length and 7 or 8 kun wide. In the center were written the 3 characters "Tell Story," and next to them, in smaller characters, 24th Mingguo Residence. The paper was still slightly damp, indicating it had just been pasted, but he didn't know what the purpose was. He hadn't seen such a poster elsewhere. As he walked along, calculating, he heard 2 men carrying baskets say, "Tomorrow, the white girl will tell stories, so we won't need to do business. We can come and listen." Oh, God. He walked out onto the street and heard someone at a stall say, "Last time, the young woman said, the book was your excuse, so tomorrow's book, I should be the one taking leave." As he strolled along, he overheard people discussing it on every corner. He was puzzled and thought to himself, "Who is this young woman? What kind of book did she talk about that caused such a nationwide frenzy with just a poster?" Stepping along, he found himself at an elevated store without realizing it. Upon entering, the tea-house greeted him and asked, "What would you like for dinner?" The old man answered each one and then casually inquired, "In this place, what is this goo drum everyone is talking about? Why does it cause such a stir among so many people?" The tea-house replied, "You don't know. This goo drum is actually a local folk tune from the countryside of Shandong, played with a single drum and 2 pear-shaped fan-like tools called the pear flower drum. It tells stories of ancestors. It's not particularly unusual, but since King family had these two sisters, Wang Xiaoyu, this woman is a natural freak. He had mastered the art of storytelling by the time he was 12 or 13. He found the rural style unremarkable, so he often went to the theater to watch performances, listening to all kinds of songs, from Sipi and Erhu to Bangzi and other dialects. He picked up these styles effortlessly, and could even sing the melodies of Yu Sansheng, Chen Changjing, Zhang Erqui, and others just by hearing them once. With his powerful voice and strong breath control, he excelled in every genre. He incorporated southern styles like Kunkuk and Xiaopian into his storytelling performances, crafting a unique blend that captivated listeners from all walks of life within just a few years. Now, with his famous technique, he will sing tomorrow. If you doubt it, come listen for yourself. Just be sure to arrive early. Even if he starts at 1 o'clock, there won't be any seats left by 10. Old Chan didn't fully believe it, but the next day, he woke up at 6 and first visited the Shunjing well inside the south gate. After exiting the south gate, we reached the foot of Lishan Mountain and visited the place where it is said that Grand Shun once tilled the fields. When we returned to the store, it was already 9 o'clock. We quickly ate and walked to Minggu Juan, which took us only 10 minutes. Minggu Juan used to be a large theater garden with over 100 tables in front of the stage. However, upon entering, we found that all seats were taken. Only 7 or 8 tables in the center remained unoccupied, and they were all labeled with red paper notes reading reserved for the governor or reserved for the academy. Old Remnant looked around for a while but couldn't find a place to sit, so he gave 200 silver coins to those sitting at the tables and managed to get a short bench in a corner. The stage only had a half table with a drum on top, 2 iron pieces on the drum, and a 3-stringed zither by its side. Behind the half table were 2 chairs, but there was no one on stage. The vast theater stage was empty, devoid of any other items, and made us laugh a bit to see it. In the garden, there were 20 or so people selling fried buns and deep-fried noodles in baskets. They were catering to those who had no time for meals. By 11 o'clock, carriages began to fill up at the entrance, with many officials dressed casually, accompanied by their families, gradually arriving. Before 12 o'clock, most of the tables were already full, and more people kept coming. They would either sit on a chair if available or squeeze into any space. When this group arrived, they greeted each other, some bowing and others making hand gestures. Mostly, it was the former. They engaged in lively conversations and hearty laughter. Outside these dozen or so tables, it seemed like businessmen were gathered, and some might have been local students as well. Everyone chattered animatedly. Due to the large number of people, it was difficult to make out what was being said, and no one bothered to listen. At 12:30, a man emerged from behind the curtain at the back, wearing a blue cotton long-sleeve shirt, with a long face and a skin full of pimples, looking like dried orange peel, very ugly, but somehow calming. He came on stage, said nothing, and sat down on the left-hand side of a chair at the back of the half-table. Slowly taking out his 3-stringed instrument, he tuned it randomly and played a few minor chords, with no one really paying attention. Later he played a major chord but didn't know its name. Eventually he used all his fingers, creating a complex rhythm that sounded like dozens or even hundreds of strings being plucked. Cheers from the audience echoed through the hall, yet he continued playing. After finishing the piece, he paused, and someone brought him tea. A few minutes later, a young girl, around 16 or 17 years old, with a long oval face, a bun hairstyle, silver earrings, a blue cotton vest and blue cotton pants bordered in black fabric, emerged from behind the curtain. Although the clothes were rough, they were remarkably clean. She sat down on a chair at the right side of the table in the back half. The player took up the stringed instrument, producing a clear ring. The young woman then stood up, taking the pear-shaped fan in her left hand and placing it between her fingers, playing it in rhythm with the strings. With her right hand she held a drumstick, intently listening to the strings' rhythm. Suddenly, a gong sound. Her voice rang out clearly, each word crisp, each note swirling, like a new chick emerging from its shell or a honeybee returning to its hive, each line 7 words long, each section containing dozens of lines, sometimes slow, and sometimes fast, sometimes high and sometimes low. The changes in key and tempo were endless, making every song seem to come from her. There were 2 people sitting nearby, one whispering to the other, "This must be a white girl, right?" "No," he replied. "Her name is Black Girl. She's the younger sister of the white girl. Her singing style was taught by the white girl. If you compared them, you wouldn't know how much different they are. The good points of him can be spoken of, but not of the fair-skinned girl. Think, over these past years, who hasn't tried to copy their ways? Even the girls in the kiln, Everyone tried, but at most they could only manage a few phrases akin to black-skinned girls. If it were for the fair-skinned girl's advantages, not a single person could match up to even a fraction of his. She had finished singing and left by then. At this time, all the people in the garden were talking and laughing. Those selling melons, mung beans, mountain roses, and pistachios shouted loudly, filling the entire garden with human voices. Just as things were getting lively, another girl appeared from backstage, about 18 or 19 years old, dressed identically to the previous one. She had a melon-like face, clear skin, and an appearance no more remarkable than an average person. She was graceful yet not seductive, pure yet not chilling. Bending halfway down, standing at the back of a half-table, he struck a few chords on the pear flower. Strangely enough, what started as 2 pieces of iron in his hands produced 5 sounds and 12 tones. He then gently tapped the drumsticks twice, before raising his head to look down at the audience. Those eyes, like autumn water, stars in winter, or jewels, with 2 balls of black silver reflected in them, made even those sitting in the far corner feel that Wang Xiaoyu had noticed me, let alone those seated closer. Just this glance made the entire garden as silent as an emperor's arrival, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Wang Xiaoyu then opened her lips, revealed her bright teeth, and sang a few lines from a book. Her voice was initially not very loud, but it entered your ears in a way that couldn't be described. Every organ in my body felt as if an iron rod had passed over them. Every pore on my skin felt pleasantly unclogged. After singing for 10 or more phrases, his voice gradually rose higher and higher, suddenly reaching a peak as if he were throwing a steel wire into the sky, leaving me speechless. Little did I know that he was still able to circle and turn at such great heights. After several songs, his voice rose again by 1 layer, followed by 3 or 4 phrases in quick succession, each growing higher. It seemed like climbing Mount Tai from the west side of Aolai Peak. At first glance, Aolai Peak's sheer cliffs towered 1,000 li high, appearing to touch the sky. However, when he reached the peak of Aolai Peak, we realized that the fan cliff was even on top of Aolai Peak. And when he reached the fan cliff, South Heavenly Gate appeared above it. The more he turned, the more dangerous and strange it became. After singing those highest 3 or 4 phrases, Wang Xiaoyu's voice suddenly dropped, and he demonstrated his spirit of 1,000 twists and turns like a flying snake winding its way through Huangshan's 36 peaks. In the blink of an eye, he circled around several times. From then on, his songs grew quieter, and his voice became finer and finer until I could no longer hear him. Everyone in the garden held their breath, transfixed and immobile. For about 2 or 3 minutes, there seemed to be a faint sound coming from beneath the ground. After that, it suddenly rose up, like a traditional Chinese firework, with a ball shooting into the sky, transforming into thousands of vibrant, multicolored lights spreading randomly. With that single sound, countless other voices joined in simultaneously. The person playing the string instrument used all their fingers, alternating between large and small movements, harmonizing with the sounds as if it were a spring dawn in a flower garden, with birds chaotically chirping. My ears couldn't keep up, and I didn't know which sounds to focus on. Just as I was disoriented, I suddenly heard a sharp noise, and the string instrument fell silent. At that moment, cheers from below rang out like thunder. After a pause, the commotion subsided slightly, and I heard a young man sitting in the front row, not more than 30 years old, with an Hunan accent say, "When I was studying, I always didn't understand what ancient people meant when they described the benefits of singing, saying that the echoes linger, uninterrupted for 3 days. In my mind, how could echoes linger in the air? And why wouldn't they stop after 3 days? It was not until I listened to Mr. Sayui's storytelling that I understood the beauty of ancient expressions. Every time I heard him tell a story, my ears remained filled with his words for several days, and I couldn't concentrate on anything, always feeling as if it had been 3 days since I last heard them. The phrase 3 days seemed inadequate, unlike Confucius's 3 months without tasting meat. 3 months is a more apt description. Everyone nearby nodded in agreement. Mr. Mengxiang's analysis is profound and insightful. She said this while a black-haired girl spoke, followed by a white-haired one. This segment, known as the Black Horse segment, according to those nearby, simply tells of a scholar encountering a beautiful woman riding a black horse. The story describes the horse first, using various flattering adjectives, before briefly mentioning the woman's virtues. The entire passage has a brisk rhythm, growing faster and faster as it progresses. White Mountain's poem says, "Great pearls and small pearls fall into the jade plate." This captures the essence of the segment perfectly. The trick lies in speaking so fast that the listener seems to struggle to keep up, yet every word is clearly conveyed to their deepest ear. This is his unique style, but compared to the previous section, it falls short. At this time, it was only 5 o'clock, and Wang Xiaoyi should still have another segment. I wonder what this segment will be like. Let's see in the next chapter. Chapter 3. Gold Thread from the East Seeking Black Tiger, Sail West to Visit Blue Eagle. The crowd thought that the timing was still early, and Wang Xiaoyi would certainly sing another segment. However, it turned out that his sister only came out to say a few words and ended the performance, causing everyone to disperse at once. The next day, Laucan thought about the 1,002 silver coins left in the residence, feeling uneasy. He went to look for a money changer on the street in front of the courtyard and found a place called Rishengqiao. He transferred 800 silver coins back to his hometown of Jianinsuzi, keeping over 100 silver coins for himself. Today, I bought a silk cloth and a large woolen overcoat on the street and took them home to have a tailor make me a cotton robe. Since it was already late September, although the weather was very pleasant, if a northwest wind blew, I would immediately need to wear cotton. After giving instructions to the tailor and having lunch, I left through the west gate, first going to the Puxiu Spring to drink a bowl of tea. This Puxiu Spring is the first spring in the 72 springs of Jinan City, located in a large pond with a width of 4 or 5 mu, and both ends connected to the river. The water flows in the pond with a gurgling sound. In the center of the pond are 3 large springs that burst from the bottom and rise 2 or 3 feet above the surface. According to local people, at that time they rose as high as 5 or 6 feet, but later when the pond was repaired, they became shorter somehow. These 3 streams are all thicker than a bucket handle. In front of the north side of the pond is a Luzu temple, with a shaded pavilion in front, setting up 4 or 5 tables and 10 or more benches to sell tea, making it convenient for tourists to rest. The old cripple finished his tea, left through the back door of Puan Well, and turned east a few times before finding Jinghuan Academy. After passing through the second gate, he entered a well-like area, said to be where Chen Zhuan used to entertain guests. Looking west, he passed through one more gate and found a butterfly hall, surrounded by springs in front and back. Gosh! In the hall's rear, there were many banana trees. Though some leaves had fallen, they were still lush and expansive. In the northwest corner, among the banana trees, there was a small pool about 2 jang square, known as Jingxian Well, one of the 4 famous springs. The 4 famous springs are Puan Well, Jingxian Well, Haitua Well outside the south gate, and Pearl Spring within the Pufang Yamen local government office. The old cripple searched left and right for half a day, but found no gold thread, not even an iron one. Later, a scholar happened to pass by, and the old cripple bowed and asked him about the origin of Jingxian gold thread in Jingxian Well. The scholar then led the old man to the western side of the pond, bending his body and tilting his head to look at the surface of the water. He said, "You see, there is a line on the water's surface, like a silk thread, moving up and down. Did you see it?" The old man also tilted his head and looked. After some time he said, "I saw it." What was the reason for this? After a moment of thought he said, "Perhaps there are 2 springs below, with equal power, so they force this line to emerge in the middle?" The scholar replied, "This spring has been recorded in historical texts for several hundred years. Surely, after such a long time, the strength of these 2 springs does not change?" The old man said, "You see how this line moves back and forth? That is the reason for the uneven power on both sides." The scholar nodded in understanding. After they finished speaking, each went their separate ways. The old man left the Golden Spring Academy and walked southwest along the western city wall. Beyond the corner of the city, it was still a bustling marketplace stretching towards the east. There is a long city river outside the south gate. The water in it is as clear as crystal, and you can see the bottom. The aquatic plants are over a foot long, swaying back and forth with the river current, looking very beautiful. Walking along, I saw several large rectangular pools on the south side of the riverbank, where many women were sitting on stones at the edge, pounding clothes. Further on, there was another pool, with several grass houses to the south, and when I walked up to them I found it was a tea house. After entering the tea house and sitting down by the north window, a tea servant brought me a pot of tea. The teapots were all in the style of Yixing pots, but they were locally made imitations. Old Zhuan, having sat down, asked the tea servant, "I've heard that there's a black tiger spring here. Do you know where it is?" The tea servant smiled and said, "Sir, if you look out from this window towards the outside, isn't that the black tiger spring?" Old Zhuan indeed looked outside and saw that there was in fact a stone carving of an old tiger's head under his feet, about 2 feet long and 5 or 6 inches wide. A stream of water spouted out from the tiger's mouth, powerful and straight, flowing across the pool and then turning to flow on both sides before entering the city river. After resting for a while, watching the sun set gradually, he paid for his tea and slowly entered the south gate to return home. The next day, feeling that his amusement was sufficient, he took a string of bells and went wandering in the streets. Pasting by the administration office, he looked at a medium-sized house on West Street with its southern gate adorned with the 3 characters High Government Office. Only a person with a thin face, dressed in a brown-purple mature cotton coat, holding a brass water pipe in his hand and wearing an expression of sorrow, stood at the entrance of the government office. Seeing old Remnant, he called out, "Sir, sir, do you know how to look after your throat?" Old Remnant replied, "I understand a little bit." The man then said, "Please come inside." After entering the main gate, turning west, there were 3 living rooms nicely arranged. Most of the paintings on both sides were by contemporary famous artists. There is only a center-hanging painting, depicting just one person, resembling Lisi riding the wind, with his clothes and hat blown by the wind, the brushwork very powerful. The 4 characters Great Windblown are inscribed above, also written excellently. After sitting down, they asked each other's names and surnames. It turned out that this man was from Jiangsu, known as Shao Yin, serving as a clerk in the court. He said, "I have a concubine who has had throat surgery for 5 days now, and she cannot take even a drop of water today. Please, sir, take a look. Is there any hope?" The old man replied, "We need to examine the condition first before discussing treatment." At that time Master Xiao called his family. "Tell them upstairs that a doctor has come for an examination." They then went together into the second door, which leads to 3 rooms upstairs. Entering the hall, an old mother drew the curtain of the west room and said, "Please, sit down inside." Stepping into the room, there was a large bed against the west wall with an embroidered summer cloth curtain hanging above it, a half-table in front, and 2 stools on either side of the bed. Master Xiao had the old man sit on one of the stools facing west. A hand stretched out from under the blanket, and the old mother placed several books beneath it. She examined one hand, then the other. The pulse in both hands is weak and thready, indicating heat trapped by cold that cannot escape, hence the increasing severity. "Please have a look at his throat." High official spread the blanket. The woman, about 20 years old, had a flushed face, but looked very pale. High official gently lifted her, positioning her against the bright light of the window. The old man bent down and saw that both sides were swollen, almost closing together, with a pale red hue. After examining, he told High official, "This illness is not severe. It started from a bit of heat, which was restrained by cold medicines used by the doctors, preventing it from manifesting. Combined with the usual mobility of liver qi and depression, it led to this condition. Currently, 2 doses of a cooling and dispersing medicine will suffice." He then took out a small bottle and a throat spear from his bag, applying some medication to her throat. Stepping outside into the parlor, he prescribed a remedy named additive sweet orange soup. The prescription consisted of 8 flavors: fresh licorice, bitter orange peel, burdock seed, jinya, fangfeng, peppermint, shinyi, and fly-sliding stone. The cataplasm was made with fresh lotus stem. After the medicine was prepared, it was sent over. Master Xiao said, "Your brilliance has reached its peak." "How many doses do you think you need to take?" Old Remnant replied, "Today I will take 2 doses and come back for another checkup tomorrow." Master Xiao inquired about the fee. Old Remnant answered, "As a humble country doctor, I have no set fees. If this medicine indeed cures my aunt's serious illness, when my stomach is hungry, they can give me a bowl of rice. If I am unable to walk, they should provide a few plates of food. That would be enough." Master Xiao stated, "Since you say so, once the disease is cured, we will offer our gratitude. Where do you reside? If there are any changes, have someone come and inform us." Old Remnant replied, "I live at the high-rise store on Governor Street." They parted ways. From then on, he came to ask for the medicine every day. In just 3 or 4 days, his condition improved and he was back to normal. The governor was overjoyed, and as a token of appreciation, he gave 8 silver coins and held a feast at the North Pillar Tower, inviting his colleagues to join, which was also a way of showing off. Little did he know that it would soon become a trend, with news spreading far and wide. The officials started coming to receive him in their carriages, leaving him little time for anything else. That day, he was again at the North Pillar Tower for a meal, invited by a candidate. At the table, the person sitting on the right side at the top spoke. "You, Zoon is being transferred to Seoju." The person sitting on the left side at the bottom, close to the old man, asked, "His position is far away. How can he fill the vacancy?" The person on the right replied, "Because he handled the case of the bandits so well. In less than a year, there was no sign of theft on the roads." The Duke recognized his exceptional abilities. "The other day," someone told the Duke, "I passed through a village in Saojiao and saw a bundle of blue cloth left on the side of the road, untouched by anyone. I asked the locals, 'Whose bundle is this? Why isn't anyone picking it up?' They replied, 'We don't know who left it there last night.' Someone asked, 'Why don't you pick them up and return them?' They all laughed and shook their heads, saying, 'Would I risk the lives of my entire family for this?' Thus it becomes clear that the virtue of not picking up lost items is not just a legend. Ancient people were not deceiving us, and neither are we today." The Grand Administrator listened and found it quite appealing, so he decided to specifically praise Mingbao for his actions. A person on the left said, "Zushin is capable, but too cruel. In 1 year, he has executed or imprisoned 2,000 people in cages. Surely there have been some false accusations." Someone nearby replied, "Of course there are false accusations, but that's not the point. We don't know how many of them were actually innocent." A person on the right said, "In general, the policies of brutal officials appear appealing from the outside. Remember when we used to peel skins for the Yuzhou prefecture? Wasn't it like this? Everyone would just stare in silence, and that was considered done." Another person added, "Zushin's cruelty is indeed cruel, but the people of Saojiao are also to be pitied. During the year my brothers served as administrators in Saojiao, there was almost not a single day without thefts occurring. With 200 little ones to raise, like a cat that doesn't catch mice, they were useless. County constables caught thieves who were either honest peasants or people forced to guard horses and mules by the robbers. Real thieves were few among them, perhaps 1 in 100. Now, with this Yamaso no Kami's swift and severe actions, theft has disappeared entirely. Compared to this, I am truly ashamed," said one brother. "In my humble opinion, killing fewer people is better," said another. This man resounded through the times. His future karma may be hard to fathom. They all drank their fill and asked for more food. After dinner, everyone went their separate ways. The next day, Old Khan, or possibly Old Zran, sat idly in his dwelling in the afternoon, when suddenly a blue silk carriage pulled up at his door. A man entered and called out, "Is Master Iron at home?" Old Khan recognized him as Takasao no In and hurried to greet him, saying, He is. Please come in, but I'm afraid our humble abode leaves much to be desired." Xiaoin said, "Don't talk like that," and walked inside. After passing through 2 doors, they found themselves in a room facing east, consisting of 2 rooms. In the room, there was a brick heater in the south, with bedding spread over it, a rectangular table and 2 chairs in the north, and 2 small bamboo boxes in the west. On the table lay several books, a small inkstone, several pens, and an indigo box kaihyo. Lao Zan allowed him to sit first. He then picked up a book at random and examined it closely, exclaiming in surprise, "This is a song version of Zhuangzi engraved by Zhang Junfeng. Where did you get this from? This book has not been seen for a long time in the world. Neither Qi Kanghe nor Huang Paili have ever seen it, so it's considered a rare treasure." Lao Zan replied, "It's just an old book left by our ancestors, not worth much to sell. I carry it with me as a way to pass the time, like a novel. It's not something to boast about." He turned over the pages and found a poem in Su Dongpo's handwriting, the original version copied by Mao Zedong. Xiao Yen praised repeatedly and then asked, "Sir, you come from a family of scholars who have passed the imperial examinations, yet you engage in such a humble profession. Although it is said that wealth and honor are fleeting, this seems too noble." Lao Zan sighed. "You praise me with the words noble, which is an overestimation. My people do not lack ambition for success. First, my temperament is overly relaxed and out of step with the times. Second, as they say, climb high, and you will fall hard. I do not wish to climb high because I fear falling lightly." Xiao Yin said, "Last night, while eating inside, the prince discussed how the shogunate had many talented people, that everyone with something noteworthy was gathered here. Sitting next to Yao Yunong, he said, 'There is someone here now whom the prince has not recruited.' The prince asked urgently, 'Who is it?' Yao Yunong then described your scholarship, moral character, ability to understand human affairs, and mastery of political situations, how you are this way and that, making the prince's ears tingle and his face smile with joy. He instructed his brothers to immediately write a formal memo for sending home. Then the brother replied, "This may not be a good idea. The man is neither a candidate nor a recruit, and we don't know his merits. It's not prudent to send a request without further investigation." The Duke said, "In that case, let's send an official letter asking for him." The brother suggested, "If it's just to ask him to treat a patient, he'll definitely come. But if it's about joining the government, we don't know if he's willing, so we should inquire first." The Duke approved. "That's a good idea. You go and check his availability tomorrow. If possible, arrange for him to meet me in person. For this reason, the brother came here today to discuss with you. Is it feasible to meet the Duke together today?" "That shouldn't be a problem," Old Remnant said, "but I need to wear proper attire to see the Duke, which I'm not accustomed to. It would be better if we could meet in plain clothes." Xiaoyan agreed. "Of course, let's take our time, and we'll go together. You wait in my study. The Duke will come down from inside later, and we'll meet in the signing room." He then called for a carriage. The old cripple, dressed in casual attire, entered the governor's office with Gao Shoye. It turns out that this Shandong governor's office was once the Qi kingdom under the Ming dynasty. So many places still retain their old names. After entering through 3 halls, it was called the Gate to the Palace. Next to it was Gao Shoye's study, across from which was the official seal room of Theog, Palace Guardian. As soon as they sat down in the study, less than half an hour later, Theog emerged from inside. He was very tall and robust in physique, but still had a kind face. Seeing him, Gao Shoye greeted him eagerly and whispered a few words. Then Zhang Yuan, the palace guardian, repeatedly called out, "Come over here, come over!" Suddenly a minor official ran in and shouted, "The palace guardian summons Iron Lord." The old cripple quickly came over and stood opposite Zhang Yuan. "It's an honor to meet you," he said, extending his hand and saying, "Please sit down inside." The minor official had already drawn back the curtain. The old cripple entered the room, bowed deeply, and sat down on the red wooden floor first. Gao Shoye took a seat across from him. In addition, they moved another square bench between the two of them, and Gong Bao sat down and asked, "I've heard that Mr. Compensate is renowned for both his scholarship and practical abilities. My brothers, who don't study, received the grace to be this province's officials. Other provinces might manage with all-out effort in governance, but this province has this river work, which is truly challenging, so my brothers had no other choice. Whenever we hear of any extraordinary talents or abilities, we want to invite them here. It's a way of gathering diverse insights. If we could get some guidance from anyone who has seen this, it would be greatly appreciated." Old Remnant said, "Gong Bao's political reputation is universally praised. There's no denying that. However, regarding the river work, what I've heard from others is all about my brother's 3 strategies. Doesn't the ruler not compete with the river for land?" Gong Bao replied, "That's correct. You see, the river width in Henan is vast compared to here." Old Remnant retorted, "That's not quite right. Even if the river width is narrow, it can still hold back water for a few tens of days. For the rest of the time, the water flow is very gentle, which is why the sand easily settles and builds up. To know that Jia Jiang only excelled in writing, he didn't actually undertake any river projects. After Jia Jiang, in less than 100 years, Wang Jing emerged. His method of flood control descended from the line of Yu the Great. Focusing on the Yu repressed the floods, the represses character, which is opposite to Jia Jiang's ideas. Since his time, there were no major floods for over 1,000 years. During the Ming dynasty, Pan Jukin, and in our dynasty, Jin Wengxiang, both roughly followed his approach, gaining great fame. I'm sure the Duke knows this too. The Duke asks, "What was Wang Jing's method?" I reply, "He derived it from spread into 9 rivers, flowing against the current, the spread and flow characters. The 10 Lai set 1 water gate, allowing mutual observation is also mentioned in the history of the Han or the Book of Later Han. As for the intricate details, they cannot be fully explored even among close friends, so let's take our time to craft a thoughtful submission." After listening, Zhang Gongbao was very pleased and said to Gao Shoyan, "Have them quickly prepare the 3 rooms in the south study, and have Mr. Tai move into the office right away so that we can learn from him at any time." Old Remnant replied, "Your Majesty's kindness fills me with gratitude, but I have a relative living in Seaozhou, and I plan to visit them. Furthermore, I've heard about Yu Shao's reputation as an official, and I want to go and see for myself what kind of person he is. Once the peasant from Seaozhou returns, I'll follow your advice." Gong Bao's expression was very gloomy. Having said this, Old Remnant left with Xiaoyan. exiting the office and returning home. Whether or not Old Remnant went to Xiaojiao remains to be seen, and we will know more in the next chapter. Fourth chapter. Dongbao seeks wise men and talented individuals with burning desire. Taizong fights against theft and evil as if fighting a personal enemy. As Old Remnant left the office, he got into his carriage and drove away, walking along the streets for a while, before wandering into an antique shop. In the evening, upon returning to the shop, the manager hurried inside to exclaim. The manager said, "I just heard that the Elder Lord himself came to invite you, saying that the administrator wants to see you. That's why he went straight to the office. You're really fortunate." There was a Mr. Li and a Mr. Zhang, both holding letters from Beijing, trying to see the administrator, but they couldn't meet him for 3 or 5 times. By chance, when they did meet, they would get angry, swear, and even threaten to send someone to the county to have them beaten. But for you, the administrator himself sent a note asking you to come discuss it. What kind of face is that? Even if there isn't an errand right away, how can I not congratulate you? The old remainder replied, "That's not true. You're listening to their lies. The Elder Lord recovered from an illness thanks to me, and I suggested that the Pearl Spring in the administrator's office might be a good place for us to visit. That's why the Elder Lord, having some free time yesterday, came to ask me about the spring. There's no talk of the administrator inviting me." The manager said, "I know, don't fool me. Previously, while the tall old gentleman was speaking here, I heard his manager say, 'Come inside the pavilion to eat. Pass by the door of the tall old gentleman on your way out.' He shouted, 'Hurry and finish eating so you can make an appointment with that iron official. If you're late he might have left, and you won't be able to see him today.' Old Chan laughed and said, 'Don't believe their nonsense. There's nothing going on.' The manager replied, 'Relax, I won't ask you for money.' Suddenly, someone outside shouted, 'Where is the manager?' The manager rushed out. A man with a bright blue cap, dragging a flowery feather fan, wearing grip-soled boots, a purple velvet cloak, and a sky-blue vest, was holding up a lantern in one hand and carrying a red name card in the other while shouting, 'Where is the manager?' 'Where is he?' The manager answered, 'I'm right here. What do you want?' The man asked, 'Is there an Iron Lord here?' The manager replied, 'Indeed, indeed. He's staying in this east room. I'll show you to him.' 2 people walked in, and the innkeeper pointed to the old man and said, 'This is iron, sir.' The man quickly stepped forward and bowed, holding up his document and saying, 'The Grand Tutor says, please accept Iron Sir's bow. This evening, due to a lesson on the stage, we have asked for a meal. We could not keep Iron Sir in the office, so we had the kitchen prepare a feast and send it over immediately. The Grand Tutor says, please bear with us if the food is not up to standard.' The man turned around and said, 'Bring in the feast.' 2 men at the back carried a long rectangular 3-tray box, lifting off the lid to reveal small dishes in the top tray, larger bowls of bird's nest soup and fish wings in the second tray, and a roasted piglet, duck, and 2 side dishes in thick. Third. After checking it out, the man called out, 'Where's the innkeeper?' At that moment, the innkeeper and the tea-room staff stood by, gazing blankly, and heard the command, quickly responding, 'What is it?' The man replied, 'Please have someone deliver this to the kitchen.' Old Chan said hurriedly, 'It's impossible for me to accept such kind intentions from Grand Secretary.' He asked the man to sit and drink tea in the room, but the man refused multiple times. After persistent insistence, the man entered the room and sat on a low table. When offered to lie on the heated floor, he still refused. Old Chan poured tea for him. The man stood up immediately, bowed and thanked him, saying, 'According to Grand Secretary's instructions, please quickly clean the south study yard and prepare for Lord Tai to reside there tomorrow. If there are any future assignments, just call out to the military patrol chamber and I will come to serve.' Old Chan exclaimed, 'How could I? How could I?' The man stood up again, bowed and said, 'I bid you farewell. I need to return to the office to fulfill my duties. Please give me a business card.' At this time, Old Chan called the tea-room attendant to give the man $400 silver for the box, and wrote a letter of appreciation. The man insisted on declining, but Old Chan sent him out after seeing him mount his horse. Old Chan returned from the doorstep, and the innkeeper greeted him with a dazed smile. 'You still want to trick me? Isn't it that Grand Administrator sent the feast? The one who came just now, I heard it was a Grand Lord, a general. During these 2 years, guests staying in our inn, Grand Administrator often sends feasts, but they are all ordinary ones with only a slight difference. This is the first time we've had such respect.' Old Chen said, 'That doesn't matter, whether ordinary or special. "What's the selling method for this table of food?" The innkeeper answered. "Either send a few good friends or write an invitation tonight to invite some respectable guests and have them enjoy it on the bright lake tomorrow. What grand administrator sent is far more honorable than anything bought with gold." Old Chen laughed. "Since it's more honorable than buying with gold, is there anyone who wants to buy? I'll sell him 2 gold bars in exchange for his room and meals." The manager said, "Don't hurry. I'm not afraid of your old debts. Someone will surely pay for you. If you don't believe me, try my words and see if they work." The old worn-out man replied, "Whatever. As for this evening's meal, in my opinion, it is a gift to you from our invitation. I am not eager to eat it. It's rather bothersome." After some discussion, the old worn-out man still insisted on inviting the guests at the main hall upstairs. The room above was occupied by 2 men named Li and Zhang, who were originally very arrogant, seeing the importance of Thiel, a high-ranking official. Today, they were thinking about how to connect and secure their position through favors. However, when they encountered the old worn-out man inviting people from our main hall into his room, naturally, the 2 men had to sit in the highest positions, pleased as can be. Thus, during this meal, the old worn-out man was flattered by the old worn-out man beyond comfort, leaving him with no choice but to make do with a few polite phrases. With great difficulty, after finishing the meal, everyone dispersed. Little did he know that Lear, the second lord, would personally come to the inner room and offer his gratitude, complimenting for half a day. Li said, "Elder brother can be appointed as deputy governor, and this year, with one more promotion, next spring, when there is a major case, another promotion will follow, and in autumn upon presentation, he may gain the governorship of Jidong. Tai Wu and Lin Dao taught it, appointing first and filling later. This is what I desire." Zhang said, "Li brother is the richest in Tianjin. If elder brother can help him get 2 recommendations, Li brother can easily afford the donational expenses. Once elder brother gets a favorable post, you need not worry about repaying it soon." Old Wayne thought, "Thank you both for your kind concern. My siblings finally have some luck. But at present, I have no desire to leave this place. If I do in the future, I will make sure to ask for your help again." The 2 men urged him once more before retiring to their rooms. In his heart, Old Wayne thought, "I had planned to stay here for another 2 days, but seeing this, it seems unnecessary to prolong my stay. Things are only going to get tighter." 36 strategies. Retreat as the highest strategy. He wrote a letter that night, thanking Zhang Jingbo for his deep friendship. Just as daylight was about to break, he settled his accounts with the shop and hired a small cart to leave the city. Passing through the western gate of Jianyangfu, he traveled north for 18 li, where there was a town called Laku. In the past, before the Yellow River merged with the Qing River, all 72 springs in the city drew their water from this place, making it extremely prosperous. Since the merger, although some cargo ships still pass through, it is only about 1/10 or even less of what it used to be. Old Yan arrived in Laku and hired a small boat, explaining that he wanted to travel against the current to reach Kaiohjofu's Dongjiaku and get off at that point. He paid 2 Dan a traditional unit of weight up front for the trip and asked the boatmen to buy some food. Fortunately, with the southeast wind blowing that day, the sails were raised and off they went smoothly. By the time the sun was about to set, he had reached the county city of Kuai, where he spent the night. The next day he stayed in Pinyin, the 3rd day in Shushai, and on the 4th day he arrived at Dongjiaku, spending another night on board the boat. At dawn he settled his boat fare and moved his luggage to a shop in Dongjiaku for the night. This Dongjiaku is originally a major road from Xiaojiao to Datong, so there are several carriage shops. This shop is called Dong Erfang Old Shop, and the manager is named Dong, who is over 60 years old and everyone calls him Old Dong. There is only one apprentice, named Wang San. Lao Can lives in the store and was supposed to hire a carriage to go to Xiaojiao, but he wanted to inquire along the way about Yu Xian's achievements, so he set off slowly to observe. On this day, at Chenshi time, all the guests in the shop, even those who got up very late, had left. The apprentice cleaned the house, and the manager had finished his accounts and was sitting idle at the door. Lao Can sat down on the bench at the door and said to Old Dong, "I hear that your highness in this province has done a good job in dealing with thieves. What exactly is the situation?" That Old Dong sighed and said, "You, the official, is indeed a clean official. He tries his best when handling cases, but his hand is a bit too heavy. At first he handled a few bandits, but later the bandits caught up with his temper, and you became their weapon." Lao Can asked, "How do you mean?" An old man said, "In the southwest corner of our land, there is a village called Ujiatun. This Yujiatun has over 200 households. There is a wealthy man in this village named Yu Dong, who had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Both of his sons were married with 2 grandchildren each, and his daughter was married as well. This family lived a peaceful life, until misfortune struck last fall when they were robbed by bandits. The bandits took only some clothes and jewelry, worth no more than a few hundred JOs. The family reported the incident, and through the efforts of UN, the official's name, 2 of the bandit accomplices were captured. However, all that was recovered from them were some pieces of cloth. The leader of the bandits had already fled. Unbeknownst to them, this arrest incurred the bandits' revenge. This spring, the bandits struck again in the city, robbing another family. UN, with his swift and severe actions, failed to capture even a single person for several days. After some time, yet another family was robbed. Following these incidents, the bandits set fire to the homes they had robbed. You think, might Yu Elder have done so? Naturally, he summoned the cavalry and pursued them. After the robbery, the bandit fled with a torch, holding a foreign gun, who would dare to block his way. Leaving the east gate, he went north for several miles, and the torch was extinguished. Yu Elder summoned the cavalry and walked down the street, where the local officials and night watchmen reported this in detail. At that time, they let the horses out of the city and could still see the bandits' torch from far away. Pursuing for 20 or 30 miles, they saw another light ahead and heard 2 or 3 gunshots. Hearing this, how could Yu Elder not be angry? Bold by nature, he had over 20 horses under his command, all armed with foreign guns. What was there to fear? They continued to chase either a light or gunfire. By the time dawn approached, they were close to catching up, and at that moment they reached Yu family village. After passing through Yu family village, they chased further ahead, but found no gunshots nor torches. Yu Elder thought in his heart and said, "There is no need to chase any further. This bandit must have taken refuge in one of these villages." When he returned to the head of the horse, he arrived at the village and dismounted at a temple dedicated to Guandi in the main street. He ordered his subordinates to divide into 8 groups, with 2 horses facing each direction, not allowing any individual to leave. He summoned the local officials, and by then, the sky had brightened. Senior Mr. Yu led his men on foot from the south to the north, visiting each house in their search. They searched for a while but found nothing. They then turned west, continuing their search until they reached the home of Su Cao Dot. 3 crude guns, several knives, and a dozen rods were seized from the house. Senior Mr. Yu was enraged. He declared, "The bandits must be hiding here." He sat in the hall and asked the local official, "Whose is this house?" The official replied, "It belongs to the Siu family. The head of the household is Siu Kyo. He has 2 sons, Shukshueshi and Eshushweli. Both are scholars who passed the imperial examination." You think, a rustic person, upon seeing the officials from the city coming, especially in a fit of anger, how could he not be afraid? Once they entered the hall, the 3 fathers and sons knelt down, trembling with fear. There was no room for speech. Grand Official Yu said, "How daring of you! Where have you hidden the thief?" That old man was already so frightened that he couldn't speak. It was his second son, who had studied in the city for 2 years and seen some of the world, whose courage was a little braver. He knelt down and straightened his waist, turning to answer. "Associate with thieves, so how could we hide one?" Grand Official Yu asked. "If you weren't involved with the thieves, then where did these weapons come from?" The student replied, "Due to last year's thefts, our village was frequently visited by robbers. So we bought several poles and hired some peasants and workers to guard our homes. Since the robbers all had Western guns, there were no places in the countryside to buy them, and we were afraid to do so. So, from their return with 2 or 3 sticks of homemade guns after scaring the birds at night with a few sounds, it was clear they were trying to frighten away robbers," said Lord Jade. "There's no reason for good citizens to possess firearms. You must be thieves." He called back, "Come," and his men answered in unison like thunder. "Huh!" Lord Jade ordered, "Guard both the front and back doors. Search thoroughly for me." The cavalry went to his house, searched from top to bottom, turning everything upside down, and took away any lightweight, valuable jewelry they found. After half a day of searching, nothing illegal was found. However, later in the search, they discovered a package in a room with broken farm tools in the northwest corner. Inside were 7 or 8 pieces of clothing, including 3 or 4 old silk ones. After the cavalry entered the hall, one of them reported, "We found this bag in a room where things were piled up. It doesn't look like any of our belongings. Please have His Excellency inspect it." His Excellency examined the bag, furrowed his brow, and narrowed his eyes, saying, These clothes. I remember them clearly as belonging to the family whose property was stolen the day before yesterday in the city. Take them back to the office and check against the lost item report. He pointed at the clothes and asked Anjia's son and father, "How did you come by these clothes?" They all looked at each other helplessly and couldn't provide an answer. Anjia's son-in-law spoke up. "I truly don't know where these clothes came from." His Excellency stood up, ordered, "Keep 12 cavalrymen here, while the rest of you bring Anjia's family back to the city for questioning." He left, followed by his men who led a horse for him and had the others proceed into the city. Meanwhile, Anjia's son and father were sobbing with their family members. The 12 cavalrymen said, "We've been on the run all night and are starving. Please get us something to eat and let's leave quickly." Everyone knows that adults can be temperamental, and the later you go, the worse it gets. The guardian returned in a panic to report and pack his bags, calling for several vehicles from upon home, and everyone sat inside. It was several days before they reached the city. This woman, a daughter-in-law of Yu Shueli, is a young lady from the Wu family in the city. Thinking of her husband, along with his grandfather and uncle, all being taken away, she knew she could not be careless. At that time she discussed it with her older sister-in-law, saying, "All three of them, my father-in-law and uncle, have been detained in the city. There cannot be no one to take care of matters at home. I think, dear sister-in-law, you should continue to manage things at home. As for me, I will hurry into the city to find my father and come up with a plan." What do you think?" Her older sister-in-law replied, "That's perfect. That's perfect. I was just thinking that there cannot be no one to look after things in the city. Those managing the village are all old country folks, and even if they were to send only a few more, upon reaching the city, they would be as good as useless." Saying this, Wuxi packed up, chose a pair of fast horses, and hurried into the city. Upon reaching his father's presence, he wailed and wept bitterly. It was no more than a day or two ago, still 10 or more miles away from them, when this occurred. Wu family cried out, telling his father about the great disaster. His father, Wu Juzhen, upon hearing it, trembled all over and said, "Having encountered this disaster star, things are certainly not going well. I will go check first." He quickly got dressed and went to the county office to seek an audience. The official announced from above, "The senior says that now we have a theft case to handle. No one should be seen regardless of who they are." Wu Yuzhen, having always been on good terms with the local judge, rushed in to see him and explained all these false accusations. The judge said, "This case is handled by someone else. Definitely nothing will come of it. However, this Tuan master does not usually follow procedures. If you can bring him to my study, I guarantee he'll be fine. If not, there's nothing we can do." Wu Yuzhen bowed repeatedly and left with great trust. Upon arriving at the eastern gate, he waited for his in-laws and son-in-law to enter. In no time, the horse soldiers had brought the cart there. Wu Yun stepped forward and saw that the three men looked ashen-faced. Glancing at Cao Dong, he said only, "In-law, save me," and tears flowed down like a flood. As Wu Juan was about to speak, one of the horse soldiers shouted from beside him, "Sir, you've been sitting in the hall waiting for a long time. Several sets of horsemen have urged us to leave quickly." The cart didn't dare to stop. Wu Yuan followed it and said, "In-law, be at ease. I have a plan, and I will definitely go through with it." As he spoke, they arrived at the office entrance. Many officials came out urging them, "Hurry up and take him upstairs." Several constables then arrived, using iron chains to secure the father and son of the house, and took them away. Just as they were about to kneel down, Jade Grandpa handed over the lost ticket and said, "Do you still have anything to say?" At home, father and son had just spoken a single word of injustice when suddenly, in the middle of the hall, a loud slap echoed, with someone shouting, "The evidence is in hand, yet you cry injustice. Stand up! Go!" The officers on either side dragged and pulled him away and took him downstairs. Uncertain of what followed, let's await the next chapter. 5th chapter. A loyal wife wishes to die for her husband. The villagers unwittingly fall into trouble. The old master paused at this point, and old Zan asked, "So, wouldn't that have meant putting this family's father and son to death?" The old master replied, "No, it wasn't like that." When Wu Jian came to the county office to seek an audience, his daughter-in-law, Yu Sui, also followed him to the entrance of the office. She borrowed a prescription from the Yanxintang pharmacy and waited there for news. It was said that the county officials had not seen his father and he had already gone to the office to ask for help. Wu's wife called for the three headsmen. The headman's name is Chen Renmei, a renowned official from Xiaozhou. Wu asked him to come and hear her out. then begged him to use his influence. Chen Renmei listened, shook her head a few times and said, "This is a trap set by the thief to seek revenge. Your family has someone on night duty and someone guarding the house. How could you let the thief deliver the stolen goods right into your home? It's quite careless." Wu Shi then wiped a gold bracelet from her hand and handed it to Chen's head, saying, "No matter what, the boss needs to be concerned. If we can save 3 lives, I'm willing to spend as much money as needed. We don't mind selling off our land and property to survive," Chen said. "I'll try to help Mrs. Xiao, but if it succeeds or fails, don't be too happy or disappointed. I'll use all my strength for this." Sooner or later, the old man and his 2 sons will arrive, and the elders are already waiting in the hall. I'll hurry and prepare for Mrs. Xiao. He then left with a bow. Upon returning to the classroom, he placed the golden bracelet on the center table and said, "Brothers and uncles, it is clear that this accusation at home is a miscarriage of justice. What methods do you have? Everyone help brainstorm. If we can save their lives, it would be a good deed, and everyone can benefit from a few silver coins. Whoever comes up with a clever plan, this bracelet will belong to them." Everyone replied, "There's no surefire way. We can only act quickly and speak as we go." At that moment, the on-duty person walked up to the desk, knelt on one knee, and reporting to the elder, "There is no loophole for standing today. Please show me where to stand." Upon hearing this, Elder Jade grew angry. "Nonsense. I don't recall anyone standing these past 2 days. How could there be no loophole?" The day watchman reported back, "There are only 12 cages, and they were full after 3 days. Please check the records, sir." After looking at the records, the senior official pointed to them and said, 1, 2, 3. Yesterday there were 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yesterday there were 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. The day before yesterday there were 4. There's no space left, but that's not too bad. The watchman then reported back, "Today, shall we temporarily lock them up? Several will definitely die tomorrow, and when there are openings in the cages, we can fill them in, right? Please give an order, sir." Senior official Yu pondered for a moment and said, "I hate these things. If we lock them up, won't that just give him another day of life?" "Absolutely not. Go get the 4 people from 2 days ago and bring them here, so I can see them." The watchman went to retrieve the 4 individuals and brought them before the senior official. The senior official personally examined the case, touched each of their noses and said, "They still have a bit of life in them." So he returned to the classroom and said, "Let everyone be beaten with 2,000 boards to see if they can survive." But each person didn't last through a few dozen beats, and all 4 of them died. The crowd was at a loss, so they raised the family's father and son, but chose 3 thick bricks under his feet for him to stay alive for 3 or 4 days while they thought of a solution. However, no matter what they tried, it wasn't enough. This Wu Mrs. is truly a wise woman. She came every day to the station to pour some tea, then cried on her way back and went to ask for help. She knocked her head countless times, but nobody could change this jade gentleman's stubbornness. On the 3rd day, Zhang Dong finally died, and on the 4th day, Xu Shi was also close to death. Wu Mrs. prepared the body of Zhang Dong first, personally watched over it, changed into mourning clothes, entrusted his uncle and husband's affairs to his father, and knelt at the county office gate, crying bitterly in front of Xu Shi. In the end, she told her husband, "Go slowly. I'll go downstairs first to prepare your house." After he finished speaking, he took out a small, sharp knife from his sleeve, and with one swipe at her neck, she was no more. Here, 3 watchmen, Chen Renmei saw this, said, "Everyone, this Wu Shao's chastity deserves a banner of honor. I think if we lower our standards now, she might still live. Let's use this as an excuse to seek mercy for her." Everyone agreed. Chen headed straight to the case and recounted everything about how Wu showed her loyalty, then added, "According to popular opinion, this faithful wife took her own life out of love for her husband. Could your honor please show mercy to her and her husband?" The case replied, "This makes perfect sense. I'll convey your request." He put on a big hat and headed to the signature room. Upon meeting the higher-up, he recounted everything again about Wu's loyalty and the watchman's pleas for mercy. The higher-up Yu smiled and said, "You all suddenly developed compassion. If you can be compassionate towards Li, wouldn't you show compassion to your master? No matter if he is wrongly accused or not, if we let him go, we will surely not be content, and our future will not be secure. As the saying goes, to uproot the grass, you must remove the root, and this is the principle here. Moreover, the Wu family is especially hated. He believes I have wronged his entire family. If he were not a woman, even if he were dead, I would still hit him with 2,000 boards to let off some steam. You spread the word that anyone who comes to plead on behalf of the Wu family will be seen as taking bribes. Without any further ado, we can simply put this person in a standing cage and be done with it." After putting down the document, he conveyed the message to Chen Renmei clearly, from one 5 to another 10. Everyone sighed and dispersed. The Wu family had already prepared coffins to come for the burial. By nightfall, upon Wu Xieshi and upon Wu Xir, each died successively. The 4 members of the family were buried in coffins, all parked outside Guanyin Temple in the west, and I even went to take a look during my spring visit to the city. Lao Zan said, "How did the Wu family fare later? Don't you want to seek revenge?" Lao Dong replied, "What choice do we have? The family was harmed by the authorities, and aside from enduring it, what other options do we have? If we appeal, it will still be sent back for questioning and fall into their hands again, right? That son-in-law of the family is actually a scholar. After 4 people died, the daughter-in-law who studied poetry also went to the city once to discuss appealing. An old person who had seen life said, "No, no. Who do you want to send? If an outsider goes, it's called not handling matters yourself, and they'll have a charge of being too meddlesome. If we say let grandma go, both grandchildren are still young, the entire family business relies on him alone. If he has any trouble, this family affair might be divided among all relatives, who will take care of these 2 children. It would put an end to the family's prosperity." Someone else said, "Grandma can't go, but if Uncle goes, it wouldn't be a problem." Uncle said, "I can definitely go, but it won't help with the matter at hand, and I might just add another suffering soul in jail." You think, the official will definitely return the case to the original jurisdiction for examination. Even if they send a commissioner to investigate, officials protect each other, and he holds someone else's lost clothes as evidence against us. We can only say, that is stolen goods being transferred. They ask, "Did you see the thief transfer them? What proof do we have?" Naturally, we cannot answer at that time. He is an official, and we are citizens. He has a lost ticket as evidence, and we have no evidence from thin air. You say, can this official case be won or lost? Everyone thinks there is really no way, so they give up. Later, I heard them say that the thief who transferred the goods, upon hearing this, was extremely regretful, saying, "I should have not reported him, and it destroyed my 2 brothers. Who knew it would turn out like this, causing harm to 4 lives? That's why I used a method to kill with borrowed knives, making his family go through several months of official business, without fearing losing a few thousand yuan in compensation." Old Dong spoke, then continued, "Think about it, isn't this for bandits to use as weapons? Truly, I had no major enmity with his family." Old Chan replied, "Who heard the bandits speak those words?" Old Dong said, "It was Chen Renmei and his group who collided with them. Seeing the Yu family's tragic death and suffering an innocent loss of a golden bracelet, their hearts were troubled. Therefore, everyone felt a collective indignation and united to solve this case. Additionally, some heroes from nearby areas, also resentful towards the bandits' despicable actions, helped capture 5 or 6 individuals within a month. 3 or 4 were connected to other cases and executed. 2 or 3 who only committed crimes related to the Yu family's theft were released by Jade Adult. Old Chan said, "Jade, this cruel official, is truly deserving of hatred. Apart from this case, how well has he handled other matters?" Old Dong replied, "Plenty, I'll tell you slowly. As for our inn, there was a case, though false, that cost a life. I've told you many times." As he was about to continue, he heard his partner Wang San shout, "Manager, what's wrong with you? Everyone is waiting for you to cook noodles. Your old words are tearing your pockets and you can't finish." The old manager stood up, walked to the back, and started cooking noodles. A few more carts arrived, and gradually, the customers who had been waiting outside came into the store. The old manager greeted everyone in front and behind, too busy for casual conversations. After a moment, after eating, the old manager calculated the bills, greeted the customers, and was very busy. The old cripple had nothing to do, so he wandered around on the street. He walked east for about 20 or 30 steps and saw a small store selling oil, salt, and miscellaneous goods. The old cripple went inside and bought 2 packs of Lanhua Lao cigarette. Sitting down conveniently, he observed that the man behind the counter was around 50 years old. He asked him, "What is your surname?" The man replied, "Wang. I am a local person. And you, old man, what is your surname? Old Chen said, his surname is Iron, from Jiangnan. The other man replied, Jiangnan is a wonderful place. Right. Above is paradise, below is Suzhou and Hangzhou. It's not like our hellish world. Old Chen retorted, this place has mountains and water, grows rice and wheat. What's different from Jiangnan? The man sighed and said, it's hard to express in words. He stopped talking there. Old Chen asked, how about this Jade official? The other man replied, he's an honest official. A good official. There are 12 surveillance cages at the office entrance. It's always busy, and it's rare to have a moment of peace. As he spoke, a middle-aged woman walked out from behind, examining items on a rack. She held a rough bowl in her hand and looked towards the counter. He glanced over but continued looking for something. Old Chen asked, so, where are all these bandits coming from? The other man replied, who knows? Old Chen said, I suspect it's mostly false accusations then? Old Chen said, I hear he'll lock anyone up in a cage if they don't suit him, and if they offend his ears with improper talk, they're dead. Is that true? The man replied, no, no! Yet as he spoke, his face turned pale, and his eyes reddened. When he heard the words, or if he talks improperly, tears welled up in his eyes, which he hadn't shed yet. The woman who was looking for something glanced outside, and tears rolled down her cheeks uncontrollably. She gave up searching and ran towards the back, with a bowl in one hand and her sleeve over her eyes, sobbing as she reached the courtyard. Old Chen wanted to ask further, but the man's appearance was too pitiful, implying a tale of injustice and grief that he dared not utter. So, he left, returning to his room at the store, where he sat for a moment and read 2 pages of a book. Seeing the old director finish his work, he slowly walked out and found the elder to chat. He then told the elder about what he saw at the small grocery store earlier, and asked for an explanation. The elder said, this person is named Wang, with just him and his wife, having married in their 30s. His wife is 10 years younger than him. After they were married, they had only one son who is now 21. The goods in the store are coarse and bulky. They are bought when they have a collection day at the main village. The more delicate items are all sold by his son to people in the provincial city. In spring, while his son was in the provincial city, he drank 2 cups of wine too many somehow and made trouble outside someone's shop. People who heard this from the elder's trusted aide caught him and brought him to the official building. The elder, sitting in court, only shouted, you are spreading rumors and misleading people. How dare you? He was thrown into a cage and died within 2 days. The middle-aged woman you met is this Wang's wife, who is also in her 40s. The couple only has one son, and there is no one else. How can he not be sad when you mention old Master Yu? Said Lao Kan. This Yu Xian is indeed a person who died with regret, said Lao Zhan. How could the provincial official's reputation have reached such a level? It's strange. If I had power, this person would be among those to be killed. Lao Dong said, you little old man. You can talk here as you please. But if you go into the city, don't say such things. It could cost you your life. Lao Zhan replied, I'll keep that in mind. That day after dinner, they rested. The next morning, saying goodbye to Lao Dong, they set off in a carriage. That evening, they stayed at Ma Village. This village was slightly smaller than Dong's family residence and was about 40 or 50 li from Kaozhou City. Lao Zhan looked around the street and saw only 3 carriage shops. 2 were full, and one had no one staying inside, but the door was closed. The old cripple pushed open the door and went inside, but couldn't find anyone. After half an hour, a person finally came out and said, there have been no guests staying at my house for the past few days. When asked the reason, he didn't answer. Wanting to go to another house, there was nowhere to turn, so he discussed it with him again and again. The person opened a room listlessly and said, we don't have tea or food, and guests have no place to sleep, so they might as well stay here for now. Our manager went into town to collect corpses. There's nobody in the store, so you can eat and drink. There's a hotel with a tea house across from the south gate. You can go there. The old cripple said repeatedly, thank you, thank you. Travelers are used to making do. The person replied, I sleep in the south room by the front door, so if you have anything to say, come find me. After hearing the words collect corpses, the old cripple couldn't help feeling uneasy. After dinner that evening, he returned to the store, bought some dried tea, several packages of longevity fruit, and 2 bottles of wine, which he brought home along with the sand bottle. The store manager had already put out the lamp. The old man said to him, there's wine here. You can lock the door and come in for a drink. The manager readily agreed, ran to lock the door tightly, and entered. He stood up and said, "Please, sir, I dare not." The old man pulled him over and poured him a cup of wine. He was delighted, saying "I dare not," while the cup had already reached his lips. They started talking casually, but after a few cups the old man asked, "You just said that the manager went into town to collect corpses. What do you mean? Didn't someone harm Grandmaster Yu?" The store manager replied, "Since there's no one here, I can speak freely. Our Grandmaster Yu is truly irreplaceable. He surpasses even death itself. If you meet him, it means certain death." "My manager went into town for his sister-in-law," said the manager. "She's also an extremely honest person. Since my manager and his sister are both very good, they live in the store behind. His brother-in-law often bought several bolts of fabric in the countryside and sold them in the city to make a few extra yuan for pocket money. That day he carried 4 white bolts into the city and set them up for sale at the temple gate. In the morning, he sold 2 bolts, and later another 5 feet. Eventually, someone came along, tore off an 8.5-foot cloth, insisting on having it all in one piece. He said that if they gave him 2 extra big coins per foot, he wouldn't tear that particular cloth. Country folks, seeing the potential for making 10 or more yuan, of course, let him have his way. But before long, Jade Lord rode past the temple gate, overheard someone say something, and turned to look at him, declaring, "Take this person and the cloth to the magistrate's office." Upon reaching the office, Jade Lord presided over the case, ordered the cloth presented, examined it, and asked in a thunderous voice, "Where did you get this cloth?" He replied, "I bought it in the countryside." The judge asked again, "What is the measurement of each bolt?" He said, "One was sold at 5 feet, and another at 8 feet and 5 inches. "Right." The adult said, "Since you are selling by the yard, both lengths are the same cloth. Why is one torn and the other not? How can you not remember the remaining measurement?" He called for a messenger. "Have this cloth measured." When it was measured, they reported, one is 2 yards and 5 feet, and the other is 2 yards and 1 foot and 5 inches. The adult, hearing this, became enraged and issued an order, saying, "Do you know how to read?" He replied, "No." The adult said, "Read it aloud." "Me." A clerk nearby took the order and read, "On the 17th day, in the morning, according to the Golden 4 report, yesterday, at sunset, 15 miles outside the west gate, a person emerged from the forest, cutting my shoulder with a large knife, and stealing a large sum of money, 400 taels, and 2 bolts of white cloth. One is 2 yards and 5 feet long, and the other is 2 yards and 1 foot and 5 inches long." Upon reaching this point, Master Yu said, "The fabric, size, color, and everything match the missing order. Isn't this something you stole? Do you still intend to be cunning? Pull him down, have him stand. Return the fabric as part of the gold payment case." Unaware of what will follow, let's continue in the next installment. 6th chapter. Bloodshed at every home, stained with crimson, a heart-to-heart discussion, leads to the birth of a fox white. The gold payment case. Old Wayne immediately said, "I already understand this matter. It's clearly a trap set by the city constable. The manager should handle his corpse. But he's an honest man. Why would anyone do him harm?" "Didn't you, manager?" "Ask around," the shopkeeper replied. "Once we were accused, we knew right away. It was all because of his quick tongue that caused these disturbances. I heard it from others, too. There's a family on the South Gate Street, West Side Alley, with only 2 members, father and son. His father was in his 40s, and his daughter was 17 or 18, tall and beautiful, but still unmarried. His father ran a small business and lived in 3 thatch-roofed houses with a courtyard surrounded by earth walls. One day, the maiden stood at the gate and encountered Wang San, the head of the stable hands from the manor, who noticed her good looks and, for some reason, suddenly took her by force. After some time, an incident occurred, and when her father returned home, he found her and became so angry that he beat her soundly, locked her in, and wouldn't let her leave. Within half a month, Wang San, the man with the flower arm, found a way to accuse her father of being a thief, and had him captured by setting up a trap. Not only did Wang San become the son-in-law of the maiden, but he also claimed the small house as his property. My sister-in-law, the manager, had sold cloth at this house twice before and knew all about it. One day, after drinking an extra 2 cups of wine at the inn, she suddenly went mad. As with Zhang'er, the bald man on this North Street, he drank and talked at the same time, discussing how these people could lack any sense of right and wrong. That Zhang'er was also a man who did not understand the interests, so he asked happily, saying, "He is still a little brother in the Yihai society, and Deer and Guanyi, all kinds of true gods are attached to him. Wouldn't anyone take care of him?" His sister-in-law said that's not true. It is said that he invited Sun Wukong, but Sun Wukong did not come. Instead, Mr. Pig 8 came down. If it were not for his lack of moral integrity, why wouldn't Sun Wukong come, but Mr. Pig 8 instead? I'm afraid that he will eventually break his moral integrity, and when Big Sane is displeased, he will raise the goldenrod to give him a beating. Then he won't be able to withstand it. The two of them talked happily, unaware that their friends from their society had already reported them to Wang San, who memorized their faces. Within a few months, his sister-in-law was destroyed. Zhang, the bald old man, knowing that things were not looking good, took advantage of his lack of family ties and fled to the wedding fu in Henan at dawn. The alcohol is gone. You go to sleep now. If we enter the city tomorrow, be extra careful with your words. Everyone here is cautious. A moment's carelessness could land us in serious trouble. He stood up, picked up a half-burned incense stick from the table, adjusted the lamp, and said, I'll get an oil jar to relight this. No need, Old Remnant replied. Just go to sleep. The two parted ways. The next morning, Old Remnant packed his bags, called the carriage driver, and left. The shopkeeper warned them as they left, once you enter the city, say as little as possible. It's crucial. Old Remnant smiled and thanked him. As the carriage moved south on the main road, it reached Saojiao City before noon. Upon entering through the north gate, they found a guest house on the front street of the prefecture and rented a private room. The delivery boy asked about the food, and they prepared it and ate it. Then he went to stand in front of the government office and looked around. He saw the big gate adorned with bright red silk banners, and on either side were 12 empty cages without a soul inside. He wondered, could all the rumors along the way have been lies? After some time, he returned to the store. He noticed many people with large hats going in and out of the upper room, and a large blue carriage was parked in the courtyard. Many porters wearing cotton trousers and large hats were eating buns there. There were also several men in uniform with Chenwu County Citizens Strong written on them, and he realized that the upper room must belong to Chenwu County. After a long while, he saw a family member shout servant, and the porter lowered the carriage to the steps. The man holding the red umbrella took it. 2 horses were let out of the barn, and suddenly the red silk curtains in the upper room opened, and a person came out. Crystal-topped, with a quilted coat adorned with beads, the person appeared to be in their late 50s. They descended the stairs, entered a carriage, and suddenly left. Old Jean, upon seeing this person, thought to himself, how familiar they look. I haven't visited the Seaos's place, so where did I see them before? After some thought, he couldn't remember, so he let it go. Since the time was still early, he went back into the streets to inquire about the achievements of the local government, and everyone praised them in unison, each comment tinged with a sense of sadness. He silently nodded, deeply appreciating the ancient saying, strict governance is more fearsome than a tiger. Back at his shop, he sat briefly at the entrance. Fortunately, the county magistrate of Chengwu had already returned and entered the shop. From the glass window, old Jean saw the county magistrate face to face with him. In an instant, the carriage had reached the upper floor, and the county magistrate emerged from it. The family lowered the carriage curtain and followed up the stairs. Farther away, he heard the county magistrate speak to his family for a moment. Immediately, the family ran towards the door, while the county magistrate waited on the stairs. The family ran to the door and asked the old cripple, "Is this Iron Lord?" The old cripple replied, "Indeed." "How do you know?" "What is your noble last name?" The family member answered, "My master's surname is Shin. He has just come from the province, appointed as the administrator of Chengwu County, and requested that Iron Lord come up to the room." Old Cripple suddenly remembered that this person was Commissioner Shen Dongzhao from the paperwork. Although they had met a couple of times before, they hadn't had extensive conversations, so he couldn't remember much. When Old Cripple went upstairs, he met Dongzhao and they made a bow to each other. Dongzhao invited him into an inner room and kept saying, "Go easy, I'll change my clothes." At that moment he removed his official attire and changed into casual clothes. They sat down as host and guest, with Dongzhao asking, "When did Grandpa arrive? How long have you been here? Do you live in this inn?" Old Cripple replied, "He arrived today. I left the province only 6 or 7 days ago." "When was Uncle Dongzhao's departure from the province? Did he come back after assuming his new post?" Dongzhao Dao said, "My brother arrived today too. He left the province 2 days ago. This horse and carriage were sent from the provincial capital. The day before I left, I still heard Yao Yunong say that the Duke had gone to Xiong, and I was indeed sad in my heart. He considered himself a close friend of many renowned men, thinking that there was nothing he couldn't attract his master to, but today he encountered an Iron Lord, truly just fleeting wealth and honor. Looking deep within myself, I find it all the more uncomfortable. Laucan said, "The Duke loves talent as if parched, and my brother truly admires him. As for the reason for coming out, it is not to boast of prosperity or shout from the rooftops. First, he deeply knows his own intellectual deficiencies and does not dare to flatter. Second, because this jade noble's reputation is too great, he wanted to see what kind of person he really was. Regarding the noble words, my brother dares not claim them, nor would he be willing to do so. Heaven bestows talent according to its number, and if dim-witted fools are a little noble, it's good for them to hide their stupidity. But if there is truly some ability to save the world, why does he hide away? Wouldn't that betray the heart of heaven in bestowing talent?" East said, "I have often heard of the great debates, and I must say, your arguments today have left me in awe. It seems that some figures like Chanju and Ji, who were not approved by Confucius, are now being viewed differently." Old Master continued, "They are merely lowly officials, even lower than Xiao Du and Ningsheng. East, as you know, has his own doubts." East nodded repeatedly and inquired, "As for us, we lack direct knowledge of the Great One's character. How can we determine if the stories we hear are true? I believe his greatness is often wrongfully accused, which is why there are no serious charges against him." Old Master then recounted his experiences along the way. As he spoke, a servant came to invite them for dinner. East invited Old Master to join them, and the old man accepted without hesitation. After dinner, they continued their conversation. East expressed, "I have one question lingering in my mind. Today, I saw 12 empty cages in front of the palace gates, which makes me doubt the validity of the rural rumors." Old Master responded, "That is far from the truth. I was just in the Hez County office when I heard that Tyson, due to late recognition from the upper court, had not only been given a real position but also specially protected and recommended for the post of Daojuan while waiting for the rotation of the Dao class. As a result, his sentence was suspended for 3 days, allowing everyone to celebrate. You didn't see the red silk banners hanging outside the office? They say that on the first day of the suspension, there were still several half-dead people in the holding cells who were all taken into custody." Everyone sighed. Old Can said, "The journey on dry roads has been tiring, and it's getting late, so let's rest." Dong Zhao replied, "Tomorrow evening, please come over for a chat. I have a very difficult matter to discuss with you, and I hope you won't be too busy." After saying this, they each went back to sleep. The next day, Old Can woke up, and the sky was very dark. Although the northwest wind wasn't strong, he felt his cotton robe floating around him as if he were in a dream. He washed his face, bought some fried dough sticks for a snack, and wandered aimlessly on the street without much energy. Just as I was about to climb up the city wall to look at the distant view, I saw patches of snow falling from the sky. In an instant, the snow began to fall heavily and spirally, getting denser by the second. Hurrying back into the store, I asked the shopkeeper for a fire pail. The window paper, which was just a bit larger than the rest, hung halfway down, swaying in the snow's moisture and creaking in the wind. The small fragments of paper nearby, though silent, kept shaking uncontrollably. Inside the room, we felt an eerie chill, a somber atmosphere. Old Zhang sat motionless, unable to reach his book in the box, just sitting there glumly, feeling introspective. So he took out his inkstick and brush from his pillowcase and wrote a poem on the wall, focusing on Yu Xian's story. The poem reads, "Losses and gains consume my very bones, urgently pursuing matters of state. Injustice buried in the city gates remains dark, blood-stained top jewel turns red. Rain of vultures everywhere, wind of tigers and leopards on every mountain. Killing civilians like killing robbers, the governor is our ancestral warrior." Below it, he wrote Iron English title from Jiang and Shu 7 times. After finishing, he had lunch. After dinner, the snow fell even more heavily. Standing at the door, I looked outside and saw that all the branches, big and small, were covered with fresh snow as if wrapped in cotton. There were a few old crows on the trees, curling their necks to stay warm, constantly shaking their feathers to keep off the snow. I also saw many sparrows hiding under the eaves of the house, curling their heads to avoid the cold, looking emaciated and hungry. Thinking to myself, these birds live on fruits that grow on plants and some small insects and ants for sustenance. Now, since all kinds of bugs are hibernating and not visible, where will they find food? If it clears up tomorrow, the snow melts slightly, and a northwest wind blows. The snow turns into ice. They won't be able to find anything. Won't they starve until next spring? Thinking about this, I felt sympathetic towards these birds. Turning his thoughts again, he thought, these birds, though hungry and cold, have not been shot at or trapped. They are only temporarily suffering from hunger and cold. If they can hold on until next spring, they will be happy beyond measure. What about the people of this county? In recent years, things have been quite bad, and there are these cruel officials who arrest people at random and treat them as criminals, using cages and killing them in fear, so that not even a word can be spoken. With hunger, cold, and fear added together, isn't it worse than what these birds go through? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but tear up. He saw the old crow suddenly caw several times, as if he were not crying out against the cold and hunger, but rather in joy at the prospect of free speech. At this thought, he felt his anger surge, and he wished nothing more than to kill Yu Huan instantly, thereby fulfilling his heart's desire. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, a blue carriage with several attendants passed by the door, indicating that Shen Dong's visitor had returned to the inn. Because I thought, well, why don't I write a letter to Zhang Gongbao about what I've seen and heard? So he took out some paper and an envelope from his pillowcase and started writing. However, the ink on the brush had frozen solid, so he had to struggle to write a few characters at a time. He only wrote 2 pages when it became late. The brush froze again after he lifted it from the inkstone, and when he tried again, he could only write 4 or 5 characters before it froze once more. As he was struggling with both ends, the sky grew darker. Because of the overcast weather, it became unusually dark early, so he called for a lantern. He shouted for a while before the storekeeper finally brought one in, entering hesitantly and still complaining about the cold. He placed the lantern down, squeezed a piece of paper coal between his fingers, and blew on it several times before it caught fire. The lantern contained newly poured frozen oil, piled up like a large screw shell, but even after lighting it, it didn't provide much light. The storekeeper said. He adjusted the lamp, retracting his hand into his sleeve as he watched it flicker. At first, the light was no larger than a large bean, then it grew, becoming the size of a small worm. Suddenly looking up at the wall, he saw the written words and exclaimed in surprise, "Is this your handwriting? Well, what does it say? Please don't cause trouble. This isn't a game." He quickly turned his head again, glancing outside to ensure no one was there, then said, "This is poorly done. We could get into trouble." The old man smiled and replied, "My name is written below, so it's fine." Yes. Just then, someone entered from the outside, wearing a red tassel hat and calling out, "Iron Lord." The shopkeeper trembled and retreated. The newcomer said, "We are inviting Iron Lord to dine." It turned out to be the family of Shen Dongzuo. The old man replied, "Please let your lord use this place. I've already asked them to prepare a meal which will arrive soon. I'll express my gratitude on their behalf." He said, "According to me, the food in the store is not edible. We have 2 wild chickens sent by someone. They've already been sliced, and we've also cut some slices of lamb. They asked Master Iron to come up and enjoy a hot pot. I say, if Master Iron refuses, then let's bring the meal into this room to eat. I think it would be best if Master went up. There's a large fire pit in that room, much warmer than this one. The family will also have to serve, so please take care of them all." Old John had no choice but to go up. Upon seeing Shen Dongzao, he said, "Old man, what are you doing in that room? It's such a snowy day. Let's drink a couple of cups of wine. Someone sent us the freshest wild chickens today. We can cook and eat them. It's delicious. I'll borrow this opportunity to show my gratitude." He then took his seat. The family served the sliced chicken, indeed red and white, very beautiful to look at. When eaten hot, the taste was even more fragrant and delicious. Dongzao asked, "Sir, do you detect any odd taste?" Old Zen said, "Indeed, there's a hint of fresh fragrance. What's the reason for that?" Dongzao replied, "This chicken is from Faicheng County, in the middle of Daohua Mountain. The mountain is filled with pine trees, and these mountain chickens love to feast on pine blossoms and cones, hence the fresh scent, known as pine blossom chicken. Even here, it's not easy to come by." Old Zen praised for 2 sentences, and the meal was served. After finishing their meal, Dongzao invited him to a room in the inner courtyard to drink tea and warm up by the fire. Suddenly he saw old Zen wearing a cotton robe and asked, "In this cold weather, why are you still wearing a cotton robe?" Old Zen answered, "I don't feel cold at all. For us who haven't worn animal skin robes since childhood, this cotton robe is probably warmer than your fur ones." Dongzao argued, "That's not quite right. He called out, "Bring someone. Take the white fox fur-wrapped robe from my travel box and deliver it to Uncle Iron's house." Old Zen said, "Absolutely not necessary. I insist." "You. Do you think there's someone in the world wearing a fox fur robe and shaking a rattle?" Eastmaster said, "Your rattle doesn't need to be shaken. Why conform to such vulgarity? If you would deign to see my brother as a person, I have two impudent things to say, regardless of whether they offend you or not. Yesterday I heard you speak disparagingly of those fat, loud people who boast of their abilities, saying, 'Heaven-born talent is limited. One should not belittle oneself foolishly.' My brother wholeheartedly agrees with these words. However, what you do seems to contradict the highest principles. You want the minister to come out and serve in government, but he ran away in the middle of the night, choosing to shake the rattle. How then does this differ from those who break and flee, deaf to all reasoning? My brother's words may seem rude and offensive. Please consider if there's any truth in them." Old Chan said, "Shaking a rattle certainly doesn't contribute to societal order. Is serving as an official really beneficial for the world? Sir, at this moment, you are the father of 1,000,000 people in Changwu County. Where can you help them? Sir must have a clear plan. Why not share your teachings? I know that Sir has served as an official several times before. Can you tell us about any outstanding policies or notable achievements?" Eastcause said, "That's not quite right. We ordinary people can only struggle along. You are so talented and capable it's truly a pity if you don't take on some responsibilities. Those without talent desperately want to be officials, while those with talent refuse to serve. This is indeed the greatest sorrow in this world." Lao Zhan replied, "No, that's not it. I say it's okay for those without talent to hold office, but the problem lies in those with talent doing so. Don't you think His Majesty the Jade Tizen is talented? Yet because he was eager to hold high office and become a grand official, he committed harmful acts against heaven and humanity. Moreover, his political reputation is so excellent, it's unlikely that within a few years he won't be in charge of various regions simultaneously. The higher the position, the greater the harm. One province under one governor suffers, one region under one governor is left crippled, and if he rules over all of heaven, then heaven too will perish. From this, it seems that does a talented official bring harm or an untalented one? If he were like me, playing a string of bells and mixing in, serious patients would not seek his help, minor ailments wouldn't kill people. Even if he were to cure one person per year, over 10,000 years, it wouldn't equal the number of people harmed by one governor of Xiaozhou. Unknown what Shen Dongzhao has to say, let's wait for the next chapter to unravel. 7th chapter, Borrowing a Bamboo Stick to Plan for a County, Idle Visit to 100 Cities Books. The story continues with Lao Can and Shen Dongzhao discussing Yu Xian's talent and eagerness to become an official. They both lament his ruthless pursuit of power, which leads to such dire consequences. Dongzhao says, "Indeed. I mentioned yesterday that I had a matter of great importance to discuss privately with you, and it is for this very reason. You think this official's cruelty has reached its peak. My brother's misfortune lies in serving him. Following his lead would be unbearable. Not following him leaves no good course of action. Master, with the most experience, as they say, having faced dangerous and difficult situations many times, knowing the people's hearts inside out, there must be good advice. What is it that you want to teach me?" Old Remnant said, "Knowing difficulty makes easy things possible. Since you are not ashamed to ask questions, I will first need to inquire about your imperial decree. If one seeks to please superiors, creating a loud and colorful spectacle, then there is only the method of Yu Gong, which involves pressuring the people into becoming thieves. If one remembers the words parents of the people and seeks to rid them of harm, there are also ways to transform thieves into citizens. If one's rank is slightly higher or their jurisdiction slightly broader, it becomes easier to manage. If it's just a matter of a single county, resources are limited, making things slightly more complicated, but it's not impossible." Dongzhao said, "It is natural for the goal to be to protect the people and make the region peaceful, even without any subsequent promotions, as long as they do not suffer from hunger and cold. What use is generations' food? However, lacking resources is a great hardship. The previous official supported a team of 50 men, but theft cases still kept occurring. Adding to this, embezzlement of public funds led to his downfall. If my younger brother thinks it's a burden but the place is quiet, we can still find a way to make amends. If nothing works, then what's the point? Now." Old Chen said, "A 50-man squad certainly costs a lot. With this shortage, If we can raise some funds, we won't have to bear such a burden. Dong Zhao replied, not much more than 1,000 gold pieces. Old Chen continued, there's a way for this. You contribute 1,200 gold pieces every year, and you don't need to worry about how I do it. I can come up with a plan to ensure there are no thefts in your territory. If there are any, we can catch them immediately. What do you think? Dong Zhao said, if Master agrees to help me, I would be eternally grateful. Old Chen replied, I don't need to go myself. I'll just teach you the perfect and beautiful law. Dong Zhao asked, who else could implement this law if you don't go? Old Chen answered, I'm recommending someone who can follow this law. But this person must not be lazy. If they are, they will leave immediately, and the consequences will be even worse. This man is named Liu, known as Renfu, and he is from Pingyan County here, with his home located in the southwest of Daohua Mountain. When he was young, at around 14 or 15, he learned martial arts and weapons at Songshan Shaolin Temple. After some time he realized that he only had a superficial reputation, and there wasn't much unique or outstanding about his techniques, so he wandered thick for nearly 10 years. In Sichuan's Yimei Mountain, he encountered a monk with extraordinary skills. He became his disciple and learned 2 sets of martial arts, Taizu Shengquan and Xiaozu Shengquan. After asking his teacher where these techniques came from, the monk replied they were from Shaolin Temple. This shocked him greatly, saying, I have been at Shaolin Temple for 4 or 5 years, but I didn't see a single outstanding technique. Where did my master learn them from? The monk answered, these are Shaolin techniques, but not directly from Shaolin Temple. Now, the martial arts at Shaolin Temple have long been lost. What you're learning is Taizu Quan, passed down from Daruma, and that Xiaozu Quan came from Shengguan. When this fist law was first transmitted, it was specifically created for monks to practice, to make their bodies strong and spirits enduring. Since the monks would travel alone when visiting mountains and seeking teachers, they might encounter tigers or lions, or even strong men, and since their homes did not keep weapons, this fist law was specially designed to protect one's life. With strong muscles and bones, one could endure cold and hunger. You see, wandering monks in remote mountains and valleys would find it hard to provide for food and lodging, so the grandfathers and great-grandfathers who transmitted this fist law intended to help them. However, later on, the Shaolin Temple's fist law became famous, attracting many students from outside. Some of those who learned it even became thieves or molested other people's wives, with frequent incidents reported. Therefore, this old monk, a descendant of 4 or 5 generations, hid and did not pass on this genuine fist law any further, instead just using some shallow and unconcerned techniques to maintain the facade. This fist technique I learned from a good person in Hanzhongfu, and if diligently practiced, it can lead to the rank of Gan Fengqi. Liu Renfu lived in Sichuan for 3 years, fully absorbing his teachings. At that time, there was much trouble from the Yu bandits, so he left Sichuan and spent some time mixing with the camps of the Xiang and Huai armies. Since both armies required their soldiers to be native to Hunan or Anhui respectively, outsiders could only play a secondary role, gaining maybe 1 or 2 minor recommendations but never holding real power. This official was promoted to a Duzi military rank, and with the stability of military affairs he returned home. He farmed a few acres, living a simple life, and spent his free time wandering freely in the provinces of Qi and Henan. People in these 2 provinces who practiced martial arts all knew of his reputation. However, he refused to take disciples, only teaching a few techniques to those he trusted would remain disciplined, handling it with great care. So all martial artists in these 2 provinces feared him and could not defeat him. If we make this person an honored guest and give him 102 monetary unit each month to see how he uses it, he would need about 10 small squads for running errands, with a monthly allowance of 62 monetary unit per person. The remaining 42 can be used for providing alcohol and water to the nobles and heroes who come and go. This would be sufficient. Approximately Henan, Shandong Hebei, Jiangsu, Anhui's 2 northern provinces, and altogether as 1 agency. Within this agency there are 2 types of bandits, large and small. The large bandits have leaders, commands, and laws. There are many with abilities. The small bandits are vagrants and unemployed peasants who rob at random, without help or firearms, and after stealing, they either get drunk or gamble, making them the easiest to commit crimes. For example, among the people handled by Yu Taizun, 9 out of 10.5 are good people, while half are these small bandits. Even if we talk about the large bandits, they're key figures, who are like their wings, not one has been caught by Yu Taizun. But it is easy for thieves to form alliances, Just like the bodyguards in Beijing, no matter 10 or 20,000 silver coins, with only 1 or 2 people, they can ensure a smooth journey. How could such a large sum be easily taken by 100 or 200 strongmen? Could these 1 or 2 masters of the guard really oppose them? The reason is that thieves have a rule not to harm the guard's agencies. Therefore, whenever a bodyguard's carriage has their banner, when they leave, they must call out a password. When this password is called out, the thief will immediately recognize it and greet each other, ensuring no conflict. All the banners of the guard agencies are known by thieves. All the hideouts of the thieves are also known by the guards. If their headquarters are in the vicinity of a guard agency, they will use a secret signal upon entering, letting them know it's a friend from the same road. At that time, one must stay to drink and eat, and even provide 300 or 200 silver coins as advance money when leaving. If it is the top leader, he must make every effort to entertain them. This is what they call the rules of the underworld. We only say this Liu Renfu. He is well known throughout Thick. The capital's crossbow agency has invited him several times, but he refused to go. He prefers to hide his name and live as a farmer. If this person comes, we will treat him as an honored guest, as if our county opened a crossbow agency to protect it. When he is not busy, he sits in tea houses and hotels on the street, and anyone who has passed by, whether they are friends from Thish, he recognizes them at once. He can easily entertain a few guests with tea and food, and within 10 days or half a month, all the big thieves' leaders will know about it, and they will immediately issue orders. No disturbance where this person has set foot. The 40 gold coins left over each month are for his use. As for small thieves, he has no means, so he does whatever he pleases, and whoever is nearby will secretly report him. Before the victim comes to the county to file a report, his men have already caught the thief. If he commits a crime in a place slightly farther away, there are also friends along the way who secretly capture him. No matter where we go, we can always find suitable people, so we need 10 young men. In fact, 4 or 5 handy people are already enough. Those extra 5 or 6 people are only for showing off in front of our county officials' carriages, or for running errands like delivering messages. Dong Zhao said, "As you say, it's indeed a brilliant plan. However, since this person refuses to accept the invitation from the crossbow agency, if we ask him through our brother's office, he might still not come. What can we do?" Lao Zan replied, "You go and ask him, of course. He won't come. So I need to write a detailed letter, explaining that we are saving innocent civilians in the county, and this will surely convince him to come. Besides, he has a close relationship with me, so if I persuade him, he will definitely agree." He continued, "When I was in my 20s, I foresaw great chaos ahead, so I paid special attention to talented warriors, and made many friends who were knowledgeable about warfare. When this man was in Henan, he and I were close friends, and we agreed that if the country needed us, all of my companions would come out to help. At that time, there were many friends who talked about geography, military strategies, manufacturing, and military skills. This gentleman was a master at discussing military skills. Later, everyone realized that governing the heavens required a different kind of talent, and what we had studied and discussed was useless. Therefore, each person found their own way to make a living, just getting by, and they put aside their ambitions and let them drift into the vast ocean of the East. Although it is so said, the friendship and camaraderie at that time would never be ruined. That's why I wrote a letter, and am certain he will come." Eastman listened, repeatedly bowing and expressing his gratitude, saying, "Since I took on this temporary assignment, I have not had one night of peaceful sleep. Today, upon hearing this discussion, it feels like waking up from a dream, or like recovering from a disease 1,000 times fortunate. But how should this letter be delivered? Who is the right person to bear this arduous task?" The old remaining said, "It must be a trusted friend who can endure the hardship of this journey. If I were to casually ask a constable to take him, it would seem to be insulting him, and he definitely wouldn't come out. I might even get into trouble." Dong Zhuo said repeatedly, "Yes, yes. I have a cousin coming tomorrow. I can send him instead." The old master asked, "When will you write the letter, sir?" "It's best if you start writing it now." The old master continued, "I won't leave home tomorrow. Right now, I'm writing a long letter to Zhang Jingbo, which I'll ask Yao Yunong to deliver. It will detail the achievements of Yu Taizun, and I should finish it by tomorrow. Once this letter is written, I'll be leaving town the day after." Dong Zhuo inquired, "Where are you going the day after?" The old master replied, "First, I'll visit the collection at Liu Xiaoi's home in Dongkongfu to see his song and Yuan woodblock prints. Then I'll return to Jinan for the spring festival. After that, my plans are unclear, even to me." He stood up and told his family, get a carriage ready to take the ironmaster back home. When I drew back the curtain, all I saw was a sea of white, the snow having fallen in a disorganized mess. The snow below reached 7 or 8 inches deep, making it impossible to pass. There was only one path leading from the upper room to the front door, frequently traveled, so it was constantly swept. The path leading to the side room was barely visible, just like everywhere else, at the same height. Dong Zhao had people quickly clear a path for the old man to return to his room. Opening the door, the light had gone out. They sent up a candle holder with 2 red candles, lit the fire, and attempted to write a letter again, but the inkstone refused to cooperate, not responding as it should, so I ended up sleeping. The next day, although the snow had stopped, the cold was even more intense than before. I got up, called for the shopkeeper to weigh 5 pounds of charcoal, set up a large fire, and bought several sheets of mulberry paper to patch up the broken window. In a short while, warmth filled the house, a stark contrast to yesterday's weather, so I had dried the inkstone and completed the letter I had started the previous day, sealing it properly. Having finished writing the letter to Liu Renfu, I sent it all up to the upstairs room and handed it over to Dong Zhao. At the same time, Dong Zhao sent one letter addressed to Yao Yunong, sealed with a horsehead seal, to the post station, and another letter to Liu Renfu, placed inside a pillowcase. The kitchen had also prepared dinner, and the two of them ate together while engaging in casual conversation for a short while. Then a family member came in to report. Both elderly gentlemen and the teachers have arrived and are staying at the shop on the west side. They washed up and will be here shortly. After a brief pause, a man around 40 years old, clean-shaven, wearing an old gray silken blue fur coat, a black long-sleeved leather vest, velvet boots already caked in snow and mud, hurried into the hall and first bowed to his elder brother. Dong Zhao then introduced, "This is my younger brother, named Ping." He turned to the other man and said, "Meet Mr. Iron Repairs." Shen Ping took a step closer, bowing slightly and exclaiming, "I've heard of you." Dong Zhao immediately asked, "Have you eaten yet?" Ji Ping said, "I've just arrived. After washing my face, I'll be right there." "Eating isn't urgent," Dong Zhao said. "Tell the kitchen to prepare a meal for the second elder." Ji Ping replied, "That's not necessary. Take a moment. Let's eat with them and our old teacher instead." The family members went back and forth, saying, "The kitchen has already been instructed to have them bring a table of food so that the second elder can eat with the teachers." At that time, another family member drew back the curtain, bringing in several large red scrolls. Old Zan knew that the teachers had come to see the Dong family, so he left at that opportunity. After dinner, Shendong Zhao invited Old Zan up to the upper room and asked him in detail about how they went to visit Liu Renfu on Mount Peach. Ji Ping then asked, "Which route is closest?" Old Zan said, "I don't know how to get here from this place. In olden times, one would travel from the provincial capital along the Yellow River to Pinyin County, then head southwest for 30 miles to reach the mountain's base. Once in the mountains, it's impossible to ride a vehicle. It's best to bring a small donkey." When they reached the flat area, they rode donkeys. If it became slightly dangerous, they would get off and walk a few steps. There were 2 main roads leading into the mountains. Walking through the western valley brought one to a scene spanning several tens of li, with a Guan Yu temple. The monks in that temple often interacted with Liu Renfu. If you inquire within the temple, you will learn all the details. There are 2 Guan Yu temples in that mountain, one gathered on the east and another on the west. This is the Guan Yu temple on the western side. Shen Zipping asked for clarification, so everyone returned to their respective rooms to rest. The next morning, early, Lao Zan went out and hired a mule cart, loaded his baggage, and waited for Shen Dong to report to the official's residence. He then handed over the fox fur coat delivered the previous evening, along with a letter to the storekeeper saying, "When Master Shen returns to the store, send it up. It's not necessary to send it now. There might be a mistake." The store manager hastily opened the wooden box in the back room and packed the coat inside, then helped Lao Zan onto the cart and headed straight for Dongchang Fu. Nothing more than living off the land and sleeping under the open sky. In just a couple of days I reached Dongchang City and found a clean horse stable to stay at. That night, after making arrangements, the next morning after breakfast, I went out looking for a bookstore on the street. After searching for a long time, I finally found a small bookstore, 3 shop fronts, half selling paper and ink, and half selling books. So I walked over to the book side of the counter and sat down, asking about what kinds of books were sold here. The manager said, "In this Dongchang prefecture, we are famous for our literary culture. We oversee 10 counties known as 10 Beautiful Scenes. where every county is prosperous and every household joyful. All the books used in these 10 counties come from small bookstores like this one. There are storage rooms and workshops at the back. So many books are carved in-house and don't need to be purchased elsewhere. Oh, sir, what brings you here? Are you visiting a friend? I am Iron, I replied. I have come to visit a friend. The manager asked, do you have any old books here? Of course, he said. What are you looking for? We have plenty here, he said, turning around and pointing to the bookshelves. Look, here are Chongben Hall selected calligraphies, Meng Jiaozai early collections, and even older, Beiming studio notes. These are all serious academic works. If you're looking for lighter reading, there's ancient Tang poetry interpretation and 300 Tang poems. For something more ancient, we have old text explanations. And let me tell you about a real treasure. Nature and Reason thoroughly explained, a book that, if understood, would be truly remarkable. I don't want any of those books, Old laughed. The shopkeeper replied, but there's more. Over there, we have 3 essentials for a sunny home. Ghost Footsteps, Yuanzi Ping, and works from all the 100 schools of thought. Our small editions are complete. As for Jinhai Province City, it's a big place, need I say? If you're talking about north of the Yellow River, our small edition bookstore is considered the first in quality. Other cities don't have dedicated bookstores. Most sell books alongside other goods. In a radius of 200 or 300 li, the texts used in schools 300, 1,000, and 10,000 can all be obtained from small vendors, with over 10,000 copies sold in a year, Old Remain said. In your place, you sell 300,000, which I have never seen. What kind of book is it? How can so many be sold? The shopkeeper replied, don't deceive me. I see that you are cultured and should know this. It's not a single book. 3 is Sanzi Jing. The 3-character classic. 100 is Beijia Xing, 100 family surnames, and 1,000 is Qianzi, when 1,000-character text. As for the 1,000, it's Qianji Shi, 1,000 poems. He continued, while Qianji Shi sells only around 100 copies a year, the others 300 and 1,000 sell more widely. Old Remain asked, then no one buys Sishu the 4 books or Wujing the 5 classics? He answered, how could no one buy them? Sishu is available in small volumes. The 3 classical texts Shi, Shu, and Yai are also there. If we need the Book of Rituals or the Zhan Zhuan, we can have them sent to the provincial capital. When you visit friends, which family will you go to? Old Han said, it's the Liu Xiaoi family. He was an old gentleman who built our canal once, and I heard that his family has a vast collection of books. He carved a book called An A Shu Ying, containing song and Yuan woodblock prints. I want to open my eyes a bit. Is there a way for me to see them? The shopkeeper replied, the Liu family is the first big family around here. How could we not know? However, Mr. Liu Xiaohui has passed away long ago. Their son, Liu Fengyi, a double prominent scholar, handles that book collection. We hear his family has a lot of books, all stored in large boxes, probably several hundred boxes worth. They're stacked on a building, and no one ever bothers them. The nearby Liu San, a scholar, often comes by to chat with us. He asked, what treasures do your books hold? Come, let us listen. He said, I've never seen what it looks like either. I asked, then why just keep it without worrying about pests? The shopkeeper at this point looked up as a person entered from outside. Pulling on his old clothes, he said, come back quickly. The official from Seajia is waiting to talk to you urgently. Hurry! The old man heard this and replied, tell him to wait. I'll be right back after taking a brief rest. I've been looking for you in the street for a good while, he said. My shopkeeper is desperate. Why don't you return to the store sooner? It's all right, the old man answered. Since you've found me, there's no mistake. Go ahead and leave. After the young man left, the shopkeeper looked at where he had gone, hurriedly whispering to the old man, how much is my store's luggage worth? Do I have any reliable friends here? The old man replied, my store's luggage isn't worth much, and I don't have any reliable friends here. What does this question mean? The manager said, Sao Zhou is a tough guy now. He's someone you don't want to mess with. Whether you're right or wrong, as long as he thinks it's fine, he'll lock you up. Since you're a government official from Sao Zhou, I'm afraid you don't know who set you up. In my opinion, it's not looking good. You might as well escape while you can. Your luggage isn't worth much, so leave it behind. It's your life that matters. Old Wan said, I'm not worried. Can he treat me like a thief? I have nothing to worry about with this matter." He nodded and left the store. As he was walking down the street, he saw a small carriage half loaded with luggage and half with people. Old Juan noticed that it was Jenner's brother and quickly approached them. The person in the carriage jumped out, composed himself, and asked, "Hey, isn't this Iron Ear? How did you get here, and what brings you?" Old Juan explained the situation, and they ended up at his residence where they sat down, talked, and discussed things. "Where are you coming from?" "Where are you going?" he asked. "It's getting late," the man replied. "I've already been on the road for some time today. I'm returning south from Shijiazhou, because there's a family matter that requires my immediate attention. I can't afford to delay." "Since that's the case," Old Chan said, "I won't keep you. But please have a seat for a moment while I write a letter to Liu Elder and ask you to deliver it." He went to the counter at the bookstore, bought a pen, some paper, and an envelope, borrowed an inkstone from the store, wrote the letter quickly, and handed it to Jenner. Everyone bowed and said, "I won't trouble you any further. My friends in the mountains will greet you on my behalf." Jenner took the letter and got into the carriage. Old Chan returned to the store. Whether or not the official from Kala State actually captured Old Chan remains to be seen. We'll know in the next chapter. The 8th chapter, Encountering a Tiger Under Theep Mountain Moon, Visiting a Sage in the Birch Forest on Snow. It is told that Lao Can heard from a store boy that officials from Xiaojiao were seeking him, which filled him with great surprise. Could Yang Xian really be treating me as a thief? When he returned to the store, he saw an official who approached and greeted him respectfully. The official carried a bundle, placed it on a nearby chair, and took out a letter from his chest, presenting it with both hands and saying, "Master Shen requests Master Iron's presence." Lao Can took the letter, glancing at it. It was from Shen Dongzhao back at his residence, and the storekeeper had sent him a fox fur coat. Dongzhao was very distressed, thinking that the fox fur coat's appearance didn't match his journeyman attire. So he chose a sheepskin robe and trousers from the tailor's shop and had them delivered especially. He also wrote that if he did not accept it, it would be considered too rude. Lao Can laughed and asked the official, "Are you an official from the county?" The official replied, "I am a strong man from Wu County in Seozhou City." Old Ruin suddenly realized that the young waiter had forgotten to say, "Thank you." He wrote a thank you note, gave him 2 silver coins for his trouble, and sent him on his way. After that, he stayed for another 2 days. Only then did he discover that the Liu family's scroll was locked away in a large box, hidden from even outsiders, let alone other relatives. Feeling annoyed and unhappy, he took out his brush and wrote a poem on the wall. Cypresses follow Wang Shili's residence. 4 exquisite bookshops meet here. They all gather in Dongchangfu, deeply locked away, protected from corrupting fish. After finishing, he sighed several times and went to sleep. For now, let it be. But that day, Dong Zhao visited the county office to resign, and met Yu Gong face to face. They discussed nothing but encouraging him to use severe punishment in a chaotic world. He reluctantly agreed to a few phrases. Yu Gong offered him tea before sending him back to his shop. There, the head cashier presented Dong Zhao with Ruin's coat and letter with great respect. Thus, Dong Zhao took them, feeling gloomy and unhappy. Just then, Shinzi Ping came by asking, "Big brother, what's wrong?" East Chow noticed that Lao Zhan was still wearing a cotton coat, so he gave him a fox fur coat and they discussed it further. He said, "You see, he left this robe behind as he was leaving, which is quite dramatic." Ziping replied, "This is where my older brother was a bit careless. I think he refused for 2 reasons. First, he found the value of the coat too high and didn't want to accept it. Second, even if he did take it, it wouldn't be useful. There's no point in wearing a fox fur robe with a cotton vest. If my brother wanted to show some friendship, he should have sent someone to find him a sheepskin coat or a cotton one, either plain or embroidered. The messenger would definitely deliver it, and he would accept it. I don't think this man is given to pretense. As for what my brother thinks, I'm not sure." "There you go," East Chu agreed. Absolutely. Have someone arrange it like that." Ziping arranged for it and sent someone with the gift while watching his older brother leave for his post. He rented a light carriage and set off towards Pinyin with simple preparations. Upon reaching Pinyin, we changed to 2 small carts and pushed our luggage, requesting a horse to ride in the county. In no time at all, we found ourselves at the foot of Daohua Mountain. It would have been difficult for even the horse to go any further. Fortunately, there was a village on Yangu Pass, with only a small store where we could sleep on the floor. We hired a small donkey from a villager and sent the horse back. After setting up, eating, and resting, we headed towards the mountain. Just outside the village, we came across a sandy river over a mile wide, but composed entirely of sand. Only in the center was there a strip of river with a simple wooden bridge built by the locals. The bridge stretched a considerable length, but was no more than that. Below the bridge, though the riverbed was frozen, water still made its way through, creating a sound like tinkling bells under the ice. We realized this was the sound of small icicles colliding as they were carried along by the current, together with larger ones. After crossing the sandy river, we reached Dongtai. The mountain ran north from the south, with a dragon vein rising and falling in the middle. At that moment, though it could not be clearly seen, two great valleys on either side formed a pair of long ridges, their peaks stacked one upon another like hills, creating an intricate landscape here. Excluding Zhang Peak, there is a large valley on the left called Dongtai, and a large valley on the right called Xiatai. The waters of the two valleys meet up in front and form one river, turning left-y, and then right, winding through three curves before emerging from the gorge. After exiting, it is the very same sandy river we have crossed. Ziping entered the pass, looked up, and saw a vast range of mountains ahead, like an upright screen, with soil and stones intermingled, trees densely packed together. However, after a heavy snowfall, the rocks turned blue, the snow white, the tree branches yellow, and there were many green pines and cypresses clumped together like moss dots on a painting. Riding his donkey and admiring the mountain scenery, he was indeed extremely happy. He thought of composing 2 poems to describe this scene. Just as he was concentrating, he heard a sound like a shell ringing, felt his legs give way, and his body shook, rolling down into the riverbed. Fortunately, the path follows along the side of the gorge, so even though he rolled down, it wasn't too deep. Moreover, the snow on both sides of the stream was originally very thick, with only a thin layer of ice forming on the surface, creating a kind of snow cover. Ziping rolled all the way, and that thin ice broke all the way, as if he had rolled down from a bouncing ball. After rolling for a few steps, a large stone stopped him, so he was not injured at all. He quickly grabbed the stone, stood up, only to realize he had poked 2 holes in the snow, each more than a foot deep. Looking at the donkey on top, its front hooves were already upright, while its hind hooves were still stuck in the snow by the side of the road, unable to move. He quickly called those following him and looked back at the luggage carts, all without any impact. You might wonder what the reason is. It turns out that this mountain path usually has few people walking on it, so the snow accumulated on the road is slightly shallower than the sides, with a depth of around 5 to 6 inches. As the donkey walked, each step was not too tiring for it. Ziping was so engrossed in the snowy mountain view that he neglected to keep an eye on the cart behind him. It was clear that the small wheels were about to slide over and push against the snow, making it seem quite challenging to move. With one person pushing and another pulling, they still couldn't make much progress, having already fallen behind the donkey by more than half a mile. Ziping found himself trapped in the snow, unable to take a step, so he had to wait patiently for the cart to reach him. After about half an hour, the cart arrived, and everyone stopped to brainstorm a solution. Those below couldn't get up, and those above couldn't climb down. After much consideration, they decided to untie 2 ropes used to bundle luggage and lower one end. Ziping tied himself to that end with a rope around his waist, and with several people above pulling, he was finally lifted up. The followers helped him clear the snow from his body, then led the donkey over, allowing him to remount and proceed slowly. Although this path wasn't as narrow as a goat path, it would suddenly rise high or drop low, with rocky paths covered in ice and snow making it extremely slippery. Starting from 1 o'clock after lunch, walking until 4 o'clock, he had not yet covered 10 li. He thought to himself, according to what the village people say, it's only 15 li to the mountain gathering, but after 3 hours of walking, he had only managed to cover half the distance. The winter sun sets early, especially in a mountain area where both sides are blocked by hills, getting darker quickly. Walking and calculating, he didn't realize that it had already gotten dark. He stopped the donkey and discussed with the cart driver. With the sky growing dark, there are probably still 6 or 7 li left, and the road is difficult to traverse. The cart moves slowly. What should we do? The cart driver replied, there is no choice but to try. Fortunately, it's a 13-day today. The moon rises early, so in any case, we must reach the gathering. He continued, in this remote mountain path, there are unlikely to be robbers. Even if we walk later, he won't pose a threat. Ziping said, although there may not be robbers, if there are, I have few belongings, so I'm not afraid of them. Take what you want and don't worry about it. The real fear is the wolves and tigers. Now that it's getting late, if a few of them come out, we're done. The coachman said, "There are not many tigers in these mountains. There is a guardian tiger that never harms anyone, but there are plenty of wolves. If we hear them coming, we'll all have a stick in our hands and they won't bother us." He spoke as they approached a lateral gorge, which was a small waterfall from the mountain flowing into the valley river. Although the waterfall dried up in winter, the ravine it created was still over 2 jang deep and about 2 jang wide. With a steep mountain on one side and a deep ravine on the other, there was no other way to bypass it. Ji Ping saw this sight and his heart couldn't help but race. He immediately reined in his donkey, waiting for the cart to catch up, saying, "We've taken a wrong turn. We're dead end." The coachman stopped the cart, took 2 deep breaths and said, No. This path has led us here. There's no other way. It'll be all right. I'll go check and see how to proceed." He walked a few dozen steps forward and came back, saying, "The path is there, but it's not easy to walk on. You'll have to dismount your donkey." Ji Ping dismounted and led the donkey closer, looking ahead. He discovered that around a large rock, someone had built a stone bridge leading inward. However, this bridge had only 2 stone pillars, each less than 1 foot wide, with no tight connection between them, leaving a gap of several inches in the middle. There was also a thin layer of ice on top, making it extremely slippery. Ji Ping exclaimed, "This nearly scared me to death. How do we cross this bridge? One wrong step and we're dead. I don't have the courage to walk across." The coachman assured him, "Don't worry. I know a way. Fortunately, our shoes are all made of woven grass hair, so they won't slip." Someone volunteered to go first, jumping back and forth while shouting, "It's easy! It's easy!" He then returned, saying, "But the wagon can't be pushed. We'll have to carry it in shifts of 4 people to get it across." Shen Zipping said, "The carriage can be pulled over, but I cannot walk." "What about the donkey?" The cart driver replied, "Don't worry, we'll first help you across, and you won't have to worry about anything else." Zipping said, "Even if someone helps me, I still can't walk. Let me tell you, my legs are already weak. How could I possibly walk?" The cart driver said, "There's a solution for that. You rest while we lift you over. 2 of us will hold your waist, and 2 will support your legs." "How does that sound?" Zipping exclaimed. No! Another cart driver suggested, "We'll do it this way then. Tie you up with a rope around your waist. 1 of us will lead at the front, pulling one end of the rope, and another will follow from behind, pulling the other end. That way, if you have the courage to bear down, your legs won't give out." Zipping said, "It's the only way." So they helped Zipping across first, then lifted the 2 carriages over as well. On the other hand, a donkey died without wanting to move, requiring much effort. They had to cover its eyes and lead it with one person while another hit it, barely managing to pass. By the time they returned, the whole ground was filled with tree shadows, and the moonlight was already bright. Everyone managed to cross the precarious bridge after a rest, smoking some tobacco, and then looking ahead again. After taking only 30 or 40 steps, they heard a distant woofing from 2 directions. The coachman said, "A tiger is calling. A tiger is calling." They walked with one side while keeping a listening ear on the other. After walking several tens of steps, the coachman stopped the carriage and said, "Sir, get down from your donkey. The tiger calls are coming from the west and getting closer, so it's probably heading this way. Let's give it some space. If it comes closer, we won't be able to escape." And so, Jipping dismounted his donkey. The coachman said, "Let's feed this donkey away." There was a small pine tree by the roadside, and he tied his donkey's lead to it, with the cart parked beside the donkey. The man then walked back several steps, hiding the key in a crevice of a stone wall. The coachman hid under a large rock, covering himself with some snow. There were 2 coachesmen, perched on high branches of a tree facing west, both staring. Just as he spoke, a figure appeared ascending from the western mountain ridge bathed in moonlight. Reaching the ridge, there was another cry. Lowering his body, he found himself at the edge of the western stream, and yet another cry echoed. The people here were both cold and afraid, trembling uncontrollably and watching the tiger with their eyes. As the tiger reached the western stream, it stood still, its eyes reflecting the moonlight, glowing brilliantly, not looking at the donkey but towards these people. With another cry, it contracted its body and lunged towards this side. At this time there was no wind in the mountains, yet they heard rustling sounds from the treetops, and leaves rained down as if splashing. A chill ran through their faces. The group had already been terrified to the point of being speechless. They waited for a long time, but saw no sign of the tiger. Still, the brave cart driver on the tree called out to everyone, "Come out! The tiger has gone far away." One by one they emerged and managed to pull Ziping from the crevice in the stone wall. They were so shocked that they could barely speak for a while. Someone finally asked, "Are we alive or dead?" The cart driver replied, "The tiger is gone." Ziping inquired, "How did the tiger go? Wasn't anyone hurt?" The cart driver on the tree explained, "When he came from the west along the stream, he was just one flash, like a bird, and he reached this side. His landing place was 7 or 8 jang higher than our treetops. After landing, he made another leap and arrived on the eastern ridge, emitting a loud cry as he disappeared to the east." After Shen Ziping listened, he finally put his mind at ease and said, "My legs are still weak and soft. I can't stand up. What good is that?" Everyone replied, "You're not standing here all the time, right?" Ziping looked down and realized he wasn't sitting after all, and he laughed, saying, "My body has stopped responding to my commands." So everyone helped him take a few steps, moving with difficulty, about 10 steps before he started to feel more mobile. He sighed and said, "Although fate didn't bring me into the tiger's mouth, if I encounter that bridge again tonight like before, I wouldn't be able to cross it. My stomach is growling and I'm cold. I could freeze to death." As he spoke, he reached a small tree where the donkey was also lying on the ground, understanding that it had been frightened by the tiger's roar. People helped him lift the donkey and sat Ziping on top, slowly moving forward. Turning a stone barrier, they suddenly saw a bright light ahead with many houses. Everyone exclaimed, "It's fine, it's fine. We've reached the town." Just one shout, and everyone's spirits were shaken. Not only humans, but even the donkeys moved with a newfound lightness. In an instant the darkness lifted, revealing a small settlement on the hill. It was not a bustling town, but merely a few homes. Due to the varied heights of the hills, they appeared layered like buildings. Everyone agreed that they wouldn't continue their journey, and instead decided to knock on doors and ask for shelter. There was no other choice. When they approached one house, its exterior walls were made of tiger-skin stone, with a single gate. Inside there seemed to be many rooms, probably around 15 in total. The coachman rang the door, and after several tolls, an old man emerged. His beard was white, and he held a candlestick with a burning white candle in his hand. He asked, "What brings you here?" Shen Ziping rushed forward, his face pleasant as he explained their situation. "We know it's not an inn, but we have no choice but to ask for your help. Could you please let us stay for the night?" The old man nodded and said, "Wait a moment, I'll go ask our young lady." Without even closing the door, he stepped inside. Ziping looked on, perplexed. Could this family truly have no head of household? Why does he ask about the young lady? Is she the one in charge? No, that can't be right. This must be a home, led by an elderly woman, and that old man is likely her nephew. Young lady refers to his aunt. It makes perfect sense. I'm sure I won't go wrong. Suddenly, the old man emerged with a middle-aged man, still holding a candelabra, and said, "Please, guests, sit inside." It turned out that this home, behind the wall gate, was a 5-room house. The door was in the center, with about 10 steps leading up to it. The middle-aged man held the candelabra as he guided Shen Ziping upstairs. Ziping instructed his carriage driver, "Stand by briefly in the courtyard while I go inside and see how things are, then call you back." Ziping climbed the steps, and the old man stood in the hall, saying, "There's a ramp on the north side. Have them push the cart and lead the donkey up it to enter the house." It was actually a west-facing gate. Everyone entered the room, which consisted of 3 open rooms with one on each end, separated by a partition. The northern part had a hearth, the southern part was empty, and they placed the cart and donkey in the south, accommodating all 5 people on the hearth. The old man then asked Ziping for his name and surname, saying, "Please have a seat among the guests." So they crossed through the hall, which led to another set of steps. Above was a flat area with potted flowers and trees, reflecting the moonlight and appearing particularly serene. Moreover, there were waves of fragrant scents that cleared the lungs. To the north were 3 south-facing fine houses, all with winding corridors supported by pillars made of barked cedar wood. Inside each house, 4 paper lanterns hung from the ceiling, intricately crafted from bamboo. 2 of the rooms were open, while one had a partition, resembling a separate room. The furniture and arrangement of the room were quite compromise, with a brown canvas door curtain hanging. The old man, seeing the guest at the door, called out, "Miss, the guest named Shen has arrived." But when the curtain was drawn aside, a young woman in her late teens emerged. She wore a full-length cotton garment, a blue coat, and a green skirt. Her appearance was graceful and serene, with a pleasant and elegant air about her. Greeting the guest, Master Jipping quickly bowed to show his respect. The woman said, "Please, sit down." She then instructed him, "Hurry and prepare food. The guest is hungry." The old man left. The woman inquired, "Sir, what is your name? What brings you here?" Master Jipping repeated the words, "I am here on a special visit to Liu Renfu at the behest of my elder brother." The woman replied, "Mr. Liu originally lived in this village on the east side. He has since moved to Baoshuiyu." Master Jipping asked, "Where is Baoshuiyu located?" The woman explained, "It's about 30 li west of this village. The roads there are even more secluded and difficult to travel. Father returned home yesterday and told us that a distant guest had arrived, who had some unexpected adventure on their journey here. He instructed us to sleep late and prepare some food and wine in case the guest wanted to stay for a while. He said, 'Please do not be offended, honored guest.'" Jipping listened with astonishment. In this secluded mountain area, without any government offices or institutions, what does returning or leaving even mean? How could someone know about it beforehand? Why is this woman so generous? Is she perhaps a person who embodies the qualities of those who dwell in the forest, as described by ancient scholars? I must find out. Unbeknownst to Jipping, let's see what happens next. Chapter 9. A guest recites poetry with his hands on his hips. 3 men enjoy tea and engage in heart-to-heart conversation. The story continues. Jipping was deep in thought. The woman's behavior was so open and unconstrained, unlike that of a village person, and besides, where could father have been to leave or return from? Just then, the curtain moved slightly, and a middle-aged man entered with a plate of food. The woman said, "Just set it on this table in the west room." This western room, with its south-facing window, was originally a brick-built heating platform, with a long table at the window and 2 shorter tables at each end. In the middle, a square table that could be sat around on 3 sides. The west wall had a large, round, moon-hole window, with a glass pane in the center, and a writing desk in front of it. Although the main hall was not divided, it was a large, floor-to-ceiling screen. The man had already laid out the food on the table, consisting of only a bowl of mantou steamed buns, a pot of wine, a can of congee rice porridge, and 4 side dishes, all wild vegetables and leafy greens, with no meat or fish. The woman said, "Sir, please help yourself to dinner. I'll be back soon." She then left towards the eastern room. Ping had initially felt hungry and cold, so he drank 2 cups of wine from the table and ate a few mantou. Though they were vegetables, they smelled fresh and tasted delicious, even more appealing than meat dishes. After eating the mantou and drinking the congee, the man scooped up a basin of water, washed his face, stood up, and paced around the room, stretching his limbs. Looking up, I saw 4 large screens hanging on the north wall, written in casual script with dragons and phoenixes dancing wildly, exceptional and breathtaking. Below were 2 signatures, Shi Fengzuo, correct history of West Peak, and Huang Longzi subnets. Although I couldn't decipher all the characters, I could make out most of them. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be 6 7-line poems, neither Buddhist nor Taoist, but rather meaningful when chewed over. They weren't about nihilism or emptiness, nor were they about lead and mercury dragons and tigers. Below the moonlit window, on the desk, lay ready paper and pen, so I copied down a few poems, intending to take them back to the office as newsprint. As for the poems, here they are. I once bowed Atsu's 9-grade lotus. He parted to me the first chapter of the finger method. Time flies. It's truly easy. Looking back, 500 years have passed. Under the purple sun, I harmonize with all, resonating through the empty mountains like a thunderous string instrument. In an instant, no distinction between self and others, heavenly flowers stick to my protective cloud. Love across the heavens, enough to create waves, vast and boundless as the river of love. Drip it in the garden as Siam water, plant them all together in a mandala. A stone breaks the sky, a goose flies high, darkness blankets the night, thunder at dawn. Since the 3 nights of emptiness, no sign of right and wrong in human land. Chu. Wild horses race day and night, insects and plants intermingle in delight. Stealing joy from Yao Ling's peak, I exchange for Huo Gong's ancient wisdom. Bodhi leaves spread a new dharma, north and south share one light. 500 children all drink the milk, fragrant flowers offered to the fair lady. Ping finishes copying poems, looks back at the moonlit chamber, moonlight so pure and white, reflecting mountains in layers, step by step, ascending, a fairyland far from mundane. No trace of weariness at this time. Why not take a leisurely walk on the mountain? Just as he's about to move, he thinks, "Isn't this mountain the one we climbed just now?" Isn't that moon one we stepped upon? Why was it so gloomy and grim when we came? So terrifying, stirring the heart. Now the mountains and moon are the same, yet why does it fill me with peace and joy? He remembers Wang Yuji's words. Emotions change with the circumstances. Poetic sentiments arise from them. Indeed, that's true. Loitering for a moment, I thought of writing 2 poems. But then I heard a sweet voice behind me say, "Have you finished eating? You're being quite rude." Turning around in a hurry, I saw the woman wearing a cotton jacket with a light green floral pattern and blue cloth pants, making her look like a mountain in spring and eyes like autumn water. Her cheeks were plump, like silk wrapped around red, with a hint of red peeking through from beneath, unlike the current northern and southern styles that use makeup that looks like monkey butt. If she had a hint of a smile on her lips, her eyebrows at times seemed to convey pride, truly making me love and respect her. The woman said, "Why don't you sit by the stove to warm up?" So we both sat down. An old bald man entered and asked the young lady, "Where did Master Chen leave his luggage?" She replied, "When he left yesterday he instructed us to sleep on his bed, so there's no need to unpack his bags. Have all those who followed him eaten? Tell them to rest soon. Have you fed the donkey?" The bald man answered each question, saying, "Everything is ready." The young woman said again. The bald man assented. Ziping replied, "This vulgar body dares not sleep here on the floor. When you arrived, there was a large stove in front, so I'll share it with them." The woman said, "There's no need for excessive humility. This is what my father has instructed. Otherwise, as a mountain village girl, I would never have dared to entertain guests without permission." Ziping said, "I am deeply grateful for your kindness. But may I ask, what is your noble family name? What office does your honor hold, and where do you serve?" The woman answered, "My humble surname is Tu. My father serves in the Bica Palace, 1 shift every 5 days." She continued, "Altogether, he spends half a month at home and half a month at the palace." Ziping asked, "Who wrote this poem on the screen?" "It seems to be by a fairy, perhaps?" The woman said, "It's a friend of my father's, who often comes here to chat. He wrote it here last year." She added, "This person is also a barefooted, shirtless individual, quite close to my father in spirit." Ziping wondered, "Is this person a monk or a Taoist? Why does poetry resemble Taoist talk, and contain many Buddhist anecdotes?" The woman replied, "He is neither a Taoist nor a monk, but dressed in secular clothes. He often says, 'The 3 teachings of Yu and Dio are like 3 shops with 3 different signs, all selling miscellaneous goods, including rice, oil, and salt. The shop is larger, while the Buddhist and Taoist shops are smaller, but they all offer everything.' He also says, 'All paths can be divided into 2 layers, external form viewing and inner substance. The inner substance is the same for all, while the external form differs, like a monk with shaven head and braids, or a Taoist with shaved head and long hair. If a monk wore a Taoist's clothes and hairstyle, people would confuse them. Isn't it true that our senses are used in this way?" He continues, "The external form has differences, but the inner substance is the same. That's why Mr. Huang Long doesn't adhere to any particular school, and freely composes poetry." Ziping said, "After hearing the profound arguments, I am already extremely impressed. However, since the doctrines of the 3 teachings are all alike, I, a foolish person, would like to ask where they coincide and where they differ. What is the basis for their distinction in size? Confucianism is the largest teaching, but what is it that makes it so great? I dare to request an explanation." The woman replied, "They coincide in encouraging people to do good and to live with great public spirit. When everyone cherishes public spirit, the world will be at peace. When everyone pursues private interests, the world will fall into great chaos. Only Confucianism reaches the extreme of public spirit. Look, how many heretics did Confucius encounter in his lifetime? People like Cheng Zhu, Ji Yi, and He Bozhang all had reservations about Confucius, yet Confucius praised them without hesitation, showing his greatness of spirit. That is why it is said, attacking strange doctrines is already harmful. If Buddhism and Taoism had narrow-mindedness, they would have said many things about heaven and hell to scare people. This is still a way to encourage people to do good, which is not without public spirit. Even if one says that following his teachings erases all sins, and not following them invites the devil into the palace, leading to certain hellfire, this is nothing but private revenge. As for all foreign religious doctrines, they must be fiercely contested, with battles and countless lives lost. How does this align with his original intentions? Thus, it only becomes smaller. If a religion claims that bloodshed for its sake shines like a rose-colored gem, it deceives people to the extreme. Unfortunately, Confucianism has been lost for a long time. Han scholars were stuck on grammatical details, losing sight of the core principles. By the Tang dynasty, no one even mentioned it. Han Changli was a character who could not distinguish between right and wrong, talking nonsense. He wrote an article called Yuan Dao, the Original Way, truly reversing the original path. He said, "If your majesty does not issue an order, he loses his kingship. If the people do not offer him grain, silk, hemp, or other produce to serve their ruler, then they are punished. If we follow this logic, King Chuang Gao and King Zhou Jia were masters at issuing orders and punishing their subjects. Yet, according to this view, Chuang and Zhou's kingship was valid, but their people had no value. Isn't that a reversal of right and wrong? He, however, wants to discard Buddhism and Taoism, yet becomes friends with monks. Therefore, those who study Confucianism in later generations consider the principles of Kong Confucius and Meng Mencius too complex, preferring to learn a few catchphrases from the discards of Buddhism and Taoism, thinking that it is more efficient, even if they are followers of saints. They cannot get Su Ji out of this range, and so they revise Confucius's Lunyu the Analects based on Han Changli's Yuan Dao, the original path, twisting the character Gong attack and attacking heterodoxy beyond recognition, making it impossible to sound round, thereby reducing Confucianism as taught by Kong and Meng to a very small size U. Ender, Song, Northern Song dynasty scholars, eventually eliminating it. Ji Ping heard of this and stood up with reverence, saying, "One evening's conversation with you is worth 10 years' reading. It is truly something I have never heard before. But I still don't understand Long Shudu and Ji Kui. Both historical figures known for their rebellious nature are considered heterodoxy, but Buddhism and Taoism are not." "Why?" the woman replied. "They are both considered heterodoxy. The I different in heterodoxy must be interpreted differently, while the dang correct right should be understood as a starting point. Hold fast to both ends means holding on to both sides. If heterodoxy refers to heretical teachings, then both ends would have to refer to schismatic doctrines. Holding both ends is to grasp his essential teaching. What do you say? The sage means that different paths can converge, and different tunes can work together. As long as he invites people to good and draws them towards public benefit, there's nothing wrong. That's why it's said, great virtue does not venture beyond the path, small virtue has room for deviation. If it's just for criticism, starting with Buddha or Laozi, later on, Zhu and Lu disagreed, they used the same weapon, all against Kong and Meng. Why should Zhu's descendants attack Lu, and Lu's descendants attack Zhu? This is called losing the original heart, and is conclusively sealed by Confucius's 4 words, "This harm is already done." Ji Ping, upon hearing this, repeatedly praised, saying, "Fortunately I met you today, like encountering a clear master." However, there are indeed places where Songhua misunderstands the sage's intentions, but their contribution to establishing the correct teachings is unsurpassable. For instance, words like Lai principle and Yu desire, Zhu Jing respectful reverence, and Kun Cheng sincere existence, though all are statements from ancient sages. Since the Song dynasty scholars put forward these ideas, subsequent generations have certainly benefited a great deal, and people's hearts were corrected, and customs became purer. The woman smiled gently, her eyes captivating, and looked at Jipping. Jipping felt that her eyebrows were cute, her lips softly open, and there seemed to be a waft of fragrance that permeated his bones, causing him to feel ethereal. The woman stretched out one hand as white as jade and as soft as cotton, through the heating table, and grabbed Zipping's hand. After holding it, she said, "Master, at this moment, do you prefer it when your elder teacher gripped your hand in the study room, punishing you?" Jipping was speechless. The woman continued, "Honestly speaking, how much do you love me now compared to when your elder teacher held your hand?" The sages said, "Those who are sincere do not deceive themselves. They do not hate what is foul or like what is beautiful." Confucius said, "Good virtue is like good beauty." Mengzi said, "Indulging in colors and shapes is a matter of nature." Jixia said, "The wise easily fall for beauty. This attraction is human nature." Confucian scholars claim to advocate good virtues and discourage lust, but isn't that self-deception? Deception of oneself and others is the height of dishonesty. They insist on saying integrity. How can it not be despised? The sage speaks of emotions and etiquette, not logical desires. By deleting poems and making Guanyin the beautiful lady. The first in the Shijing, one might ask. How fair a maiden, a gentleman's delight, seeking her in vain, turning over in bed. Can we honestly say this is natural law, not human desire? Through this, we can see that the sage never deceives people. The preface of Guanyin says, arising from emotion, ending at ritual and moral propriety. Arising from emotion is a spontaneous state. This evening, guests have honored us with their presence. I cannot but be pleased, arising from emotion. When the teacher came, he was very weary. Having traveled for some time, he should therefore be even more exhausted, yet he springs up full of spirit, showing that he is genuinely delighted. Such joy also arises from emotion. A young woman and a man sitting side by side at night, unable to utter indecorous words, ending at ritual and moral propriety. This perfectly aligns with the sage's teachings. The various deceptions of Confucian scholars are difficult to enumerate. Nevertheless, despite their many faults, there are still some commendable aspects. If today's scholars of Song Confucianism are nothing but simple wishful thinkers, it is something deeply detested and utterly abhorred by Kongzi Confucius and Menzi Menzia. As he spoke, a bald-headed servant brought 2 old ceramic tea bowls filled with pale green tea, its refreshing aroma filling the room. The woman took the tea, rinsed her mouth twice, spitting it into the hearth, and laughed, saying, "After today's unasked-for talk of moral philosophers, I feel a foul odor on my breath and taste, so from now on, let us discuss only the moon and its flowers." Jipping nodded disagreement. He picked up one of the tea bowls, took a sip, and felt an unusually refreshing sensation. After swallowing, he felt a pleasant coolness all the way to his stomach, with saliva freely flowing from his tongue, both fragrant and sweet. Drinking 2 more sips, he seemed to smell the fragrance rising back through his nose. It was indescribably delightful. "What kind of tea is this?" he asked. "Why is it so delicious? There's nothing special about these leaves," the woman replied. "They are wild teas from our mountain, hence their strong flavor. But it's the water that makes all the difference, a spring from Mount Dong's peak. The taste of the spring water is better the higher it is. They used pine branches as fuel and boiled it in a sand pot. Combining these 3 elements created its excellence. The high-end place served all tea leaves from outside, which were simply brewed, so their flavor was thin. Furthermore, without proper methods for water and fire, the taste naturally suffered. Suddenly, someone called out from outside the window, "Auntie, we have a guest today. Why didn't you call me?" The woman, upon hearing this, quickly stood up and said, "Uncle Long, how did you happen to come at this time?" As she spoke, the man had already entered, wearing a deep blue cotton coat with 100 pockets, his head bound, without a belt or a vest. He appeared to be around 50 years old, with a face like polished tan and a jet-black beard. Seeing Jipping, he bowed and said, "Mr. Shen, I've been here for quite some time now," Jipping replied. "For about 2 or 3 hours. May I ask your name, sir?" The man answered, "I keep my surname hidden, known by the alias Huang Longzi." Jipping said, "How fortunate. How fortunate. I've been eager to read your works for a long time." The woman suggested, "Why don't you come inside and sit down on the heater?" Yellow Dragon Boy then got up onto the heating platform and sat down at the table inside, saying, "Auntie Ju, you asked me to eat asparagus. Where is it? Bring it to me." Auntie Ju replied, "I was planning to dig some up earlier, but I suddenly forgot and Tenji Liugong took them. If you want to eat them, go find Tenji Liugong and discuss it with him." Yellow Dragon Boy laughed loudly. Ji Ping turned to the woman and said, "Please forgive my intrusion, but from the sound of your name, Auntie Jui, I assume you are a distinguished person." The woman replied, "My nickname is Zhongyu. My older sister is Bo Lan, so all our relatives have been calling us like this since we were children." Yellow Dragon Boy asked Ji Ping, "Is Mr. Shen sleeping soundly? If he's not, tonight will be an excellent opportunity. You don't need to go to bed early, and it would be best if you could sleep in tomorrow morning. The route to Baishu Yue is very treacherous and difficult to navigate. With this heavy snowfall, the road conditions are unclear, and there's a risk of falling that could be life-threatening. Liu Renfu will be checking his luggage tonight, and he should arrive at Jianti Temple on the market tomorrow afternoon. You can meet him if you leave after breakfast tomorrow." Ji Ping, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and said, "To meet such deities today is a fortune beyond 3 lifetimes. Please tell me, did the sage descend in the Tang or Song dynasty?" Huang Longzi laughed loudly and asked, "How do you know?" The answer was, Your Highness quoted Ming's saying, looking back at the passage of 500 years, implying that it is not just a few hundred years old. Huang Longzi replied, as the saying goes, take everything written with a pinch of salt. Better yet, don't take it as gospel. It's merely a game of words for an ignorant person. You should read the story of the Peach Blossom Land instead. He then raised his teacup and savored the new tea. Gu Ningniang, seeing that Xi Ping's cup was almost empty, held up a small teapot to refill it. Jai Ping repeatedly bowed his head in gratitude. He also raised his cup to carefully taste it. Suddenly, a distant howl echoed from outside the window, causing the window paper to flutter slightly and dust to fall from the ceiling. Recalling the scene just now, Ji Ping's hair stood on end, and he paled. Huang Longzi said, "It's a tiger's roar. Don't worry about it. For mountain folks, such things are like how city people view donkeys. They know that it can kick them, but they're not afraid of it. Because they've been accustomed to each other for a long time, it is not often that one hurts the other. Mountain people and tigers have become accustomed to each other. Ordinary people naturally avoid tigers, and tigers also avoid people, so injuries are not common, and there is no need to be afraid of them." Ji Ping said, listening to this sound, "We are still far away, yet the window paper vibrates and the house dust falls." "Why is that?" Huang Long replied, "This is called the power of a tiger. Because all sides are mountains, the energy gathers, and when the tiger roars, all 4 mountains resonate. Even within 20 or 30 lie on either side of the tiger, it's like this. If the tiger reaches a plain, its power vanishes. Therefore the ancients said, if a dragon leaves the water, or a tiger leaves the mountain, they will be subject to human taunts and insults. Just as officials in the court, no matter what difficulties they face, or how angry they get, when they return home, they only vent their frustration at their wives and children, and they dare not speak a single harsh word outside. They are just as reluctant to leave their post as a tiger is afraid of the mountain, or a dragon fears losing water. I still don't understand. Why does the tiger in the mountain have such great power? What's the reasoning behind it?" Huang Longzi replied, "Have you never read Quan Ziwen? This is the principle of echoes in an empty valley, listening in an empty hall. An empty hall is just a small valley, and an empty valley is a vast empty hall. If you set off a loud firecracker outside this gate, it will sound good for half a day. That's why the thunder in the mountainous region is several times louder than that in the plains, following the same principle." He then turned to the woman and said, "Gore, I haven't heard you play the guqin in days. Today we have a fine guest here, so why not play a tune? Let me also enjoy it once." Gore answered, "Uncle Long, what's the point? My playing won't be any good. There are many excellent musicians in the provincial capital. Why would they want to listen to us from this rural area? I'll go get my zither instead. If you tune it up and play a little, Uncle Long, it will be more interesting." Huang Longzi said, All right. It's up to you to play the zither, and I'll play the guqin. Moving them around is a hassle, so why not just play it in your bedroom? Fortunately, as a mountain girl, I can't compare to the young ladies from the official residences, where no one is allowed in the rooms." She said this and walked down from the mat, put on her shoes, took a candle, waved at Zipping and said, "Please go inside, Auntie Hua will guide you." Auntie Hua indeed got up from the mat, took the candle first, followed by Zipping, then Huang Long. They passed through the middle hall, lifted the curtain, and entered the inner room. It was a lower and upper room setup. The upper room had pillows and blankets, while the lower one was filled with books and paintings. There was an eastern window, below which was a square table, and in front of the upper room was a small door. Auntie Hua told Zipping, "This is my father's bedroom." They entered through the small door beside the bed, which looked like a corridor but had windows and floor-to-ceiling wooden boards. Turning north then east, or vice versa, both windows were made of glass. The northern window seemed very close to the mountain, a sheer cliff face that seemed to pierce the sky. Looking down, it appeared incredibly deep. Just as he was about to move forward, there were several thunderous crashes, like the sound of a mountain collapsing. His feet trembled and his soul left his body. Unaware of what would follow, let's continue in the next chapter. Chapter 10. The Dual Pearls of Long, Illumina. The rhino's horn made a single, reverberating sound like leaves on a bamboo flute. As Zi Ping listened, he heard the earth shattering as if mountains were crumbling. His feet trembled violently, and his soul left his body from fear it seemed like a mountain was collapsing. Huang Longzi, behind him, said calmly, "Don't be afraid. This is frozen snow from the mountains that has been washed away by spring water. A large chunk of it rolled down. with ice and snow mixed together, hence the loud noise. He turned north and revealed a cave entrance. The cave was no larger than 2 rooms, with half a window on its outward-facing side, above which a window was set. The other 3 sides were all chopped flat and gleamed white with fresh snow. The top was round, resembling a city gate. The interior of the cave was sparsely furnished. There were several seats made from tree roots in various sizes, all polished to silkiness. The tables were also naturally formed from rattan, not square or round, but crafted according to their shape and form. In the east wall there lay a withered mat on which one slept, with pillows arranged. By the side of the bed were 2 or 3 yellow bamboo boxes, evidently intended for storing clothes and other items. There was no light within the cave, but on the northern wall were embedded 2 round jade lights, about the size of a palm, with red glows that were not very bright. The floor was covered with a thick and soft carpet, which made a faint sound underfoot. To the north of the bed stood a curved bookcase with many books placed upon it. They were all in rough draft, their titles never cut. Hung between the 2 jade lights were several musical instruments, 2 zithers, 2 lutes, some recognizable and others not. When Auntie arrived in the cave, she blew out the candle on the candlestick and placed it on the windowsill. Just then, someone sat down, hearing a low, rumbling sound from outside, followed by many other sounds, but the window paper remained still. "How come there are so many tigers in these mountains?" asked Ziping. Auntie laughed. "Country folk going to town don't know anything. They're laughed at. And city people coming to the countryside are just as clueless. People will probably laugh at you too," Sping said. "Listen, the sounds of something howling outside, are they not tigers?" Yuag replied. "No, they are wolves. Tigers don't make such sounds. The tiger's call is long, while the wolf's is short, hence the names Hao tiger and Lang wolf. Ancient people were meticulous in their word choices. Huang Longs moved 2 small tables, taking out a guqin and a sei. Yuag also moved 3 chairs, letting Ziping sit on one. They each tuned their instruments and sat down. The strings were already in tune, so Yuag and Huanglong discussed for a couple of sentences before starting to play. Initially the music was light and playful, with gentle, resonant sounds. After a while, it became more scattered, its tone crisp died. After 2 sections, more singing Yinmo and plucking Shanhua were incorporated. From 4 or 5 sections onwards, the Yinmo decreased, replaced by sweeping Baifu, cool and clear sounds, each note falling heavily with rich, complex phrasing. In the 6th, 7th, and 8th sections, played with slow, flowing arpeggios, the tune becomes clearer with each turn, and the melody more soaring. Suba could play several tones on the guqin, so the music sounded exquisite, and because he had never heard a zither before, he listened intently. Who would have known that the zither's beauty lay in its left hand? Watching as his right hand produced the notes, the left hand moved back and forth, smoothing out the remaining sounds, which swayed gently, something he had never heard before. At first, he still tried to analyze his fingering and changes of key, but soon sound filled his ears, and he no longer paid attention to his fingers. After a while, both his eyes and ears became blank, and he felt as if his body were weightless, floating like the wind in the clouds. Eventually, his mind and body merged into one, and he felt as drunk and dreamlike as in a haze. In that state of complete confusion, a few clear notes rang out the zither and guqin both fell silent, and suddenly all his senses returned, awakening him from his reverie. He bowed and said, "This melody is extraordinary. I've studied the guqin for 2 years and seen many masters play, but I have never heard anything like it. I remember hearing Mr. Sun Chinao play a piece called Han Palace Autumn, which was distinct from any other music I'd heard before. I would not want to hear this tune today, which surpasses Sun Jun's Autumn in the Han Palaces by several times. What is the name of this piece? Is there a score?" Auntie Hu said, "This tune is called The Song of Sea and Sky Winds, and there is no score for it. Not only is this tune unknown to the world, but the playing style is an ancient mountain melody that outsiders do not know. What you are playing is all one person's compositions. If 2 people play this together, their individual pitches will blend into a single whole. If he plays the major, this must also be major. If he plays the minor, this must also be minor, and they dare not deviate from the scale or mode. Even if 3 or 4 people play together with drums, it's like this: they are truly playing in unison, not harmonizing. The tunes we play, whether one person plays them or 2, are vastly different. A solo performance is called a self-made tune. When played by 2, it becomes a composite tune. Thus, the major and minor modes, The angles and wings harmonize yet remain distinct. This is what the sage meant when he said, "The noble person agrees yet remains different." The one character and has been misunderstood by later generations for a long time. At that time, Aunt Hu stood up and opened the small door in the west wall, calling out loudly, though I couldn't make out what she said. I saw Huang Longzi also stand up, suspending his guqin and zither on the wall. Then, Boyu also stood up, walking to the wall and carefully examining the night pearl, eager to boast about it later. As he reached the pearl, he touched it, and it was incredibly hot, almost scorching his hand. He was astonished and thought, "How is this possible?" Seeing that Huang Longzi's guqin and zither were properly hung, he asked, "Master, what is this?" With a laugh he replied, "This is the pearl of a Qilin dragon. Don't you recognize it?" "How can a Qilin pearl be so hot?" he inquired. "It's because it was spat out by a fire dragon," the answer came. Boyu said, "But how could a fire dragon's pearl be this large? Even if it is a fire dragon, surely it doesn't stay this hot all the time?" With another laugh, the master said, "If you don't believe me, I'll show you the reason for its heat." As he spoke, he pulled a small copper nose next to the night pearl, and the pearl opened like a door. It was actually a pearl shell containing a deep pool of oil, with a cotton wick rolled inside, surrounded by layers of paper, topped with a small chimney that exited through the wall, filled with black smoke. It was similar to an oil lamp, but not as refined, hence the black smoke. Jepping then said, "Why not just buy an oil lamp? Wouldn't that be more efficient?" Huang Longzi replied, "There are no Western goods stores in these mountains. This oil comes from the mountains ahead. It's exactly the same as the Western-style oil lamps you use. We just don't produce them ourselves, so we consider it murky and lack the brightness, which is why we've embedded it into the wall." After speaking, he sealed the pearl shell, and there they still were, 2 night pearls. Seeping asked again, "What is this carpet made of?" The answer was, "It is commonly called Siko hemp grass. Because it can be used to make raincoats, it is named so. When the hemp grass is half dry, it is harvested, dried and split into fine fibers, mixed with cotton and woven. This is a skill unique to Jug, the elderly woman." He further noticed a peculiar object on the wall, resembling a bow used for shooting cotton balls, but with countless strings attached, indicating that it was an instrument. "What is this called?" he inquired. "It is known as the gulang, or Chinese zither," Huang Longzi replied. He plucked a few strings, but the sound was not pronounced. "We have learned poems since childhood, and there are references to the gulang in zither tune, but we never imagined it looked like this. Would you play a couple of notes, master? It would broaden our knowledge." Huang Longzi replied, "Playing alone doesn't convey much meaning. When it's time, we can invite another guest," I said. Walking to the window and looking outside at the moonlight, I added, "It's not even past midnight. Perhaps the sisters of the Sang family are still awake. Let's go and ask." I then turned to Grandma Zhu and said, "Master Shen wants to hear the guzheng, but I wonder if E Liu from the Sang family can come." Grandma Zhu replied, "Let the bluehead bring tea. I'll have him inquire about it." We each sat down again. The bluehead carried a small red clay heater, an outer water bottle, a small teapot, and several small teacups, placing them on a low table. Grandma Zhu instructed, "When you go to the Sang family, ask Aunt Lu and Sister Wen if they can come." The bluehead nodded and left. At this point, the 3 of us were sitting in the window bay next to a magnolia table. Subtly leaning on the windowsill, Ziping and Grandma Zhu shared the tea cloth with me as we sat quietly enjoying our tea. Ziping noticed several books on the windowsill and picked one up to read. The cover was inscribed with 4 characters, words from within. Opening it, I saw poetry and prose, but mostly long and short songs, all handwritten with elegant calligraphy. After looking at several, I didn't understand them much. By chance, I found a book with a flower-shaped paper containing 4 quatrains, each on a single sheet, and I wanted to copy it. So I asked Auntie Huo, "May I take this paper?" She took a look and said, "If you like it, just take it." Ji Ping took it over and studied it carefully, reading, "Silver mouse proverb, East Mountains milky tiger facing the door, next year eating musk, sorrow born in Qi and Lu." One interpretation, remnants scattered, milky tiger with little to eat, soaring up to heaven, pigs ruling the land. 2 interpretations, milky tiger spotted, dominating West Mountain. 3 interpretations, neighbors shaken, heaven looks favorably at the west, slaying pigs and tigers, people find solace. 4 interpretations, Ji Ping looked again and said, This poem seems like an ancient folk song. There must be a story behind it. Please teach me a few. Huan Longzi replied, since it's called Words from the Inner Circle, it certainly can't be spoken to outsiders. You'll know in a few years. Guo Aunt said, the nursery tiger is your jade Taizen Supreme, and the rest you can infer by yourself. Ziping understood, so he didn't ask any further. At that moment, laughter could be heard from a distance. In just a breath of time, there was clinking in the corridor, many footsteps echoed, and suddenly they were at their front door. Kang Tu, a person with white hair, led the way, saying, the daughters of the Sang family have arrived. Huan and Guo both greeted them and joined them. Ziping also stood up. They saw a young woman around 20 years old, wearing a purple flowered coat with a yellow ground and flowers, and a blue skirt with AI tail. Her hair was tied in a cloud bun, with a fallen horse makeup. Behind her was another girl around 13 or 14, wearing a green-blue coat, red and white flower pants, with a bun at the center of her head, adorned with a branch-like piece of jade flower. She walked with a trembling gait. Guo Ant introduced them, starting with, this is the younger brother of the Shen Laofu, an official from Chengwu County, who couldn't make it to the gathering today and is staying here for the night. Just then, Uncle Long arrived, and they all enjoyed talking together. Lord Shen asked to hear the guzheng, so both of them were kind enough to oblige. Disturbed my peaceful sleep. I'm truly sorry. Both exclaimed in unison. Only some mundane music, not worth listening to, Wang Long replied. Grandma Ju pointed to the older one dressed in purple. This is Auntie Hu, and this younger one in green is Sister Ying. She continued. They live just next door and get along very well. Ziping offered some polite greetings and noticed Auntie Hu with her plump cheeks, long eyebrows resembling silver pears, double dimples and red lips and white teeth. There was a hint of elegance about her amidst her beauty. Sister Ying, on the other hand, was delicate and charming with clear and bright eyes. Kang Tu stepped forward, picked up the water bottle, filled the teapot, and poured fresh water into the tea bottle before leaving. Grandma Ju took 2 cups and served everyone some tea. Huang Longzi said, it's getting late. Let's start without further delay. Jade took up the guqin and handed it to her sister, who refused to take it, saying, I cannot play the guqin as well as you, but I brought a horn, and you have a bell. Let's have you play the guqin while I blow the horn, and your sister ring the bell. Wouldn't that be wonderful? Yellow Dragon exclaimed, excellent, excellent. Let's do it exactly like this. Hua then asked, what will Uncle Dragon do? I'll listen, he replied. Don't be embarrassed, it's a rarity for you to listen. Let the dragon roar and tiger roar. Just go ahead and sing. Only water dragons can sing, he remarked. But this field dragon of mine only hides and doesn't make a sound. Jade suggested, we've got a plan now. She put down the guqin, ran to a wall corner, grabbed a special drum, and placed it in front of Yellow Dragon, saying, play half roar and half drum beat to help carry the melody. Hua's sister then took out a shimmering horn from her chest, as bright as jade, and began to play slowly. Originally, there was a blowhole on this corner, with 6 or 7 small holes next to it, where fingers could press. It had the tones of a jiyu, a Chinese musical instrument, and yang, another Chinese instrument, unlike the seashells blown by street guards, which only produce a mournful sound. Listening to the horn's sound, played with sobs and pauses, its tone was sorrowful. At that time, Aunt Lu already had the chin, a stringed instrument, on her lap, tuning the strings, following the rhythm of the horn's sound. Aunt Ding took out the small bell, pressing 4 with her left hand and 3 with her right, gazing intently at Aunt Hu. Suddenly, as Aunt Hu played a final note on the horn, Aunt Ding raised both hands holding 7 bells, shaking them chaotically. As the bells rang, Aunt Lu raised the chin, its sound clear and cold, plucking and brushing the strings. The bell sound stopped, and the chin's notes flickered, mingling with the horn's sound, like a raging storm in the desert, causing the roof tiles to tremble. The 7 bells did not ring out evenly. They rang haphazardly, responding to each note. At this moment, Yellow Dragon Boy reclined slightly, gazing up at the sky, pursing his lips and roaring in harmony. At that time the sounds of the throat, horn, strings, and bells became indistinguishable from one another. In my ear, I only hear the sounds of wind, water, the trampling of horses and men, the fluttering of banners, the clash of weapons, and the sound of cymbals and drums. For about half an hour, the Yellow Dragon raised the drumsticks and struck the drum chaotically, creating harmonious notes that took advantage of the spaces between sounds. At that time, the guqin grew quieter, the horn calls lower, leaving only the clear sound of the drums ringing with resonance. After a brief rest, Lady Winning stood up, her hands straightened, and the jingling bells stopped. All the musicians fell silent. "Thank you all." She bowed her hands. "I am deeply grateful." Everyone replied, "No need to thank us." She asked, "What is this piece called? Why does it have such a sound of conflict?" The Yellow Dragon answered, "This piece is called Kusang Yinyu, or the Wind of the Wild Horses, and it's a military marching song. Any music played on the guqin doesn't have peaceful tones. It's mostly melancholy and heroic. The most intense pieces can make people weep. Night." As they chatted, everyone had already returned their instruments to their original places and resumed their seats. Lady Winning spoke to Lady Jade. "Sister Pearl, how come you haven't returned home in a few days?" Auntie Yu said, "Big sister hasn't come because her nephew has been unwell for over 2 months. Auntie Sheng asked, "What's wrong with the little nephew? Why isn't he being treated quickly?" Auntie Yu replied, "It's true. Children are mischievous. After they recover, they eat whatever they want and get sick again. He's had it twice already. We've tried to treat him." They chatted about everyday matters. Then Auntie Yu stood up to leave. Ziping also stood up and said to Huang Long, "We've been sitting here for a while. It seems that Si Sheng will be back soon, and Auntie Yu is going to bed." Saying this, they walked forward in the same direction along the corridor. However, there was no moonlight on the windows. Outside, the cliff wall was half snow-white and bright, and half already dark. It was a 13-day moon that had tilted greatly to the west. When they reached the east room, Auntie Yu said, "Both of you stay here while I take Sister Sheng and Sister Win outside." Upon reaching the main hall, Ho and Seng said, "There's no need to send us off. We've brought our own guide, who is waiting ahead." After they continued whispering for a long time, Mrs. Zhu finally returned. Huang Long said, "You go ahead and return to your cave. I'll stay here for another moment." Mrs. Zhu left, saying, "Mr. Shen is sleeping on his bed, so please excuse me." After Mrs. Zhu's departure, Huang Long remarked, "Liu Renfu is indeed a good person, but his illness lies in going too far. Living in the mountains has its merits, but it wouldn't suit him in a city for long. You two have approximately 1 year left together." Ziping asked, "What will happen after that year?" The answer was, "There will be some changes. 5 years from now, things will start to pick up momentum. 10 years hence, the situation will be vastly different." Ziping inquired, "Will it be good or bad?" The response was, naturally, it will be bad. But what is bad is also good, and what is good can become bad. Neither is inherently better than the other. Ziping said, "I truly don't understand this. If Mr. said it like this, isn't he distinguishing between good and bad? Please guide me as to the specifics. I often see people reading Buddhist scriptures with their nonsensical mantras like, 'Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form,' making my head spin. Today, upon meeting Mr., I thought I had finally seen clear blue sky after dispelling clouds, but he spoke this confusing talk again. How could it not frustrate a person?" Huang Longzi said, "I'll ask you this. The moon is bright on the 15th, dark on the 30th, and half illuminated during the first and last quarter. If that's the case, how can the moon gradually fill up? And why does it start to deteriorate after the 15th? Ziping replied, "This logic is easy to understand. The moon itself has no light, but reflects sunlight, so the half facing the sun is bright while the other half is dark. On the 3rd and 4th days, the moon's body is slanted away from the sun, which is why people see it as 3 parts bright and 7 parts dark, just like a crescent. In fact, the moon is not divided. It is simply half bright and half dark, with phases of fullness and emptiness, all mere appearances to human eyes and unrelated to the moon itself." Huang Longzi said, "Since you understand this principle, you should know that good is evil, and evil is good, just as the brightness and the darkness of the moon are one and the same." Ji Ping said, "Although the moon does not have phases of fullness and emptiness, it does indeed have brightness and darkness. As it is always half bright and half dark, when the brighter half faces the people, they say the moon is full. When the darker half faces them, they say the moon is new. On the 8th and 23rd days facing its side, they feel half bright and half dark, calling it the first quarter or last quarter. Due to differences in what people see, they speak of gain and loss, fullness and emptiness. If on the 28th or 29th, when the moon is entirely black, a person could fly up to its edge and look, it would still be bright. This is the principle of brightness and darkness, something we all understand. However, the certain fact remains that it is half bright and half dark. Half light will eventually become light, and half darkness will eventually become darkness. If we say that darkness is light, and light is darkness, reason cannot prevail. Just as he was speaking enthusiastically, he heard someone behind him say, "Master Shin, you are wrong." And indeed, who was this person? Let's find out in the next chapter. Chapter 11. The plague of rats causes harm, the sick dog spreads the disaster, and the poisonous dragon suddenly. Master Shin was in the midst of a debate with Huang Longzi when he heard someone shouting from behind, "Master Shin, you are wrong." Turning around, he found it was Liu Yu. She had changed her attire, wearing only a floral cotton jacket and small pants that revealed her 6-inch golden lotus feet, and she was sporting a pair of shoes with mushrooms on the heads, making her appear even more intelligent and charming. Those black and white eyes seemed to be as clear as water. Master Shin quickly stood up and said, "Liu Yu, haven't you gone to sleep yet?" "I intended to sleep," Liu Yu replied, "but hearing you two talking so happily, I came back to listen to your debate and gain some more knowledge. Just by nature foolish, unable to grasp it at once, whence the need for Mr. Huang's guidance. Only after Miss Fang said I was wrong, did I realize my mistake and seek his instructions. And Yu said, Mr. is not unclear but lacks further thought. Generally, people believe what others tell them without exercising their own intelligence." "You, Fang," said the moon as half illuminated. "Eventually it will be fully illuminated. Consider this. Is the moon in heaven moving or stationary? Everyone knows that the moon orbits the earth. Given that it orbits the earth, it cannot be stationary, nor can it fail to rotate. This is a clear logic. If the moon rotates, how can one side always face the sun and remain illuminated? It's evident that the entire moon has the same substance. Regardless of which side faces the sun, it will always be illuminated. From this we can deduce, whether bright or dark, it does not add to or subtract from the moon itself, nor does it have any birth or destruction. The logic is originally easy to understand, but after Song Dynasty the descendants of the three teachings held on to a stomach full of deceptive hearts when commenting on scriptures, distorting the essence of the holy people of the three teachings. Therefore, strange disasters were sent down from heaven. North and South martial arts clashed, intending to erase the footprints of ancient saints, which is also the natural law, not something extraordinary. Life does not mean death, and death does not imply life. If there is life, there will be death, and if there is death, there will be life. Oh, could a single thread be missed? Jin Zeping said, "The principle of the moon's brightness and darkness just now has been made clear to me, but your words have sent me back to a pot of paste. I no longer wish to understand this principle now. Please, let the two of you enlighten us on the scenario that emerged 5 years later and was vastly different 10 years later." Huang Longzi said, "The theory of the 3 Yuan Gads, you are aware of it, aren't you? The Jiazi of Dongzi in the 3rd year of Tongji, which is the 1st year of the upper Yuan Jiazi, you must also know." Ziping agreed with a nod. "Yes." Huang Longzi continued, "This hexagram, the transition hexagram, is distinct from the previous 3. Over a period of 60 years, it will completely transform affairs as we know them. In the 13th year of Tongzi, the first change occurred in the year of Jiashan, in the 10th year of Guangsu, the 2nd, in the year of Jiahe, the 3rd, in Jian, the 4th, and in Jian, the 5th. After these 5 changes, all matters will be set in their places. For those born in the year of Xiaoping Jia Yin, who live to 80 years old, they will have personally experienced all 6 changes, which is indeed a very meaningful matter." Ziping replied, "I have witnessed the transformations in the first 3 hexagrams. The ascent of Emperor Mu in the year of Jishan brought about a significant shift in affairs. Jiashan marked the Franco-Chinese and Annamite wars, further altering the situation, and Jiahua saw Japan's invasion of our eastern provinces, with Russia and Germany intervening to gain strategic advantages. All these are well-known facts. Please enlighten me on the transformations in the latter 3 hexagrams." Huang Longzi answered, "This is where north meets south, so to speak. The Northern Fist Rebellion, which began in the year of the Dog Guxia, was completed in the year of the Ox Jiaxu, and reached its climax in the year of the Rat Gexia, when the elements of heaven and earth clashed, causing a sudden eruption. Its rise was rapid, its fall sudden. It was the strength of the North. Those who followed it ranged from the imperial harem to generals and officials, all united under the banner of suppressing Han. The Southern Revolution, which began in the year of the Dog Wuxu, was finalized in the year of the Metal Rabbit Jiakan, and reached its peak in the year of the Earth Pig Jexu, when the elements of heaven and earth clashed again, but this time more gradually. Its rise was slow, its end subtle. It was the strength of the South. Its followers ranged from scholars to officials, with even generals and officials supporting it, all united under the banner of expelling the Manchus. These two rebellions, while causing chaos, also paved the way for civilization. The Northern Fist Rebellion gradually forced through reforms in the year of the Metal Rabbit. The Southern Revolution brought about changes in the year of the Wood Horse Jiazu. After these events, civilization flourished. Foreign suspicions and internal hatreds, as well as Han Manchu doubts, all disappeared. Wherein Wei Zhenren in his Samthon said, "The first year is that of the budding seed," referring to the year of Metal Rabbit. The celestial stem Qi represents birth from Earth, so the period after Metal Rabbit was one of civilization's budding seeds, like a tree cracking open or bamboo shoots breaking through their bindings. In fact, everything we see is made of wood, bamboo, and rattan, with true prosperity hidden within. In 10 years, the rattan bindings gradually loosen, and by the year G a zodiac sign associated with wood. They are completely free. The G sign represents a flower calyx. After G, it becomes an era of civilization's brilliance. Though dazzling to behold, it is still not on par with other nations. Not until the year Jia, representing maturity, does it become an era of civilization's fruits, enabling self-reliance. Then, European new civilizations emerge, restoring our ancient cultures from the 3 emperors and 5 kings, progressing towards a great unity era. However, this is still far off, not something that will happen in just 30 or 50 years. Zipei, after hearing this, was filled with joy and asked again, "What is the cause and effect of these northern fists and southern blades? Why does heaven create such people? You, Master, as a sage, please enlighten me. I often fail to understand. If heaven has the virtue of good creation, why would it also create evil people to do bad things? Isn't this, as the common saying goes, nonsensical chaos?" Huang Glongzi nodded and sighed in silence, without responding. Take a moment and ask Ziping, "Do you not believe that God is the supreme and only holy being?" Ziping replies, "Of course." Huang Long shakes his head and says, "There's another esteemed one who surpasses even God. Not only in China, since the existence of books, have we heard of anyone more revered than God, but across the globe, no one speaks of a deity superior to God." "This is news to me." Huang Long says, "Have you read the Buddhist scriptures? Do you know about the battles between Asura king and God?" Ziping responds, "I am aware of it, but I do not believe it." Huang Long continues, "This isn't just mentioned in the Buddhist scriptures. Even Western religious scholars are aware of the concept of a demon king. It is entirely accurate. Remember, Ashura challenges God every few years, and always ends up defeated. After an unknown period, he returns to challenge again, to ask, why didn't God destroy Ashura when he lost the battle? Why did he wait for several years and then harm people again? Not knowing that he causes harm is unwise. Knowing it but not destroying him is inhumane. How can there be a God who is both inhumane and unwise? It's evident that God's power cannot destroy him. As an example, when 2 countries go to war, even if one wins, they cannot destroy the other or make it surrender as a subject. Although victorious, the 2 countries remain equal nations. This is an unchanging law, just as God and Ashura. If we are unable to destroy him or make him surrender, then Ashura and God become equal nations. Moreover, neither God nor Ashura can transcend this highest being. Therefore, we come to know that this highest being stands above even God. Ji Ping hurriedly asked, "I've never heard of it. Please teach me, what is the name of this highest being?" Huang Longzi replied, "His name is called the Respectable One of Power. Wherever force prevails, even God cannot contradict it. I will give you a parable. Heaven has the virtue of good creation. From winter to spring, from spring to summer, from summer to autumn, the power of good creation has been used up. Imagine if the trees, grasses, and insects in summer are always satisfied, and if we continue with this kind of good creation according to nature, within a year, this earth will not be able to accommodate them. Where else can we find space for these things? So let frost, snow, and cold winds come into being, killing everything clean and pure, and then let heaven create again. Even these frost, snow, and cold winds are the subordinates of Ashura, and yet it is clear that this life and death are all due to the one with supreme power." This is a rough parable, not entirely accurate. To delve into its profound meaning, it cannot be fully understood in just one day or night. Auntie heard this and said, Dragon Uncle, why do you present such a peculiar argument today? Not only has Mr. Shen never heard of it, neither have I. Is it that there truly is a Lord of Power, or is it just a metaphor from Uncle Dragon? Whoa. Wang Longzi said, you say there's no God? If there is a God, then there must be a Lord of Power. After all, both God and Ashura are the incarnations of Lord of Power. Nugu clapped and laughed loudly. I understand. Lord of Power is what Confucianism calls Wuji, and God and Ashura King together make up Taiji. Is that correct? Wang Longzi agreed. Yes, it's right. Xing Ziping also stood up happily, saying, after Nugu's explanation, even I understand. Wang Longzi then said, wait a moment. Although it seems clear, your discussion has turned God and Ashura into mere metaphors for religious figures. If that's the case, why not just say Wuji and Taiji instead? After all, both God and Ashura are real entities with real stories, and I will slowly explain it to you. Without understanding this principle, one cannot fathom the origins of North and South Palm. Mr. Shen will hopefully not fall into these two pitfalls in the future. Even Annie Yu, with her shallow understanding, should be more careful. I'll start with the Honorable Power, which refers to the one who governs the solar palace. All planets circling the sun rely on this sun as their primary source of energy. From here, we can know that all powers under this sun are identical, without distinction. Moreover, because the motivating force reaches places and intersects with the local responsive forces, it generates various transformations that cannot be described. That's why the books of various religious scholars are not as profound as the I Ching of Confucianism. The I Ching book focuses solely on hexagrams, and what do these hexagrams represent? Look at this hexagram character. He then used his finger to draw on the table, explaining, one stroke and one dot form a connection. Another set forms another connection. All matters and principles in heaven and earth are contained within these two connections. The first is correct and the second is change, one right and one changing, interacting and dividing endlessly. This principle is very subtle, and mathematicians only understand it slightly. Mathematicians say that multiplying like terms results in positive, while multiplying unlike terms results in negative. No matter what method you use to add, subtract, multiply, or divide, you cannot get outside the range of these two words, positive and negative. Therefore, Hu Wenzi thinks 3 times before acting, and Confucius said, you can think again. There is only the need for again, not 3. Enough said. I will now re-explain this northern fist and southern whip. This fist is like a person's fist. One punch goes out, it works or it doesn't, that's all there is to it. But if you hit it well, it can take someone's life. If they dodge it, then nothing happens. In the future, if the northern fist takes someone's life, it could be devastating. Yet, in the end, it's just a punch. It's easy to deal with. If we talk about the whip is leather, like horsehide or cowhide, covering from head to foot. Even if it's just a small skin disease, if your whole body rots away, it could be fatal. It's just that the symptoms appear slowly, and if treated with care, it won't cause major harm. But this Liu character aligns with the hexagram, so you can't underestimate its power. Be careful. If you get involved in his faction, it will eventually collapse, and lives will be lost. Young man, let's interpret the J Fire Gu hexagram. Let's start with the J character. Mountain and valley share the same chi, and J refers to a river valley. Isn't it just water in a river? The Guanzi says, Shay below a chi rises above a chi. It is often said, bestow blessings on the people. This J character isn't a good word, right? Why then is the G Fire Gu considered a bad omen? Furthermore, there's a water fire accomplished hexagram, which is a lucky omen. How could this make people puzzled? The distinction between these two omens lies in the yin and yang. Can water is yang water, so it becomes water fire accomplished, a good omen, while yi water is yin water, thus becoming J Fire Gu, a bad omen. Kan shui yangda, starting from compassion and sympathy for the unfortunate, became a symbol of order. Yu shui yinda, stemming from anger, envy, and jealousy, became a symbol of revolution. You see, in the Fanzu Book of Changes it says, abundant moisture transforms fire. 2 women sharing a home, their intentions cannot coexist. Consider a household with 1 wife and 1 concubine. Would such a family prosper? In the beginning, they all wanted to be the sole spouse, but when this wasn't possible, revolutionary ideas emerged. They fought for their husband, and after losing they no longer cared about his harm. If they continued fighting, they wouldn't care if they destroyed their husband's home either. And if they kept going, they wouldn't mind ending their own lives. This is what is known as the nature of a jealous wife. The sages, with just 2 sentences, 2 women sharing a home, their intentions cannot coexist, accurately depicted these Southern revolutionaries' essence, even clearer than a photograph. Those leaders of the Southern Revolution in their beginnings were all officials and businessmen, all outstanding talents. Because it is based on the nature of women's jealousy and the water of their shadows, knowing only themselves without knowledge of others, they do not fare well in the world. Out of anger comes jealousy, and from jealousy comes destruction. Is this destruction something achieved by just one person? So they call out to each other. Water flows and fire dries, gradually gathering more and more, linking up with the degenerate offspring of certain families, and it spreads like wildfire. Those who have already passed the imperial examination become scholars, or serve in the imperial academy or government departments talk about revolution in the court. Those who fail in their studies, without a successful son, learn a few phrases in love with Western clothes or Chinese styles, and they discuss family revolution. Once they start talking about revolution, they can be free from the constraints of heaven, law, and human nature. Isn't that very satisfying? It is clear that such extreme satisfaction is not good. Just as eating too much causes harm, drinking excessively leads to sickness. Now, regardless of heaven's will, without fear of national laws or respect for human relationships, they act with impunity. This kind of satisfaction brings no blessings, only calamities, and can it last? Grandma said, I often hear my father speak of it. With the Jade Emperor's power gone, Ashura rules now. Then, are all these northern fists and southern claws demons and fiends under Ashura's command? Huang Longzi replied, Of course, holy sages and Buddhas wouldn't do such things. Ziping asked, Why would the god lose his power? Huang Longzi said, It's called losing power, but it's really just a matter of yielding power. And even the words yielding and power are just names. If we're going to be strict, it should be called submitting. Just as the severe killing in autumn and winter isn't truly killing, it's merely suppressing vitality and storing up strength for next year's growth. The Taoists say, the heaven and earth show no mercy, treating all beings as grass dogs. The sage shows no mercy, treating the people as grass dogs. They also say, if you lie down under a worn-out grass dog, it will be dark. All life born in spring and summer becomes worn out by autumn and winter, so it must be cleansed. That's why I call it the work of a superior force. From 33 days above to 72 realms below, there are only 2 factions among the non-human beings. One faction speaks of public interest, consisting of the wise and holy gods under God. The other faction speaks of private interest, comprising demons and evil spirits under Ashura. Sarah. Shen Jiping said, Since Nanji has already destroyed the principles of heaven, earth, law, and human nature, how can anyone still believe him? Huang Longzi replied, Didn't the principles of heaven, earth, law, and human nature cease to exist at the time of Nanji? They have long since vanished. The Journey to the West is a book that conveys teachings, filled with parables. He says that the king of Chicken Land sitting on the throne now is a fake king, while the real king resides within the 8-angled lotus pond. The current, heavenly principles, earthly laws, and human nature seated in the golden palace of Chicken Land are a false king, so we must use Nange's power to kill this fake king, and gradually bring out the real king from within the 8-angled lotus pond. Once the true heavenly principles, earthly laws, and human nature emerge, the world will be at peace. Jiping then asked, How can we distinguish between true and false? Huang Longzi said, As written in the Journey to the West, ask the prince from his mother, and he will know. The mother said, 3 years ago it was warm. 3 years later it's as cold as ice. These words, warm and cold, are the true indications of truth or deceit. Those who speak of public interest have hearts filled with love, so they radiate warmth. Those who speak of private gain have hearts filled with hatred, so they give off coldness. There is another secret, he continued, which I will impart to you completely. Please remember it well, so that in the future you won't fall victim to the great calamities of North Fists and South Sheaths. North Fists use ghostly powers, while South Sheaths do not. When they speak of ghosts, they can impersonate demons and devils, deceive the uneducated, and their intentions are no more than that. If they say there are no ghosts, their actions will be far-reaching. First, saying there are no gods can lead to disrespect for ancestors, serving as the root of family revolution. Saying there are no gods means no divine punishment or heavenly retribution, and all manner of acts contrary to nature's laws can be done, igniting the spirits of wayward youth. He, however, must live in the concession or abroad, employing means to defy national laws. He must slander people as if possessed by spirits, employing means to defy human nature. He must call traitors and thieves heroes, and loyal subjects and honest officials as slaves, employing means to defy human sentiments. Most of them have excellent rhetoric skills, using words to persuade others. Just like an envious wife who disrupts a household, he too has a clear and valid argument to present, knowing well that his own home is ruined. The debates of the South revolutionists also have their shocking and captivating moments, knowing well that the way of the world is disturbed by him. In short, these disorderly parties can be easily distinguished in Shanghai and Japan, but it's difficult to tell them apart in Beijing and other major cities. But remember this, if anyone invokes spirits for everything, they are Northern Fist Party members. If they deny the existence of spirits, they are South Revolution Party members. If you encounter such people, respect them from afar to avoid any misfortune. Be careful, be very careful. Shen Ziping listened with all his being, admiring deeply. When he inquired again, the rooster outside had already begun to crow. Guire said, "It's getting late. I must sleep." He said, "Make ready," and pushed open the corner door to go inside. Huang Longzi was already lying on the opposite couch, reading a few books as pillows, and snored loudly. Shen Ziping carefully memorized Huang's words twice, before finally falling asleep. To know what happened next, listen for the next installment. 12th chapter. Cold wind freezes the Yellow River. Warmth brings on snow, bidding farewell. The story continues with Shen Ziping, waking up to the sun flooding his window. He realizes Huang Longzi has left, and the old servant brings him hot water to wash his face, and then serves a few bowls of breakfast. "Don't bother," Shen said. "Tell my lady I still have to hurry." As he spoke, Guire had already emerged, saying, "Yesterday, Uncle Long didn't mention it, but even if we'd left earlier, Liu Renfu wouldn't have reached Guandi Miao until noon. It's not late after eating." Ji Ping, having eaten according to the conversation, sat for a moment longer, then left Auntie Yu and directly went towards the mountain gathering. He observed that the gathering was densely populated with people, and although there were not many shops, both sides were lined with stalls selling agricultural tools and rural daily necessities. After asking around, he finally found the Guandi Temple. It turned out that Liu Renfu had already arrived, and after exchanging pleasantries, he took out an old letter. Renfu received it and said, "I am but a commoner who does not understand the rules of the government office. My resources are limited, and I fear that my presence may burden your discernment of people, so I will refrain from going. Because I received a message from Jin Ergu's brother, saying that he must go, but was concerned about the difficulty of reaching his residence in Bai Shu Yu, and could not find it, so he is waiting here to bid farewell. It would be best if the two teachers would intercede on my behalf, not out of laziness or cowardice, but because I am truly unfit and may cause an inconvenience. Please forgive me." Ziping replied, "There's no need for excessive modesty. My elder brother was worried that people might not agree to invite Mr. Teacher, so he asked me to personally invite him." Liu Renfu, unable to dismiss the matter, arranged his private affairs and returned to Chengwu with Shen Ziping. Shen Dongzhao indeed treated them as honored guests, attending to everything as instructed by Lao Can. At the beginning, there were still a few cases of theft, but after 1 month, it reached the point where dogs don't bark at night. Let's not go into that. Meanwhile, Lao Can, having left Dongkamfu, planned to return to the provincial capital. One day, while looking for a place to stay in Zhuwa County's South Gate, he was surprised to see every inn and guest house filled. He wondered, this place has never been this lively before. Just as he was pondering, someone entered from the door shouting, "It's settled! It's settled! Everything will be cleared up by tomorrow morning." Lao Can, too busy to socialize, found an innkeeper and asked, "Do you have any vacancies?" The innkeeper replied, "They're all filled. Please look elsewhere." Old Crane said, "I've already looked at 2 houses, but neither has one available. You can take one, good or bad." The shopkeeper replied, "There's really nothing left here. The store next door had a group of customers leave in the afternoon. You'd better hurry over, or they might not have any rooms left." Old Cranes immediately went to the eastern store and, after asking the shopkeeper, found that 2 rooms were still vacant, so he moved his luggage in. The waiters brought him water for washing his face, lit a burning incense stick on the table and said, "The customer smokes." Old Cranes asked, "Why is this place so bustling?" "All the stores are full." The waiter answered, There have been several days of strong north winds. Since yesterday evening the river has been filled with ice floes, some as large as houses. Ferryboats dared not travel for fear of hitting them and damaging their boats. Then a few ferryboats along the riverbank were frozen solid. Last night, Li Laotan from Dongchengfu arrived and wanted to meet with the governor. He walked here but couldn't cross. He was in a rush. Living at the county office, they called for boatmen and local guards to break up the ice. They've been working all day, hoping it will open up, but if they rest, the ice will still freeze over. You see, every inn is full with people who can't cross the river. Our inn has also been full this morning, because we have a group of guests, and among them, an old man stood by the river for half a day saying, "The ice is too thick to break through. We shouldn't wait here hopelessly. We'll go to Lijiaku and see if there's a way, then decide." They left after lunch. You really have good luck. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a place to stay. After the old man finished speaking, he left as well. Lao Tan washed his face, packed his bags, locked the door, and walked out towards the riverbank. He saw the yellow river coming from the southwest. Here it forms a bay, after which it heads straight east. The river surface is not very wide, with the bank separated by less than 2 li. If we judge by the current state of the river water, it is no more than 100 or so zhang in width. The ice in front is piled heavily, protruding 7 or 8 kun above the water level. Looking upstream for a few hundred steps, one sees that the ice coming down still comes in chunks, but at this point it is blocked and cannot move further, standing still. The later ice, pressed by the current, moves onto the front ice, which is then gradually lowered. The river itself is no more than 100 or so zhang wide, with a large current of roughly 20 to 30 zhang in the middle. On both sides are calm waters. This calm water has already formed ice at the surface, but the ice is flat and covered by dust blown over, resembling a beach. However, the large current in the middle continues to surge loudly, pressing the ice that cannot pass, causing it to scatter wildly to the sides. The ice on both sides of the calm water was broken up by the turbulent ice in the middle, and it pushed towards the shore, with the ice fragments reaching a distance of 5 or 6 feet from the bank. Many pieces of ice were squeezed upright, resembling small screens. After a while, this section of ice became immobile again. The old man resumed his walk downstream, passing by the original location, continuing onward. He saw 2 boats, each with 10 or more people aboard, all using wooden clubs to break the ice, alternating between hitting in front and behind. On the other side of the river, there were also 2 boats doing the same. As the sky grew darker, he decided to return to the store. Upon looking at the willows on the embankment, each shadow was cast below, gently swaying, indicating that the moonlight had begun to shine. Back in the store, he opened the door and called for the waiter, lighting up the lamps. After dinner, he strolled along the embankment once more. By this time, the north wind had stopped, but no one knew that the cold air was even more intense than during windy days. Luckily, the old man had already changed into the sheepskin robe given to him by Shen Dong, so he was not cold and could still endure it. He saw the ice ships still being built there. A small lantern was lit on each ship, and from afar, it looked as if one side read Zhengtang and the other Zhihe County Suk, after which he left. When he raised his head, he gazed at the southern mountains, a streak of snow white, reflecting the moonlight beautifully. The mountain ranges were layered but indistinguishable from one another, with several white clouds mixed in, making it impossible to tell if they were clouds or mountains. Only when he focused did he discern that they were clouds and mountains. Although both clouds and mountains were white, and both had bright lights, because the moon was above the clouds and below the moonlight, the cloud's brightness came from behind. However, the mountain was different. The mountain's light came from the moon reflecting off its snow-covered surface, so the light appeared different. Only in the nearby areas is this so. The mountain extends eastward, and the farther you look, the more distant it becomes. Gradually, the sky turns white, as do the mountains and clouds, making it impossible to distinguish anything. Lao Zan gazed at the scene of snow-lit moonbeams, recalling a poem by Shi Lingyun. The bright moon illuminates the accumulated snow. The north wind is strong and sorrowful. If one has not experienced the harsh cold of the north, how would they understand the depth of the sorrow in the north wind is strong and sorrowful? At this moment, the moonlight shines brightly over the ground. Looking up at the sky, not a star can be seen, except for the Big Dipper shining in the north, like several faint white dots, still clear to look at. The Big Dipper leans diagonally above the western side of the purple star enclosure with its handle above and its waist below. In his mind, he thinks, "Time flows swiftly. I see the Big Dipper again pointing eastward, meaning another year has passed for humans." Year after year, going on like this aimlessly, how will it end? He also recalls from the Book of Songs, Shi Jing. There's a Big Dipper in the north. One cannot pour wine or milk. At this point, he couldn't help but shed tears, feeling that all scenic beauty had faded away. He slowly returned to the store, his mind elsewhere. As he walked, he felt something on his face, and touched it to find 2 slippery ice strips clinging to both sides. Initially confused about the cause, he later realized it was the tears he had just shed, frozen instantly in the cold. Beneath him, numerous ice beads must have been present. He returned home dejectedly and fell asleep. The next morning, upon waking early, he visited the dike again and saw 2 ice ships frozen on the riverbank, immobile. Asking people nearby, he learned that they had been working through the night, bashing forward only to freeze at the rear, and backward to freeze at the front. Consequently, they decided not to attempt any further progress until the ice solidified. Therefore, Lao Zan had no other choice but this. Idle with nothing to do, he went for a walk in the city, where there were only a few shops on the main streets, and most of the back streets had few tiled houses, creating a desolate and lonely scene. As this was typical of northern cities, it didn't come as much of a surprise. Back in his room, he opened his bookcase and picked up a book at random, only to find himself holding a selection of poetry from 8 dynasties. He remembered treating a man from Hunan who was ill in the provincial capital and presenting him with this book as a gift of thanks. It had been busy in the provincial capital, so he hadn't had time to read it properly, and had simply tucked it away in his bookcase. With nothing else on today, why not take the time to read it thoroughly? It turned out to be a 20-volume collection. The first 2 volumes consisted of quatrains, while volumes 3 through 11 featured quintains. Volumes 12 to 14 contained new body poems. Volumes 15 to 17 were assorted, Volume 18 was a musical score, and Volumes 19 and 20 comprised songs and miscellaneous pieces, respectively. Revising the contents list, he noticed that 28 of Su Jing's poems and 14 by Chen Yao had been selected from the new body poetry, while 54 of Su Jing's and 36 by Chen Yao's works were included in the old body section. I am not clear in my mind, so I took out the 10th and 12th volumes and compared them, but could not discern the difference between the new body and the old body. I then thought, this poem was selected by Wang Yinchu, a renowned scholar of the time, and the book Xiang Junji is indeed excellent, universally acclaimed. Why then does this selection not please me? Afterwards, I pondered. Chen Guiyu's Gushiwan, mixing folk songs with poetry, is also a serious flaw. Wang Yuang's Gushixuan cannot be to everyone's taste either. Considering all this, it seems that the best we can do is to appreciate the ancient poet's leisure and pass away our idle time. After standing around for half a day at the shop entrance, I was about to leave when I saw a family member wearing a red tassel hat approach me, bowing and saying, "Iron, sir, when did you arrive?" Old man Lao Shan replied, "I arrived yesterday." In my mind, I could not recall who this person was. The family saw the old man standing there, knowing he was unrecognizable, so they laughed and said, "We are called Huang Sheng, and I am Huang Yingtu, His Excellency Huang Daolash." The old man exclaimed, "Oh, yes, yes. My memory is really bad. I often go to your estate. How could I not recognize you?" Huang Sheng replied, "It's just that you, my esteemed guest, are prone to forgetfulness." The old man laughed and said, "Although people may not be esteemed, they do tend to forget a lot. When did you nobles arrive? Where do you stay? I was just wondering if I could find you to chat." Huang Sheng answered, "I am here on commission from the Grand Administrator, purchasing 8 million units in Kuei River. Now all the supplies have been bought and inspected by the auditors, so we are planning to return to the province to handle business. Unfortunately, this river has obstructed our path again, and we won't be able to leave for another 2 days. Do you old folks live here too? In that room?" Huang Sheng pointed west with his hand, "Right in that western room." Huang Shengdao said, "I live in the northern room of the upper house, and my elder brother returned last night. He had been away on work, and because the inspection committee had passed through, he stayed here. Now he is having lunch in the county. After lunch, Mr. Li invited him to chat, and it's uncertain whether he will return for dinner or not." Old Remnant nodded, and Huang Sheng left. This man is named Huang Yingtu, known as Renrui, about 30 years old, from Jiangxi. His elder brother, having transferred from the Hanlin Academy to the Grand Council, was on good terms with the military advisors. Hence this Huang Renrui was given a position as deputy director and came to work on the Shandong River project. With connections in the military circles of 8 departments, and being supported by the governor, He is poised to be promoted to governor. He's not a bad person. In the provincial capital he had several interactions with Old Remnant, which is why I recognize him. Old Remnant stood at the entrance for a moment, then returned to his room. It was almost dusk by then. Inside, he read half a volume of poetry, then couldn't find it, so he lit a wax candle. Only hearing someone enter the door, he shouted, "Uncle! Uncle!" It's been a long time. The old man, startled, quickly stood up and saw it was Huang Renui. They exchanged bows and sat down, each sharing stories of their separation. Huang Renui said, "Uncle, have you eaten yet? Although someone sent me a first-class pot and several dishes, I doubt they'll be to my taste. However, since I woke up early, the kitchen boy cooked a fat chicken and oyster mushrooms, which should go well with rice. Please come into my house and eat." Old Master said, "Very good, very good. If there's such delicious food, I would have come even if you didn't invite me." Renui looked at the book on the table, picked it up casually, and saw it was 8 Dynasties poetry selection. He said, "The poetry in this selection is quite well chosen." He glanced through a few poems and then said, "Let's sit inside." So the two of them came out. Old Zen arranged the book, locked the door with a key, and followed Rui up to the upper room. There were 3 rooms, 1 inner room and 2 middle rooms. The main hall door had a large curtain. In the center stood an 8-legged table, covered with a black cloth. Rui asked, "Is the meal ready?" The family replied, "We still need to wait a moment. The chicken isn't quite done yet." Rui said, "Bring us some dishes and let's drink first." The family went out and returned quickly, opening the table to reveal 4 pairs of chopsticks and 4 wine cups. Old Zen asked, "Who else is coming?" Rui replied, "You'll know in a moment." Once the cups and chopsticks were arranged, there were only 2 chairs, so they went outside to find more. Rui suggested, "Let's sit on the floor." There was a clay stove in the middle room, covered with straw mats. In the center of the hearth, Renrui spread a large tiger-patterned velvet carpet. On top of the carpet was a smoking set, with 2 large wolfskin cushions on either side. In the middle, a bright lantern from Taiyu was lit. How is this lantern called Taiyu? Due to Shaanxi's wealthy landowners and widespread smoking culture, their tobacco accessories are the most exquisite among all provinces. Taiyue is a county renowned for producing excellent lanterns with ample light, strong flames, and large heads, making them the best in the 5 continents. Unfortunately, as these products are made in China, if they were created in Europe or America, the inventor would surely gain fame through newspapers, and the government would provide him with a patent. However, since China lacks such regulations, those who invented these lanterns in Taiyu and Shuzhou, though they can put their inventions to practical use, remain unknown while their names are forgotten. Although the choice of craft may be incorrect, it's evident that circumstances can lead to such outcomes. Without further ado, several blue and white porcelain boxes, 2 bamboo smoking guns, and 2 pillows were arranged on the smoking set. The old man let the frail one sit at the head of the bed, and he lay down casually, took a cigarette, lit it, and said, "Old friend, in fact, if this stuff makes people lose their jobs and waste time, it's not good. If they don't get addicted, it can be a pleasant pastime." "Why do you refuse such an enjoyable thing?" The old man replied, "I have many friends who smoke, but none of them become addicted because they only use it as a pastime. Once they become addicted, it becomes a never-ending burden. I think that's why my elder brother avoids smoking." "I know how to measure things," said the other, "and I won't get addicted." Just then the curtain was drawn, and 2 prostitutes entered. The first, about 17 or 18 years old, had a round face. The second, around 15 or 16, had a square face. After entering the room, they took 2 seats by the heating stove. "You're here," said the frail one. The old man said, "This Iron Lord is a friend from our province. Green Ring, attend to Iron Lord and sit over there." The 17-18-year-old boy sat next to Renrui on the bed. The 15-16-year-old hesitated, feeling embarrassed to sit down. Old Jean took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the bed, making it more comfortable for everyone. He leaned against the bed, wobbling slightly as he sat down. Old Jean asked Renrui, "I've heard that there isn't this kind of thing here, but now it seems to exist?" Renrui replied, "That's not true. It still doesn't exist here." His older and younger sisters originally ran a business 20 miles outside the city. His parents were from this city. His mother lived with her 2 daughters in the 20-mile town. Last month, his father passed away, so his mother returned home. Fearing they might run away, she brought them back here instead of going to the store. That's why I've been bored and had them come over. This one is named Green Flower, and your name is Green Ring. Both have snow-white skin and are very adorable. Look at his hands. I'm sure you'll agree." The old man chuckled. "You don't need to look," he replied. "Wouldn't you agree that what I say is correct?" Quiwa leaned against Renrui and told Queering, "Burn some tobacco for Iron Grandpa to eat." Renrui said, "Iron Sir doesn't smoke, so why don't you tell him to burn it for me instead?" He passed the cigarette butt to Queering. Queering bowed her waist and lit one, offering it to the old man. Renrui took a sip, then gestured for Queering to continue. As Queering burned another, the family had already set out plates and an erhu pas, saying, "Please use some alcohol." Renrui stood up and said, "Let's have a drink, it's quite cold today." He had the old man sit down, then sat opposite him, telling Queering to take the upper seat and Quiwa to sit below. Quiwa took the wine jar and poured some for everyone, then set it down, picking up her chopsticks to begin serving the old man's dish. The old man said, "Please stop. I don't need any more serving. We're not brides. We can eat ourselves." He then had his dish served with Huang Renrui's. Xian Rui also prepared a bowl of vegetables for Kui Wan. Kui Wan hurriedly stood up and said, "Take your time." He then prepared another bowl for Kui Fan. Kui Fan said, "I'll eat it myself." He used a spoon to take some, put it in his mouth, ate a bit, and set it down. Xian Rui repeatedly urged Kui Wan to eat the vegetables, but Kui Wan only agreed, never actually taking a hand. Suddenly remembering, Xian Rui slapped the table and said, "Ah, yes." He then loudly called out, "Come here!" Only then did a family member enter from the curtain, standing about 6 or 7 steps away from the table. Xian Rui nodded and asked him to come closer, then whispered something in his ear. The family member responded with several exclamations, turned around, and left. A moment later, another man entered carrying a blue cotton coat and 2 3-stringed instruments, one for Kui Fan and one for Kui Fan. He said to Kui Wan, "I told you to eat your vegetables," serving the old gentleman well. Kui Wan seemed to have not heard clearly and cast a glance at the man. The man said, "I told you to eat your vegetables. Do you still not understand?" Kui Wan nodded and said, "I understand." At that moment, she picked up her chopsticks and served a piece of ham for Huang Renrui, then another piece for Lao Zan. Lao Zan said, "It's best not to serve it." Renrui raised his cup and said, "Let's have a drink. Let the 2 sisters sing 2 songs while we drink." As he spoke, their 3-string instruments were all tuned, and they played a tune one after the other. Renrui scooped around in the one pot for a long time, but found nothing edible, so he said. Lao Zan replied, "I don't." He then pointed with his chopsticks and said, "This is called angry hair-crowned fish fins. This is called not turning back sea cucumber. This is called honored and aged chicken. This is called excessive wine and colored duck. This is called excessive wine and colored duck. Relying on strength to resist capture elbow. This is called heart-like water soup." They laughed for a while. The 2 sisters sang a few more songs. The family brought a roasted chicken. Old Chan said, "The wine is enough. Let's serve the hot rice now." 4 bowls of rice were brought in. Juk stood up, took the bowl of rice, and served everyone, adding chicken soup to each bowl. After eating, they wiped their faces, and Renrui said, "Let's still sit on the cot." The family cleared away the leftovers, and all 4 went to sit on the cot. Old Chan sat at the top. Renrui sat at the bottom. Yuk lay in Renrui's arms and smoked for him. Yuk sat along the edge of the cot, idle, holding a stringed instrument and playing with it. Rui said, "Old remnant, I haven't seen your poems in a long time. Today, at last, an old friend met in a foreign land, so we should compose a poem together." Old remnant replied, "These past few days, I've been contemplating the frozen river and wanted to write a poem, but you suddenly interrupted me, mixing my poetry into that overindulgence of alcohol and beauty duck." Rui said, "Don't dare rely on your strength to resist. I'm about to explode with anger." They both laughed heartily. Old remnant said, Yes, I'll write it for you tomorrow." Rui retorted, "That's not possible. Look at this wall. There's a large block of fresh ink prepared just for you." Old remnant shook his head and said, "Leave that to you then." Rui set down his smoking pipe and said, "It comes and goes quickly. Can you keep up?" He stood up, ran into the room, took out a pen, an inkstone, and a brush, placed them on the table, and said, "Chope, come grind the ink." Tuihuan truly spilled some cold tea, and began to grind the ink. In an instant, Tuihuan said, "The ink is ready. Let's write." Renrui took a cloth broom and said, Tu Flo holds the candle, Tu Huan holds the inkstone. I'll sweep away the ash. He passed the brush pen to Lao Zan's hand, while Tu Flo held the candelabra. Ren Rui first jumped onto the cot, standing under a newly painted section, and swept away the ash. Tu Flo and Tu Yuan also climbed onto the cot, standing on either side. Ren Rui gestured and said, "Come, come, come." Lao Zan smiled and said, "You're really something." He also joined them on the cot, dipped his pen in the inkstone, took a breath, and began to write haphazardly on the wall. Tu Yuan feared that the ink on the stone would freeze, so she exhaled continuously, yet the tip of the pen was still wrapped in a thin layer of ice, making it fatter as he wrote. In a flash he finished, revealing, "The earth cracks, the north wind howls, long ice blocks the river below. After ice chases the preceding one, they clash and compete once more. The river curves become blockages, tall willows span like silver bridges. Those who return home sigh longingly, travelers merely utter lamenting cries. Amidst this shimmering expanse of water, chariots cannot cross. The silk spread was a gathering place for prostitutes, disrupting the peacefulness of the night." Ren Rui, upon seeing this, said, "What a poem! What a poem! Why, no signature." Lao Zan replied, "Let me sign it. Jiang Rai Huang Ren Rui." Ren Rui exclaimed, "No, no!" Claiming to be a poet who can compose such verses could get me in trouble. I might face punishment for associating with prostitutes and drinking, which wouldn't be worthwhile. Lao Zhan then wrote, completing the remnants on the silk, and got up from his bed. Huiruan's sisters put down their inkstones and candles, joining Lao Zhan by the hearth. They added some fresh charcoal to the fire as the coals began to die out. Lao Zhan stood beside the bed, bowing to Huang Ren Rui. "I'm disturbing you. I'm going back to my room to sleep." Ren Rui grabbed his arm and said, "Not at all. I've heard a remarkable case today that will shock you to your core. It involves countless lives and has a plot as surreal as a dream. I wanted to discuss it with you tomorrow early, before reporting back. Please wait for me to have a smoke, to refresh myself, and then I'll tell you all about it." Lao Zhan had no choice but to sit down. The truth of the case remains to be seen, and I'll explain in the next chapter. Chapter 13. The slow lamp girl's sour speech and the flowing yellow river's observation on karma. As old Chan resumed his seat, waiting for Huang Ren Rui to take a few puffs of smoke, he was ready to reveal this earth-shaking case, lying down casually. At that moment, Huiring had gotten familiar with him, leaning on old Chan's leg and asking, "Iron Elder, where is your noble place? What does this poem mean?" Old Chan then told her. She focused her mind, contemplating for a while, and said, "Indeed, it is well said. But do poems usually speak of such things?" "Poems don't usually talk about these things," old Chan replied. "Then what should they talk about?" Huiring stated, "When I was in the 20 Lai market, many travelers passed by, and there were often poems written on the walls. I like to ask them to tell me. Over and over again there are basically two meanings. Those who are more refined always talk about their great talent, but no one in the world knows them. Those of lower rank only talk about how beautiful their sister-in-law is and their loving relationship. We won't know if these old gentlemen have great talent. All we know is that everyone seems to be a genius when they pass by. Why can't we find anyone without talent? I say this foolishly, since there are so few talented people. As the saying goes, the rare become precious. Isn't it true that those without talent have become valuable? And let's not even talk about that. Those who speak of their sisters-in-law's beauty are only referring to a handful of people in front of us. Some don't even have their noses and eyes fully formed yet. They are either comparing him to Shishi or to Wang Yu. They say he is either a duck swimming among cranes or a flower in the moon. I don't know who this Wang Yu is, but someone says it's Lady Zhao Xiaoshuan. I wonder if Lady Zhao and Lady Shishi are both like this, so untrustworthy? As for how my sister can get along with him or show him such favor, it's because I was so foolish that I asked her. She said, he causes trouble every night he stays, demanding 2 or 3 silver coins as his share when the sun rises. He turns his face away, wringing his neck and screaming, "I already settled last night, why do I need more money?" The sister pleaded again and again, saying, "The actual money is taken by the shopkeeper who deducts a portion, and the manager takes another portion, leaving nothing for the owner. Our cosmetics and clothes are all bought with our own money. Old gentlemen who just listen to music cannot ask him for anything. Only the few remaining guests can request 2 service fees." After repeated entreaties, he gave 200 coins for a small string, and dropping it on the ground, he glared and said, "You thieving whores, you're not worth a damn, dumbass king. Do you want a favor? Therefore, I think writing poems is pointless. Just making up rumors. Your old poems, why aren't they like this?" Old Chan laughed and said, "Each master teaches his own, each performs his own tricks. Our masters, when they taught us, it wasn't like this. That's why it's different." Huang Renrui had just finished a whole tube of smoke, put down his cigarette and said, "Indeed, one cannot judge a book by its cover, nor the depth of the sea by its surface. Writing poems is just making up rumors. This child really spoke the truth. From now on, I won't write poems either, to avoid creating rumors and being laughed at." Kui Huan replied, "Who dares laugh at you, old Chan? We are country bumpkins who have seen little of the world, so please don't blame me, old master, and just bow to me." He leaned over and nodded a few times at Huang Renrui. Huang Renrui said, "Who's blaming you? What you said is actually quite correct, something no one has ever said. As they say, those closest to an event are often the least clear about it." Lao Zhan said, "That's all right, just tell me your strange case quickly. Since you're due to report back early tomorrow morning, why are you being so slow?" Renrui replied, "There's no rush. Let me first explain some logic to you, and then we can talk about the case slowly. I'll ask you this, will the ice in the river melt tomorrow?" "No," he answered. "If the ice can't melt, will you dare to walk on it? Can you set off early tomorrow?" "I cannot move." "Since you can't move, do you have anything important to do early tomorrow morning?" "Nothing." Huang Renrui said, "Here we go again. Since that's the case, why would you rush back inside to do what? In this dull and lonely moment, a friend to talk to is as good as a cup of bitter tea. Besides, they are two sisters, though not as beautiful as peonies or chrysanthemums. Aren't they superior to morning glories or bamboo leaves? Candles trimmed and tea poured, that's enough to be entertaining. I tell you this, in the provincial capital we both have busy lives, always eager to talk, but there is never a moment to spare. It's rare that we meet today, so let's enjoy a good chat. I often say, in life, what is more painful than having no place to speak? You see, talking all day long, how can there be any place left to express yourself? Generally speaking, people have two places inside them where words come from. One is from the deep dantian abdominal region. Those are their own thoughts. The other is from the throat. That's when they're being polite. Those in the provincial capital ether, they look down on me, or they envy me. There's no one to talk to either way. Isn't there anyone like me? Even though our circumstances are similar, our hearts couldn't be more different. He thinks he's better than me and looks down on me. If he thinks he's worse, he envies me. So, it's hard to find a place to talk. Just like your older brother, an outsider, we met today by chance, and I've always admired you. I think you should pity me and have a chat with me. You're in such a hurry to leave. How can that not make me feel uncomfortable?" Old Yan replied, "All right, all right, all right. I'll sit down and talk with you. After I speak, it's not like I'm going to stand around acting tough when I return to my room. Since you've called two girls, maybe we could discuss matters of principle or just chat and laugh a bit with them. It would be awkward for me here. In fact, I'm not some scholar trying to eat cold pork, so there's no need to put on an act." Rui said, "I was also planning to discuss their affairs with you. Stand up, wipe the sleeve of you and expose her arms," pointing at old Zan and saying, "Look, these scars are pitiful." Old Zan looked, seeing some blue and some purple. Rui continued, "This is how it looks on her legs. I'm sure the rest of her body is even more pitiable. Yuck, why don't you undress and show us?" At that moment, both Fo's eyes were brimming with tears, struggling to hold them back as he was pulled by his hand, letting loose a stream of tears. "Look at what? Embarrassed?" Rui asked. "You see, isn't this child foolish? Why be afraid? After all, she engages in this line of work. Why would you be embarrassed?" "How could I not be embarrassed?" cried Jupe. "Don't ask her to undress," said, with tears in her eyes as well. She turned and whispered something to Rui, who nodded slightly before remaining silent. At this moment the old man lay on his cot, thinking to himself, "These are all good children from others' homes. When their parents raised them, they must have spent countless spirit and endured endless hardship. If a child plays mischievously and breaks the skin, it still needs to be caressed. Not only that, but there are many things in one's heart that are unnecessary. If they were beaten by another family's children, they would be filled with hatred. That kind of love and concern need not be mentioned. Who knows that raising a child can lead to various unforeseen circumstances? due to famine, because their father smokes opium, gambling debts, or being involved in lawsuits, all pushing them to the point where they sell their daughter to this family, only to have her endure cruel treatment. There are boundaries of cruelty that cannot be described. Thus, reflecting on his entire life, he was moved by the malice and cruelty of various places' turtle doves, as if a teacher were imparting knowledge, always using the same methods, filled with anger and sorrow, without realizing that tears had begun to form in the corners of his eyes. At this time, everyone remained silent, in a serene hush. All I saw was someone carrying a roll of luggage, accompanied by the Huang family, and delivering it to an inner room. That family member came out and told Huang Renrui, "Please ask the old gentleman to bring us the key to Mr. Tai's room so we can send in the luggage for Kiwan." Lao Zan replied, "Of course I'll bring you to your grandfather's house." Renrui said, all right. Don't eat cold pork meat anymore. Give me the key." Lao Zan said, "That's not possible. I've never done this before." Renrui said, "I've already given them the money. What trouble are you causing?" Lao Zan said, "It doesn't matter if I've given them the money. I'll pay it back to you tomorrow in installments. Since they've paid, Mr. Tai won't say much, and he won't be troubled either." "Why worry?" Kuewa said. "You should really send him home. He'll get a good beating if he runs away. He always says he's offended the guest." Lao Zan said, "I have a way. I'll send him back today and tell him that we still need him tomorrow. That will be fine. Moreover, he was the one whom Yellow Old Gentleman asked to stay, so what business is it of mine? I'd be happy to pay. Isn't that more convenient?" Yellow Wren said, "I originally asked for you, and yesterday I already left on here. Shouldn't we let her go back today? However, to ease the tension a bit, I'm not insisting on this. Last night, talked with me all night in my house, sitting until dawn. It's more of a way to relieve the tension between us and maybe reduce some punishments for her. Isn't that accumulating merits? I originally considered their rules. If we don't eat, we're not allowed to leave without finishing our meals. If we didn't come until midnight and were hungry, it might have led to another punishment by chance, because Old Pigeon always says that if the host keeps a guest this late, they must like them. So why would they ask him to go back? It's probably because of poor entertainment or an unfortunate coincidence, resulting in one punishment. That's why I asked them to tell him. Everyone has stayed. You can see his friends asking to eat. That's a secret signal." At this point, Chua turned to Chu Han and said, "You keep pleading with Iron Lord pitifully. I won't do anything else. The money will be given in full. Let him go back. He'll be quiet, and so will I." Chua sneered. "It's true that you'll be quiet, but he can't." Chua Han leaned over and faced old Zan. "Iron Lord, with your advanced age, you seem kind-hearted, yet you refuse to show mercy to our children? Your old room has a floor space of 3.6 meters long. Your bedding only takes up 0.9 meters wide, but you can't spare enough for us to spend one night? If you'd consider it, my children would be happy to serve Upering tea, making smoke, anything. Even if you dislike it, just show some mercy. Allow us a corner of your floor for the night. That would be very generous." Old Chen stretched his hand into his clothes bag, taking out the key and giving it to Kuifang, saying, "No matter how you do it, my luggage is off limits." Kuifang stood up, handed it to the family, saying, "Please take care of this. If his companions are sent in, they come out. Please lock the door." The family took the key and left. Old Chen stroked Kuifang's face with his hand, asking, "Where are you from? What is your name, bird? How old were you when he bought you?" Kuifang replied, "My mom's surname is Xiang." She said this and fell silent, taking out a handkerchief from her sleeve to wipe away tears, wiping and wiping, but she didn't make a sound. Old Chen said, "Don't cry. I ask you about your family backgrounds to help you relieve stress. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine too. Why suffer?" Kuifang replied, "I originally had no home." Kuifang said to Old Chen, "Please don't get angry. This child is just like this. That's why he often gets beaten. In fact, it's no wonder he feels distressed. 2 years ago, his family was a wealthy one, and he only sold it to my mother last year. He hasn't gone through this kind of trouble since his son was young, so everything's been going well. In reality, my mother is quite reasonable here. If he comes next year, he may not be able to live like this anymore." She said this, and Queer uncovered her face and began to cry. Kuifang shouted, "Hey! This kid doesn't want to live. Look, the old man called you here for happiness, but you're crying. Isn't that upsetting someone? Stop crying quickly." Lao Zan replied, "No need, no need. Let him cry. It's fine. Think about it, he's been holding back his breath all this time. Where else would he go to cry? It's rare to meet two people without bad tempers, so let him cry his heart out. It'll be a relief. He patted Quirwin and said, "Go ahead and cry loudly. I know Huang Liuju is not particular about such things. Just cry away." Huang Renrui, standing nearby, loudly exclaimed, "Little Green Ring, good child, stop crying. Please, use your powerful presence to release all the pent-up frustration in my old stomach and cry for me too." Everyone who heard this couldn't help but burst into laughter. Even Green Ring, with her face covered, let out a giggle. It turned out that Green Ring knew she wasn't supposed to cry in front of guests, but when Old Remaining asked about his hometown and Crimson Flower revealed that he was a wealthy man 2 years ago, it touched him deeply, causing tears to well up uncontrollably. Though he tried to hold them back, they still escaped. Hearing Old Remaining say he had a stomach full of frustration, Green Ring felt it was finally a chance to cry her heart out and find some relief. He thought to himself, "Since I've been down on luck, no one has shown such care for me. It seems not all men treat women like dirt, but I wonder how many people are like him in the world. In my lifetime I might meet a few more." In my mind, I was only calculating like this, and I forgot about the disappointment I felt earlier. I turned my ears to listen to what they were saying next. Suddenly, Huang Renrui called out, asking me to cry on his behalf. How could that not be amusing? So I held back 2 tears and burst into laughter, raising my head to look at Renrui. Little did I know, seeing their reaction made me laugh even more. Hui Huan had no plan in her mind at that moment. Watching them smile stupidly, she couldn't help but join in their foolishness. Old Zhanan said, "You've cried and laughed, so I'll ask you this. How was he a wealthy man 2 years ago?" "Kuiwa, tell me." Kuiwa replied, "He's from our Qidong County. His family name is Tian. They have over 2 mu of land outside the south gate of Qidong County and a general store in town. His parents only supported him and his younger brother, who was just 5 or 6 years old this year. He also had an old grandmother. Our land by this clear river is mostly cotton fields, and 1 mu of land is worth over 100 taels. He owns more than 2 mus of land, which amounts to over 20,000 taels. Add the house on top, it's enough to make up to 30,000 taels. They say 10,000 gold pieces make a rich man. So, with 3 tens of thousands of dollars, he is indeed a big wealthy man, isn't he?" Old Chan asked. "How could one become poor?" Quifang answered. "That's exactly how it happens. In no time at all, the family would be destroyed and everyone would be in tatters." She continued, "This is what happened last year. Our Yellow River isn't known for bursting its banks every 3 or 2 years. Governor Zhuang was very distressed about this issue. It is said that a renowned scholar from the south showed him a book, claiming that the river's problem is its narrowness. He said that to calm the waters, it needs to be widened, and the locals must retreat behind the dike. Upon hearing these words, all the candidates praised them. Governor Zhuang then asked, "But how about the people living on these dikes?" "We have to pay them to move it," he said. "No one knows about this," the elders replied. "You think they'll just give up? With over 10,000 families depending on these dikes, if they find out." The governor sighed, unable to disagree, and even tears fell from his eyes. That spring, they quickly repaired the dikes in Jiang County's southern region, building another levee. These 2 structures were like a deadly sword hanging over tens of thousands of people. Poor us common folk, how would we know? As early as June 6th, people were saying, "The Great Flood is here. The Great Flood is here." The ducks and geese ran back and forth incessantly. The water level in the river rose more than a foot each day. Within 10 days, it was almost as high as the surrounding fields, perhaps even 2 or 3 meters high. By the time it reached 13 or 14 li, all we saw were the swift pigeons carrying reports, coming and going, 1 horse after another. By noon of the next day, every camp had its manager present, and they moved their formations onto the dike. Then a panic-stricken voice cried out, "No good! There's bound to be trouble. We'd better hurry back and prepare for an evacuation." But that night, at 3 in the morning, a sudden gust of wind and heavy rain hit, and we heard a loud splash as the Yellow River rushed downstream like a mountain. Most people in the villages were still asleep in their homes when the water suddenly entered. They woke up with a start and tried to run, but the water had already passed over the eaves. It was dark, windy, rainy, and the water was roaring. What could one do in such a situation? Let's wait for the next chapter to find out. The 14th chapter. A large county, a frog half floating on the surface of the water, a small boat like an ant distributing dumplings. One says, 4 more days have passed, The wind has stopped, the rain has ceased, and the clouds have dispersed, revealing a bright moon. The situation in that village is no longer visible. Only the cries of the villagers can be heard, and those who hold doors, tables, chairs, or benches floating to their homes are all rescued by the villagers. Many people have been saved, and, after catching their breath, they realize that their entire family is gone, leaving only themselves. Not a single one does not wail and cry. They call their fathers and mothers, weep for their husbands, and grieve for their sons, a chorus of tears stretching over 500 miles. Can you see how tragic it is? Continues. On the 15th of June, my mother was in the South Gate Market when she heard people shouting, "The water is coming!" Everyone rushed to their feet upon hearing this. It was a hot day, and most people were wearing loincloths and sleeping in the courtyard. When it started raining, they went inside. Just as they had dozed off, there was a commotion outside, so they ran to the street and saw that the city gates had opened, and everyone was running towards the outskirts of the city. There was a small ditch around the city walls, which was usually left open for drainage each year. At that time, people were rushing out to guard it as the rain stopped, but the sky was still overcast. Suddenly, they saw people outside desperately trying to run back into the city. They also noticed the county magistrate, who was not riding in a carriage, running into the city and climbing up the city walls. There was a commotion everywhere with voices shouting, "No one is allowed to take anything out of their homes. Hurry and enter the city. We must close the gates immediately." Everyone climbed up to the city walls to watch as many people filled sacks with mud, preparing to block the city gates. The county chief shouted from the city walls, "Everyone is inside now, so close the gates quickly." There were piles of dirt bags within the city gate that they used to seal the gates once closed. I have an uncle named Chi Ershun who lives outside the city, and he has also climbed up the city walls. By this time, the clouds had retreated back to the mountains, and the moon was shining brightly. My mother saw Uncle Chi Ershun and asked him, "How's the harvest this year?" Uncle Chi Ershun replied, "It's not good at all. Last year there were leaks, and the water came down, rising only a foot or so. Now that the peak of the flood has arrived, it's no more than 2 or 3 feet high, rarely reaching 4 feet. In a matter of moments, the waters will pass, no more than 2 feet deep. This year's flood is truly powerful. It comes on in great force, rising over a foot and passing through in an instant." The county magistrate saw the dire situation and feared that the small river would burst its banks, so he ordered people to hurry into the city. At that time, the water was already nearly 4 feet deep. Big Brother hasn't been seen for 2 days. I wonder if he's at the field house? There's certainly cause for concern. My mother started crying and said, "It's not good. It's not good at all." At that moment, all one could hear from the city was chaos, people shouting, "Little duck, little duck," as they ran down from the city walls in a panic. My mother sat there crying, saying, "I'm not moving from here. I'm going to die right here." I had no choice but to cry beside her. Then someone shouted, "Water is pouring through the city gates." People started running everywhere, not caring about others' homes or shops, grabbing sheets, clothes, anything they could get their hands on to plug the gaps in the gates. In no time, all the clothes from the cloth stores and the fabrics from the fabric shops were being used to fill the gaps. Then they heard, "The water has stopped," and people started panicking, saying, "The sandbags are weak, we can't hold it." So many people came to my store to grab sacks of rice and went to fill the gaps in the city gates. Soon enough, everything was empty again, with paper from the stationery stores and cotton from the cotton shops being moved too. By then, it was dawn, and my mother had fainted. I had no choice but to sit there on the ground, listening to people say, "This water is incredible. The water has already reached the eaves of houses outside the city. How deep could this flood be? Over a yard or more. I've never heard of such a massive amount of water." Later, some of the shopmates came and took my mother and me back. Upon returning to the store, it didn't look good at all. Hearing the shopmates say, all the sacks of grain in the store were filled up to the city gate, but the scattered grain in the granary was completely looted by looters. There were only a couple of sacks of grain left after sweeping and cleaning. The store originally had 2 old mothers who lived in the countryside. Upon hearing about such a huge flood, they must have lost all their family members, crying day and night. It wasn't until the sun tilted to the west that the shopmates managed to wake up my mother. They all drank some rice porridge. My mother woke up, opened her eyes, and asked, "Where's Grandma?" They said, "She's sleeping inside, not wanting to disturb her." My mother replied, "We should at least ask her to get up and eat something." When we got inside the house, we found that he wasn't sleeping, but dead. I felt for a pulse in his nose, and there was none. My mother saw this, let out a loud cry, and then threw up a mouthful of congealed blood before passing out. Thankfully, old Wang's mother was rubbing the old woman and suddenly exclaimed, "No worries! It's hot in here." She started blowing on his mouth and called for ginger tea. By afternoon, Grandma had come, as had my mother, so we were all safe at home. Two companions were talking in the front yard. They say the water level in the city has reached 4 or 5 feet. This old fortress might not hold. If we enter the city, there won't be a single survivor. Another companion said, "The county magistrate is still inside the city, so I suppose we'll be fine." Old Chen said to Renwei, "I've heard too, but do you know who came up with this plan or what book it was based on?" "Does your elder brother know?" Rui said, "I'm from Theogir, and this is Thekir. I heard it from others but do not know if it is true. It is said that the idea was created by Shijunpu Shiguanzu, taking Jia Jiang's plan for managing the river as a reference. He said that in ancient times, Qi, Zhao, and Wei used the river as their border. Zhao and Wei were on the mountain slopes while Qi's land was lower, so they built a dike to move the river 25 li away, causing the water to flow east against Qi's dike and west towards Zhao and Wei's dikes. On that day, all the officials were in the courtyard, and he pointed at these sentences for everyone to see, saying, 'As we can see, during the Warring States period, the two dikes were separated by 50 li, which is why there were no river floods. Today, the two sides' rivers are just 3 or 4 li apart, meaning the distance between the two great dikes is less than 20 li. Compared to ancient times, it cannot even reach half of that distance. If we do not stop the people from building dikes and damaging their production, there will be no end to river floods.' Kai. He then showed the plan for river control to the Duke and said, 'Please look at this passage that says, if the situation causes the destruction of thousands of city walls, homes, and tombs, the people will be filled with resentment.' Jia Lan said, 'In ancient times, when you the Great controlled the floodwaters, mountains that blocked the way were destroyed. Therefore, he carved the Dragon Gate, opened the Yiju, broke the pillars, shattered the rocks, disrupted the natural order of heaven and earth, and still did it. How much more should we not do so for something created by man?' He further stated, 'If you lack patience in small matters, great plans will be ruined.' The Duke considered the people living within the levees who had homes and tombs to tend. He wondered if they could avoid harming any lives year after year without breaking the levees. This is a matter of immense effort for eternal peace. Therefore, Jia Lan said, 'The Han dynasty governed over 10,000 miles. Would it contest with water for a mere inch of land? Once this feat is achieved, the river will be tamed and the people peaceful, forever untroubled by calamities. Hence, it is called the best plan. The Han Empire governed no more than 10,000 miles. If we were to contest with water for land, would not our ancestors laugh at us?' He also criticized Yun. The 3 schemes became an unpublishable classic, yet since Han, those who governed the rivers generally followed the lowest scheme. Lamentable! Since Han, Jin, Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming, scholars reading books, knew that Jia Liang's river control scheme was equivalent to sacred scriptures and wise teachings. But unfortunately, those who governed the rivers were not readers of books. Hence, the great works were not accomplished. If Gongbao could act on this highest scheme, wouldn't he find a true comrade in Jia Liang after 2,000 years? His deeds would be recorded in bamboo and silk, immortalized for generations. Gongbao furrowed his brows and said, 'But there's one important thing can't bear to part with the current wealth of these tens of thousands of people.' The 2 officials said, 'If it could be done once and for all, why not compensate them with a sum of money and relocate the people? That would be the best solution.' Gongbao agreed, saying, 'That's the only feasible method.' Later, they heard that 30,000 silver coins were gathered to prepare for relocation, but as to why it didn't happen, I don't know. What happened later? Ren Rui asked, turning to Kuiwan. Tuiwan Dao. Later, my mother made up her mind. She will let him go, and if the water comes, I will drown myself. Tuiwa said, 'Next year, I will also be in Qidong County, living at my aunt's house near the North Gate. The North Gate is far from the river, and the street behind it is tidy, so there are 2 small ponds there, said to be about 3 chai deep. That area is higher, so the North Gate wasn't flooded. On the 16th day, I went to the city wall and saw things floating in the river. Countless boxes, tables, chairs, and even windows and doors. The dead bodies. No need to mention them. They were everywhere in the river, not far from one another, and no one bothered to retrieve them. Some had money and intended to move, but they couldn't hire a boat. Lao Chan said, 'Where are all the boats? Or what happened to them?' Tuihua replied. They were all taken by the officials for delivering buns. People on that compound were washed away by the floodwater, about 2/3 of them. There's a small remainder, mainly those who reacted quickly, and as soon as they saw the water coming, they climbed onto the roofs. So there would always be dozens or hundreds of people on the roofs of every house in the compound. Surrounded by water from all sides, where could one go to find food? Some, desperate with hunger, leaped into the water and took their own lives. Luckily, some members of the Futaya Society drove boats around, delivering buns, 3 adults and 2 children per boat. The next day, another member arrived in an empty boat and transported them all to the north bank. Isn't that wonderful? Yet, these idiots still had many people perched on the roofs, refusing to come down. When asked why, they said that Futai was sending them buns from the river. Gif Alignab's middle border 0. Once they reached the northern shore, no one provided for his food, so he starved to death. In fact, even after the governor sent some provisions for a few days, they still starved to death. How can these people be considered rational? Lao Chan told Renrui, this matter is truly absurd. If it were Shigu, though we cannot say for certain, the person who proposed this idea did not have a bad intention. There was no self-serving perspective at all. They only understood how to read books but lacked worldly knowledge, and their every move was incorrect. Mengzi said, trusting books completely is like having none. Is it just in river projects? In matters of the world, corrupt officials destroy 1 out of 3 or 4, while unacclimated gentlemen ruin things 6 or 7 times out of 10. He then asked, did your father later find a way to survive? Or was he swept away by the water? Of course he went with the water. If he were alive, wouldn't he come back home? Everyone sighed. Old Chen asked Tuifang, you just said he won't make it until next year. What's the reason for that? Tuifang replied, my father isn't dead. The funeral cost us hundreds of silver. Yesterday, my mother gambled and lost 200-300 silver. In total, we owe over 400 silver. This year's harvest, I fear, will be impossible to cover. That's why I plan to sell younger sister to Jur Baldi's family. He's known for his ruthlessness, burning people with hot needles if there are no guests. My mother asked for 300 silver, but he gave us only 600 silver, so we couldn't come to an agreement. You think, how many more days until the year ends? This situation is growing dire. If it reaches the new year, I fear he won't sell her. If he does, Tuifang will be in for a hard time. Old Chen listened silently while Tuifang wiped away tears. Huang Renrui said, Brother Chen, I mentioned wanting to discuss their affairs with you. That's why I'm here. I think it's pitiful to see a good child sent to the gateway of hell for something as trivial as 300 silver. I'm willing to contribute half, and with a few friends chipping in the other half, your older brother could lend a few more pounds, no matter the amount. But this responsibility is one I cannot bear. If your older brother could retrieve him, the matter would be easily resolved. What do you think? Bow. Old John continued, it's not difficult. As for the silver, since your older brother agrees to contribute half, that half will be covered by my brother. Asking for more from others is inappropriate. I cannot take him, and I'll have to find another solution. Hearing this, Green Ring hurriedly jumped off the bed, prostrating herself before Yellow and Iron in a display of respect, and said, My 2 gentlemen, benefactors who saved my life by spending silver to pull me out of the fire pit. I am grateful for whatever you decide, whether it's having me work as a servant or as a mother. However, there is one thing I must confess beforehand. The reason I often get beaten isn't due to any fault of mine. It's entirely my own transgressions. My mother, in her desperation, sold me to herself for 24 taels, after which she spent 4 taels on various expenses and was left with only 20. Then, last spring, my grandmother died, and the money was gone. My mother took me and my younger brother around, begging for food, but within half a year, they both starved to death. I am now the sole survivor of my family, aged 6, thanks to an old neighbor, Li Wuji, who also lives in Kuai County now, doing some small business. He took us in and gave us something to eat. But he himself struggles just to survive. How could he provide enough for me? Clothes are out of the question. So when I passed through a 20-li town, if I found a kind host, I would send him 180 taels, and within 2 or 3 months, I'd save up 3,200 taels to send back to him. Now, thanks to the 2 elders who have saved me, even in a place within 200 or 300 li, I could manage to save some money and send it back. If you must go away, please think of a way. Let me take this child with me or leave it in the temple, or find a small family to raise it. My family's ancestors over 100 generations will be grateful for your kindness, and I will certainly repay you. How pitiful is my family's future." Saying this, he began to weep bitterly again. Rui said, "This is a minor difficulty." Lao Zhan said, "There's nothing difficult about it. I have a plan." He then shouted, "Miss Tian, you don't need to cry. I guarantee that your sister and her child will never leave. Don't cry. Let us consider this carefully. If we make you cry, it'll be hard to come up with a good solution. Stop crying quickly." Listened and hurriedly held back her tears, bowing her head to each of them several times. Lao Zhan rushed over to help her up, but when she bowed, she used too much force and hit her forehead against a stone, causing the stone to crack and bleeding to occur. The old man helped him sit down and said, "Why all this trouble?" He gently wiped the blood from his forehead and had him lie down on the cot. Then he turned to the centenarian and said, "In handling this matter, we should set a clear sequence. The first step is to buy back his honor, and the second is to find him a suitable match. The issue of buying back his honor involves two levels, private negotiation as the first step and public arbitration as the second. Right now, someone offers $600 for him. We will call his manager tomorrow and offer $600 initially, with more to follow. This kind of person should not be too eager. If you are too eager, you'll think it's a good bargain. Currently, the silver rate is $2 per 2 ounces, or 700 cash per dollar. 300 ounces can be exchanged for 810 cash, including all expenses. Let's see how his manager reacts. If he's not stubborn, we should settle out of court. If there's suspicion of cunning, we'll have the Zhihai County arbitrate him publicly, still ending in an out-of-court settlement. What do you think, sir?" "Absolutely, absolutely," replied the centenarian. Old Yan said, "There's no way for elder brother to become famous, and even if my brother does, he can't reveal the full name. We just say it's on behalf of a relative. Once the matter is settled, we'll make the purpose clear. Otherwise, the family won't agree." Xianru said, "This plan is excellent. No flaws at all." Old Yan replied, "The silver will be contributed equally by you and me, regardless of the amount needed. However, my bag isn't enough, so please lend me some from elder brother. I'll pay you back when we reach the provincial capital." Xianru said, "That's no problem. Let's redeem 2 jade rings instead. The silver in my possession won't be sufficient anyway. As long as the matter is settled, it doesn't matter if elder brother repays or not." "I have over 400 silvers saved up at Yuyang Hall," Xianru assured. "I will definitely repay you. So, let's ask them to call for his family leader tomorrow morning." Tuiwa said, "Don't wake me up early tomorrow. My sister and I will definitely go back then. If you wake me up too early, and they find out, he'll hide Sister Ring in the countryside and talk about it later. We'd be at his mercy. Besides, they don't get up early either. Why not send someone to call us in the afternoon? Then we can call Mom, and there will be nothing to fear. Just one thing, please don't say this came from me. Sister Ring is a noble person, so we shouldn't worry, but I still have to live for 2 more years in this fire pit." Renshi replied, "Of course. Do you still need me to say it? Tomorrow, I'll go to the county office first and bring a deputy with me. If Mom makes trouble, I'll hand over Ring to the deputy for supervision. That will teach him." Everyone agreed with this plan. Lao Zhan then turned to Renshi. "They've already decided, so it will probably be like this, but I still can't shake off my concerns about the case you mentioned before. Are you telling the truth or lying? Saying so would set my mind at ease. Unaware of what follows, listen for the next installment." 15th chapter. The flames resonate, shocking the 2 greens. Severe punishments force a widow. The story continues as Old Sen and Huang Renrui discuss ways to rescue, with Old Sen asking, "You mentioned a case that shocks heaven and earth, involving countless lives and a bizarre turn of events. Is it true or false?" "I must admit, I'm uneasy." Renrui responds, "Take your time, don't rush. We've been discussing this for hours, just about this little girl's case. It's straightforward. I still need to finish my cigarette, have a couple to refresh myself, and then I'll tell you." In that moment, was overjoyed but unsure what to do. Upon hearing Renrui's request, she quickly grabbed some matches and lit 2 cigarettes for him to enjoy. The wise man said, "There is a large village town called Qidong Town, located in the northeast of Ji County, about 45 li from the city. This township has 3,000 or 4,000 households, with a main street and several small streets. On the 3rd small street south of the road, there lives an old man named Jia. This old man is barely 50 years old, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. When his eldest son was alive, he was in his 30s and had married a young woman from the Wei family in their village at the age of 20. Both the Wei and Jia families depend on their fields for income, each owning around 40 to 50 ao in dot. The Wei family has no sons, only this daughter, but they've taken in a distant nephew to manage all affairs. This heir is not studious, so the old man does not like him, preferring his daughter-in-law as if she were a treasure. Unfortunately, last July, the son-in-law caught a fever and passed away on August 15th. After 100 days, old Wei is concerned that his daughter will be heartbroken, so he frequently invites her home for 10 or 15 days to ease her sorrow. As for the Jia family, their second son is 24 years old this year and studies at home. He is a handsome young man with neat and graceful features. His writing is also smooth and coherent. Since they lost their first son, this younger son has become their treasure, and they don't even teach him to read for fear of straining his mind. His daughter is 19 years old, as beautiful as jade, and she's versatile around the house. So, villagers gave him the nickname Jia Tanshun. The second son married a daughter from another local scholarly family. She has a gentle temperament and speaks softly, so people think he's honest but useless, earning him the nickname Second Dumbass. Jia Tanshun is 19 years old now, but why hasn't she been taken to her in-laws yet? Simply put, with her beauty and talent, there aren't many eligible bachelors from country villages who could match her. There is only one Wu Erlang in the neighboring village, but he is a peculiar person. He looks handsome and speaks cleverly, comes from a wealthy family, and enjoys riding horses and shooting arrows. He was on good terms with the Jia family, often visiting each other's homes, and their women did not shy away from each other. Wu Erlang once sent someone to propose marriage, but Jia Lao the elder thought this match could work. However, he heard that Wu Erlang had secretly seduced several women in the countryside, was a heavy gambler, and often went to play in the provincial capital for months without returning. Calculating in his heart, he realized that despite the family being one of the richest in the village, their property would not be safe in the long run, so he refused to give his consent. Later, when looking for another suitable match, he found no one with a comparable background, so he dropped the proposal. On August 13th this year, which marks Jia Lao's anniversary, they invited a monk to perform 3 days of divination. The days were the 12th, 13th, and 14th. After the divination was complete, Wei Lao, presumably a relative, took the girl home to celebrate the festival. Suddenly, that very afternoon, a person heard someone say that the Jia family had lost all their lives. This panic was utterly incoherent. In a rush, when I came to see, the village headman and the neighborhood leader had already arrived. The whole family was dead, with only Jia Tanshun and her aunt remaining, both in tears like people who had lost loved ones. Just then, Wei's grandmother, the daughter-in-law of the Jies, also arrived. Stepping inside, she heard cries everywhere and, not knowing what had happened, began to weep loudly. At that time, I looked around and saw that the gatekeeper was dead, along with 2 long-term workers. A bookish child lay dead on the floor of the hall. Jia Old Man was dead on his bed. In the second upper room, Jia Old Second and his wife were dead, along with their mother and a 3-year-old child on the bed. There was an old mother and a maid-eye, and the kitchen. Another old mother in the side room, and an account manager in the front hall and side room. A total of 13 men, women, and children perished. At that moment, I reported it and sent the news to the county officials overnight. The county was clear and dry the next day, and together with the morticians they went down to the countryside for an inspection. Not a single victim had a bone that wasn't hard, or skin that wasn't turning blue-purple. It wasn't a murder or poisoning, so solving this case became difficult. While Jia's family was preparing the coffin, the county reported and informed the governor. The county was drafting a report when suddenly, Jia's family sent someone to announce that they had discovered evidence of foul play. Just as he finished speaking, Qiwan raised her head and exclaimed, "Look! How red the windows are!" Before anyone could respond, a rapid scraping sound was heard, followed by noisy voices from outside shouting, "Fire! Fire!" A few people hurried out through the upstairs door, and, upon lifting the curtains, they saw the fire was at the back of the room where Laokan lived. Laokan quickly reached for a key to unlock the door. Wang Renrui shouted, "Get 2 more people to help Old Iron move his things." Just as Old Zhan unlocked the iron chain and pushed open the door, a massive cloud of black smoke billowed outwards, with tongues of flame escaping through the windows. The black smoke hit Old Zhan, causing him to quickly retreat, but he tripped on a brick and fell. Fortunately, those who came to move things were just in time to help old Jean up and guide him to the east. Observing the fire, it seemed certain to spread to the upper floors, so Huang Renrui's family, joined by others, went upstairs to retrieve their belongings. Huang Renrui stood in the courtyard, shouting, "Move that chest out first, everything else can come later." By the time he finished speaking, Huang Sheng had already carried the chest out. Those present, with their many hands, moved all of Huang Renrui's boxes and luggage to the east wall. The shop owner had already brought several long benches for them to sit on. Renrui checked his possessions, ensuring nothing was missing, but there was one extra item he quickly ordered to be taken to the cash office. As for what the extra item was, it turned out to be Qiwa's luggage. The old man knew that the county official would come to watch the fire, and if he saw it, it would be somewhat embarrassing, so he had someone move it. He then told Erqui, "You two also go into the official's room and take cover. The official will arrive immediately." Hearing this, Erqui walked towards the front along the wall route. When the fire started, people from the neighborhood as well as river workers came looking for buckets and basins to put out the fire. However, both banks of the Yellow River were already frozen solid, and though there was still water in the middle, no one could go and get it. Behind the shop was a large pond that had long been frozen like dry land. There were only 2 wells outside the city with water, but to fill them bucket by bucket would take too long. These people, desperate for a solution, started chiseling ice from the pond, block by block, and throwing it into the fire. They did not know, however, that the power of the ice was greater than water. Each piece of ice thrown in put out a section of the fire. The fire was behind the house, with 7 or 8 people standing on the roof, and dozens of people pushing ice onto the roof. People below were throwing things into the fire, half into it and half onto the roof, so the fire couldn't reach the upper part of the house. Old Chan and Huang Renrui were watching the rescue efforts from the eastern wall. They saw the county magistrate arrive with workers holding claw hooks and long poles to help. When they entered the house, the fire had already subsided. They used the claw hooks to tear down the room while instructing others to take thin ice from the Yellow River and throw it into the fire to smother it. The fire slowly died out. The county magistrate saw Huang Renrui standing below the eastern wall and walked over, bowing and saying, "Old Mr. Chen was quite startled." Renrui replied, "Not too bad, but we did burn our grandfather heavily." He then introduced a man named Tai Can, or Repairing Remnant, to the county magistrate, saying, "This person is related to you and has significant connections. We need to rely on him for this case." The county magistrate exclaimed, "Oh, is the Iron Master here? Come over quickly to meet." The centenarian waved his hand and called out, "Old Remnant, come this way." Old Remnant was sitting on a bench with the centenarian when they saw the county magistrate arrive. They walked past the crowd, using the fire as an excuse to avoid him. On hearing the call, he came over and bowed to the magistrate, exchanging polite greetings. The magistrate had a mat to sit on, so Old Remnant and the centenarian remained on the bench. It turned out that this Qihe County was named Wang Jin, also from Jiangnan, the same hometown as Old Remnant. Although he was a graduate of the Imperial Academy, he was not stupid. The centenarian then said to Wang Jin, "I think only by writing a letter to the palace keeper with the Iron Master's seal can we clear your name in the Qidong village case. We need to send Bai Sishu. That stubborn fellow won't dare be too insolent. As colleagues, we can't offend him. The Iron Master is an outsider, so there's no need to be cautious." Wang Jin listened and was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Jia Wei has found a savior." Old Wayne listened half-heartedly, neither agreeing nor declining, leaving him to vaguely comply. Wonderful. Simply wonderful. At that time the fire had completely died out, and the county magistrate wanted to take both men to the courthouse to stay. Renrui said, "Since the upper room wasn't burned down, I can still move in and stay there, but Mr. Iron has no place to go home." Old Wayne replied, "No need to worry, no need to worry. It's already late at night, and it won't be long before dawn. After dawn, I'll go into town and arrange my luggage, causing no trouble." The county magistrate persistently urged Old Wayne to come to the courthouse. Old Wayne said, "Bothering Yellow Brother is fine, please don't worry." The magistrate kindly inquired, "What did you burn? You spent a lot of money, but since our county was able to procure it, I'll certainly contribute a little." Old Wayne laughed and said, "Just a quilt, a bamboo basket, 2 pieces of cloth, some broken books, a bell on a chain. That's all." The magistrate smiled and said, "Not accurate at all." He then left with a smile. Kneeling on the ground, like a chicken pecking at rice, he kept bowing his head and exclaimed,
Great Lord's mercy!
Great Lord's mercy! The watchman knelt with one leg in the dirt and shouted. The fire started in this old man's house. Please, Grand Lord, instruct. Shall we take him back to the office for questioning, or question him here? The county official then asked, What is your name? Where are you from? How did the fire start? The person on the ground bowed repeatedly and explained, I am Zhang, named Zhang, from this city. I work as a long-term employee at the neighboring store. From dawn yesterday until late last night, I was so busy that I only had a brief moment to rest before going back to my home to sleep. Little did I know, my clothes and pants were drenched in sweat, and as soon as I lay down, I felt an unusual coldness that kept me from sleeping. Seeing some roasted beans on the table, he took a few and decided to roast and eat them. He remembered the leftover wine on the windowsill from the guests in the upper room, shared a few small snacks, and heated it over the fire. Who knew that after a day of exhaustion, with some warmth and a couple more drinks, he dozed off. As soon as he fell asleep, he felt a sharp stinging sensation in his nose. He quickly opened his eyes to find his cotton jacket ablaze, the cracks already spreading. He hurried out to look for water, but the fire had spread beyond control. It's all true, he thought. Let's pray for His Excellency's mercy. The county magistrate shouted, Dumbass! And ordered him taken to the office. After giving his final instructions to Renrui, he left in a hurry. By then, the fire was out, leaving only white smoke. Renrui watched as Huang Sheng led everyone inside, reorganizing the items just as they had been before. Rui said, The smoke in the room is too heavy, so I lit a box of incense to freshen it up. He smiled at Lao Zan and said, Iron Lord, it seems you're still busy going back into the house instead of staying here. If I weren't here, you wouldn't be left with such a clean burn. Lao Zan replied, Isn't it obvious? If I went back, there's a chance I'd get burned to death inside. You don't appreciate my gratitude and instead blame me. It's not fair. Rui retorted, Don't be silly. If you go back, you might even burn yourself to death in there. Besides, you should thank me properly. Otherwise, we can call it quits. At that moment, the curtain was pulled aside, and Huang Sheng entered with someone wearing a large hat. He bowed respectfully to Lao Zan and said, I have been sent by Master Iron to convey his greetings. I bring a set of bedding that I use personally. It's slightly worn, but I hope Master doesn't mind. We'll have a tailor make new ones tomorrow night. For now, this will do. Additionally, here's a fox fur robe and pants set for Master to use as he pleases. Old Crane stood up and said, You've gone to a lot of trouble. Leave your luggage here for now. I'll pay you back after I buy my own. As for the clothes, I'm still wearing them, so don't go to all this trouble. Go back and thank them. The family still refused to take the clothes. Huang Rui said, Old Iron won't accept them. Just tell them what I said. They should take them back. The family left again, giving another 1,000. Old Crane said, Even if I had burned them, it wouldn't be a big deal. But you were just lying around, and the jade ring's bag got burnt too. Isn't that unfair? Huang Rui replied, That's even better. I said his bedding is worth less than 10 silver coins. Tomorrow I'll give him 15, and his mother won't be happy. Duke said, That's not true. It was probably me, this unlucky person, who caused Old Iron to lose all these good things. Old Yan said, The objects have no value. It's a pity I don't have anywhere to buy my 2 songboard books. It can't be helped. Just listen to him. Ruixi said, I'm not surprised by the songboard books, but it's a shame your shaking bell also broke. Haven't you lost your livelihood? Old Yan replied, That's not it. You should compensate for that. There's nothing more to say. Ruixi said, All right. You won't have to work as a leather merchant anymore, and you won't have to be a talking doctor. Old Yan shouted, Good. It's so satisfying. Don't let him talk. Tuirong said, Amitafo. Always under your kindness. Tuiwa nodded and said, Sister Huan is married well, and Old Iron has taken office, so this is indeed a grand fortunate fire. I should congratulate you both. Old Remnant asked, According to you, he marries while I degenerate? Wang Renrui replied, Enough chatter. Ask me, is it sleeping or talking? If it's sleeping, pack your bags. If it's talking, I'll tell you the strange case again. He then shouted, Come on! Old Remnant said, I'm willing to listen to what you have to say. Renrui continued, Didn't we just mention the report from the Jia family, where someone was found murdered? It turns out that old Jia had a half-eaten mooncake on his desk, and there were traces of eating mooncakes in most of the bedrooms. This mooncake was delivered by the Wei family 2 days ago, so the new son of the Jia family is named Jia Gan. He accused his wife's sister, Jia Weishi, of adultery and using poison to murder their entire family of 13. Prince Jing of Qi County sent over Jia Gan to inquire about the adulterer, but he couldn't name him. He ate a half-eaten mooncake, already broken, with some strychnine in the filling. Prince Jing sent over Jia Weier to question this matter. Jia Weier confessed. The mooncake was delivered on the 12th day. I was still at the Jia residence, and at that time someone had already eaten it, so I didn't die. He also sent over Old Wei, who stated, the mooncake was made by a shop called Four Beautiful Peace on the street. Its toxicity can be verified. When they brought Four Beautiful Peace, they admitted that while their family made the cake, the filling was delivered by the Wei family. This led to the temporary detention of the Wei father and daughter. Despite their detention, no instruments of punishment were used. It was merely an empty room in the prison where they were left to arrange things themselves. Prince Jing privately felt that the evidence indicated no poisoning, and after conducting a personal inspection, he found no signs of poisoning. Even if the mooncakes were poisoned, not everyone ate them at the same time. Is there no difference in toxicity? The victim's family demanded an urgent investigation, so they thoroughly searched the magistrate's residence and requested an interrogation. A few days ago, they cleverly sent a student of Guang Shengmu. This person, named Gang Bi, was a disciple of Lu Jianchang, specializing in his teacher's teachings and renowned for his integrity. Upon arrival, he immediately gave Wei Laozi a beating and Jia Weishi a slap. Both men fainted, but there were no confessions. It turns out that the road to justice is narrow. The servants in Wei Laozi's household, however, are loyal and honest, seeing their master wronged, so they raised some funds and came to the city, finally reaching a local gentleman named Hu Jufen. At this point, Huang Sheng pushed open the curtain and walked in, saying, "Master called." Ren Rui replied, "Pack up the bedding." Huang Sheng asked, "How should we arrange the bedding?" Ren Rui thought for a moment and said, "It's cold outside, let's all sleep inside." "Here," Old Remnant said to me. "The bed is large enough for both of us. I'll sleep on one side and you can have the other. Ask your 2 sisters to unfold their blankets and we'll all sleep together. What do you say?" I replied, "It's perfect. Just that. You're living alone." Xian Rui said, "With them by your side, how can you be lonely?" Old Remnant asked, "Whether you're lonely or not, let me ask you this. What about moving in with Hu Jian? How do you like the idea?" To learn what happens next, stay tuned for the next chapter. Chapter 16. The 6 gold girls purchase the punishment of Lingqi, the letter that drives away the door of Death Star. In an instant, seeing the companion who had arrived earlier, he followed Huang Sheng inside. It turns out that there was a rule. All bedding for prostitutes must be arranged by their companions, and their families would refuse to do it for them. Moreover, there were other items used in the bedding, and only the companion knew where they were stored. If placed by someone else, they could not be found. The companion finished arranging the bedding and said, "The jade ring burned. What should we do?" Ren Rui replied, "You don't need to worry about that." Lao Zan said, "I know. Come back tomorrow, and I'll compensate you with 20 silver coins for a new one." The companion said, "It's not about the silver, sir. It's for tonight." Ren Rui said, "Tell you not to interfere. Do you still don't understand?" Qufine also said, "Tell you not to get involved. Just go back." That's when the companion, with his head bowed, left. Shuana Sage said to Huang Sheng, "It's getting late. Add some more charcoal to the brazier, have a pot of hot water ready, take out my inkstone and brush, along with several sheets of red grid paper and envelopes, 2 sticks of wax, and place them all on the table. Then you can go to sleep." Huang Sheng agreed, and went to do as he was told. Here, Xuan finished his smoking. Lao Zan asked, "How about delivering it to Hu Huangkun's home?" Xuan replied, "This ignorant countryman, upon seeing Hu Huangkun, immediately prostrated himself, saying, 'If you can save my master, I shall be forever grateful and ready to become a duke.'" Hu Huangkun said, "Becoming a duke won't help. You need money to get the job done. This old man, I have shared a meal with him in the provincial capital and recognize him. Bring me 1,000 silver first, and I'll handle it for you. My fee is separate." The old man then pulled out a leather pouch from his chest, took out 2 150 notes, and handed them to Hu Huangkun. "However," he said, "if the lawsuit is settled without incident, I can arrange for it regardless of the cost." Hu Wanqin nodded, ate lunch, and then dressed to visit Lao Kong. Lao Zan struck his bed frame and exclaimed, "No good." Renrui said, "This damn Hu Wanchen has arrived, and Lao Kang has invited him in." They exchanged a few polite phrases. Hu Wanchen then held up the 1,000 silver tickets and said, "This is for the Jia Wei case. The Wei family is showing respect to their ancestral grandfather, so please show them extra favor." Lao Zan said, "It's bound to backfire." Renrui replied, "Not necessarily." "It didn't." Lao Zan asked. "So what happened?" Renrui answered. Lao Kang smiled and took the tickets with both hands, glanced at them and said, "Whose money is this? Can it be relied upon?" Hu Wanchen said, "It's from Dongyu, our county's largest moneylender. It can be fully trusted." Lao Kang said, "For a case of such magnitude, how could 1,000 silver pieces suffice?" Hu Wanchi said, "The Wei family says as long as we settle this quickly, it's fine to spend a bit more." "He's willing." Lao Gan said, "For 13 lives, 1,000 silvers each, that's still worth 13,000. Let's compromise. Since you're here, my brother is willing to reduce it by half. 6,500 silvers shall suffice." Hu Wanchi agreed at once, saying, "That works." Lao Gan continued, "You are only an intermediary. Don't take the lead. Go back and ask him properly. No need for receipts. You just write clearly. Reduce by half 6,500 silvers, future arrangements pending. With this, my brother can tie up the matter tomorrow." Hu Wanchi was overjoyed and went out to discuss it with the old man from the countryside. Hearing that the lawsuit could be settled without incident, the countryman acted on his own accord. Perhaps after years of being a guest, no one would fault him. Moreover, not wanting the silver on hand, he wrote a receipt for 5,500 silvers and another for 500 silvers as Hu Wanchi's fee. A fool of a scholar wrote a letter and presented it along with the evidence of 5,500 silver coins to the county office. Lao Gang accepted it and gave a receipt. The next day, during the court session, he was supposed to examine Prince Jin and Wei Jing together. However, Wei Jing had no knowledge of these details. When they entered the court, he called for someone to bring them in. The officials brought Wei Fu and his daughter, but they were half dead. After they knelt down, Gao Bing produced the silver ticket, the proof of payment, and the scholar's documents from his pocket and showed them to Wei Jing first. Wei Jing was at a loss for words but secretly pitied the Wei family. After examining them, Gao Bing asked Old Wei, "Can you read?" Old Wei replied, "I am an educated person, I can read." He was then asked about Jia Wei. "Can you read?" She answered, "I had a few years of education when I was young, but I don't know many characters." Lao Gang then ordered the officials to deliver the silver ticket and documents to the couple. He and his daughter replied, "We don't understand the reason." Kong Billy said, "If you don't understand anything else, surely you don't recognize this evidence? It's written by someone, with a named reference below. Can't you identify it?" He called for a servant to show it to an old man. After examining it, the old man testified, "This evidence was written by my household manager, but I don't know why he wrote it." Kong Billy laughed loudly and said, "You won't understand until I tell you. Yesterday, a Mr. Hu came to visit me, bringing 1,002 silver coins first, asking me to find a way to clear your case. He said that if the case was cleared, he would be willing to pay more silver. I thought, since both of you poor and vicious people endured the torture quite well yesterday, it's time to take advantage of this opportunity to get some revenge. So, I told Mr. Hu, tell your manager that 13 lives were lost, and for each life, 1,002 silver coins should be paid. That would amount to 13,000 silver coins." Mr. Hu replied, "It's unlikely that much can be produced at once." I said, "As long as he understands in his heart, the delay in paying the silver is not a problem. If he refuses to pay 1,000 silver for a life, even if he agrees to pay half of that, 502 silvers for a life, it should be 6,502 silvers, nothing less." Mr. Hu nodded in agreement repeatedly. I was still afraid of Mr. Hu's boldness, so I warned him several times, telling him to explain this halved logic to those in charge, and if they are willing, have them write a receipt. The next day, the receipt arrived as promised. If I were to accept your silver and exonerate you, not only would I betray Governor's trust, but would 13 wronged souls follow me? You should think about it. I am an official from the Imperial Court, specially commissioned by Governor Wang to assist in this case. I tell you, I have no grudge against you. Why would I frame you? I further explained, if it wasn't for you who murdered them, why did your family agree to pay several thousand silvers to settle matters? This is the first evidence. It cost me $652 in my place, and I don't know how much it costs elsewhere, so I can't delve deeper. If it wasn't for you, I would tell him to calculate it at $502 per life. It should still be $652. Your headman should say, it's not our family that caused the person's death. If Commissioner grants a reprieve, $7,800 could be acceptable, but I cannot agree to $652. Why does he account for it at $502 per life without any doubt? This is the second evidence. I advise you to admit it sooner or later, to avoid much suffering from various forms of punishment. The father and daughter bowed their heads repeatedly and said, Heavenly Lord! It's a miscarriage of justice. Just as Gongbi slapped the table in anger, he shouted, I'm giving you guidance, but you still refuse to admit it. Pick me up again. The underlings answered with a thunderous and threw their sticks and whips onto the floor, causing a startled cry. Just as they were about to use torture, Jingbi said, Slow down. The executioners will come, and I'll tell you. A few officials took a few steps forward, knelt on one leg and shouted, Please, show us, Superior. Jingbi replied, I know all your tricks. You think this case is fine, so take their money, use light punishment, and let the prisoners not suffer too much. But since you see the case is serious, it's irreversible. Take their money, do it swiftly, execute them on the spot, and fulfill their wish to be beheaded. I have another severe punishment in mind. Today, beat Jia Wei first, but don't beat him to the point of losing consciousness. If his expression changes for the worse, ease up. Prepare for 10 days. No matter how tough you are, you won't be able to hold out. Poor Jia Wei, in less than 2 days, could really take it no more, crying with all his might, and unable to bear seeing his old father suffer, he said, No need to use torture. I'll confess. The man is the one I murdered, and my father had no knowledge of it, said Gongbi. Why did you kill his whole family? Wei Shi replied, I was out for revenge against my sister-in-law's misbehavior. Gongbi asked, Since your sister-in-law and you were at odds, why did you go as far as to kill them all? Wei Shi explained, I originally intended to kill only one person, but I couldn't think of a way. So, I put the poison in the mooncake filling. Since he loved eating mooncakes the most, I wanted him to be the first to die, sparing others from harm. Gongbi inquired, What kind of poison did you use? The culprit answered, It was arsenic. Where did you get the arsenic? I had someone buy it from a pharmacy. Which pharmacy? I didn't go out myself. I had someone else buy it, so I don't know which one. They asked, Who bought it? It was Wanger, the long-term servant of my in-law who was poisoned to death. They wondered, since Wanger bought it for you, why would he agree to eat the mooncake and get poisoned? Witness, when I asked him to buy arsenic, I only said it was for poisoning rats, so he didn't know. Question, you say your father was unaware. How could you act without discussing it with him? Witness, the arsenic was bought at my in-law's place several days ago. I intended to take the opportunity to put it in Auntie's food bowl, but there seemed no suitable moment. Just that day, I returned home and saw them making mooncake fillings. I asked what they needed it for, and they said it was a festival gift for our family. When no one was around, I mixed the arsenic into the filling. Just then, Gongbi nodded and said, That's right, that's right. He asked further, I find you quite straightforward, and your confession is coherent. But I've heard that your husband often treats you harshly. Is that true? Wei Shi replied, My husband has always been as kind to me as he would be to his own daughter. There couldn't be more generosity. Gongbi said, Your husband is already dead, so why defend him? Wei Shi, after listening, raised his head, eyebrows furrowed, almond eyes wide open, and shouted, Old Master Jian, you're only trying to pin the blame for my torture on me. Now I've granted your wish. Since you've killed Granduncle, it's still a case of torture. Why do you insist on sitting in judgment when there are children in your family? I advise you to step back. Jianbi smiled and said, According to the principles of governance, one should pursue matters to their very end. However, since this is how it is, let him confess first. Then Huang Renrui said, This is what happened just 2 days ago, and he's still scheming against that old man. Yesterday, while I was eating at the county office, Wang Zijin was so nervous that he couldn't speak. As soon as he did, it was as if he had received some silver from the Wei family. Li Taizun, who was present, also found the situation questionable, but couldn't think of a solution, proposing that they could only proceed if they could get Bai Taizun and his son, Bai Zishu, involved. This plague, known for his integrity, is faced with the challenge of Bai Taizun's reputedly even greater virtue. The integrity and scholarship of Bai Zishu, for which he is renowned, command universal respect, and no one dares to look down on him. There's no other way to subjugate him. Only a detailed report within a couple of days will do, as the imperial consort's urgency intensifies. The problem is how to deliver this report to the Duke, something that our contemporaries must avoid suspecting. Yesterday I saw my elder brother, and from the bottom of my heart I am overjoyed. Please think of a way. Old Remnant replied, I have no grand strategy. However, given the urgency of the situation, there is no perfect solution to be found. The only course of action, in this circumstance, is to draft a detailed letter and present it to the Duke, requesting him to send by Tizen for a reinvestigation. Whether this report yields results or not is beyond our control. Wrongdoing abounds in the world, but when it concerns us, we should exert all our efforts to clear his name. Human Jade exclaimed, Respected, respected. Time is of essence, so prepare the stationery and I will begin writing at once. Yukok, go light some candles and brew some tea. Old Wansong focused his gaze and sat down in the house of Renui. Quiron lit the candle as well. Old Wansong opened the ink box, took out his brush, laid paper and began to write. To his surprise, the ink box had frozen solid like a stone, and his brush was frozen into a prune seed, unable to write even half a stroke. Quiron held the ink box over the fire, while old Wansong held the brush close to it, thinking deeply. In an instant, white steam emerged from the ink box, and its bottom half had already melted. Old Wansong dipped his brush in the ink and wrote 2 lines, then heated them slightly. Within half a time period the letter was complete, with a seal added. He planned to ask Renui who he should give the letter to. He told Quiron, invite Huang Laoguang inside. Quiron drew back the room curtain, laughing loudly and softly, shouting, Old Iron, come see! Old Chen, looking at them with a mix of hope and despair, saw Huang Renui in the south, holding a smoking pipe in both hands, his head resting on a pillow with saliva drooling from his mouth, while legs were covered in a wolfskin blanket. Over there, Kui Fang was sleeping on a tiger-skin rug, her feet tucked under her clothes, her hands extended beyond her sleeves, but her head wasn't on the pillow. Half her face was buried in the collar of her coat, and the other half rested against the sleeve. They both slept deeply. Old Chen exclaimed, This is unacceptable. Wake them up immediately. He went to shake Renui, saying, Wake up. You'll catch a cold like this. Renui, startled, opened his eyes dazedly and asked, Is the letter written? It's done, Old Chen replied. Renui struggled to sit up, and suddenly, the drool from his mouth rolled from his sleeve onto the ashtray, breaking into several pieces it had long since turned into ice. When Old Remaining was about to beat young Brilliance, Green Ring approached Purple Flower's side, first touching his clothes with both feet and pulling hard. Purple Flower woke up in a shock, shouting, Who? Who? He rubbed his eyes and exclaimed, Good heavens! It's freezing. Both rose and rushed towards the firepot to warm themselves, but they found no one had added any coal, only leaving behind a layer of white ash, a few flickering embers, yet there was still heat. Green Ring said, The firepot in the room is burning brightly. Let's take our blankets inside. The 4 of them went into the inner room together. Purple Flower examined the bedding and found that everything was arranged neatly. Then he looked at what had been delivered from his county, a blue lake twill blanket, a red lake twill blanket, 2 large silk cushions, and 1 pillow. He pointed to Old Remaining and said, Take a look at these blankets. Old Remaining replied, They're quite good. Then he turned to Young Brilliance and said, I've finished the letter. Please check it over. Young Brilliance heated the fire while reading the letter from start to finish, saying, It's very realistic. I think this should do the trick. Old said, How shall we send it? Person of Longevity felt in his waist and took out a watch. He said, It's almost midnight. Let's wait another moment. When dawn breaks, I'll ask someone from the county to go. Old continued, Everyone in the county will be slow to rise. It would be better to discuss with the store owner after sunrise and hire someone to deliver it. The river is hard to cross, though. Person of Longevity replied, Someone ran across the river last night. A single person can easily cross the river. Everyone gathered around the fire, chatting casually. In just 2 or 3 hours, it was already dawning. Person of Longevity called out Huang Sheng and told him to discuss with the store owner about hiring someone to deliver the message to the provincial capital, saying, It's no more than 40 li away. If delivered before noon, I'll give you 10 silver coins in the afternoon upon receipt of the acknowledgement. A moment later, the store owner and a companion came back saying, This is my brother. He can go deliver the message if you, sir, require it. He has delivered letters several times before and is quite familiar with the way. He is even bold enough to enter the county office, so please rest assured." At that time, Renouille handed the report to him for presentation on the platform, and himself took care of its delivery. "Here," Renouille said, "it's time for us to sleep now." Huang and Iron slept on either side, while Ercui slept in the middle, and within a blink of an eye, they were fast asleep. When they woke up, it was already noon. The crew members from Quifang had been waiting ahead, took both sisters back, rolled up the bedding, and carried them away. Renouille said, "I'll send them back this evening. We won't send anyone to call them." The crew member agreed and went with the two women. Huirings turned her head and tearfully said, "Don't forget me." Renouille and Lao Can both smiled and nodded. The two washed their faces, took a short rest, and then had lunch. After finishing lunch, it was already past 2 o'clock. Renouille left for the county office and said, "If there's a reply, give me a call." Lao Can replied, "I understand. You go ahead." "No." After Renouille left, within an hour, the storekeeper led the messenger in, all out of breath. In his arms, he took out a sealed envelope with a purple seal. Opening it, there were 2 letters inside. One was a personal letter from Zhang Gongbao, the characters larger than walnuts. The other was a note from Yuan Simen, stating, "White Tizen is currently in Taiyan and will send someone to act on your behalf. It should take around 5 to 7 days to arrive." It further said, "Gongbao hopes you can wait for 2 more days. When White Tizen arrives, we will discuss everything." Old Chen, after reading this, told the messenger, "Rest for now. Come back in the evening to receive your reward. Call Huang Erga." The shopkeeper replied, "Master Huang has gone into the official building with me." Old Chen thought to himself, "Who should I send this letter to? Perhaps I should go myself." He then instructed the shopkeeper to lock the door and went straight to the county office. Upon entering, he saw many officials and servants coming in and out, indicating an important matter was taking place. After passing through the Yamen gate, he noticed the grand hall was eerily quiet with numerous servants standing on either side. He paused for a moment, considering, what harm could it do to go up and take a look? What's all of this about? Standing behind one of the servants, however, he couldn't see what was happening. "All I hear from above is, Jia Wei, you must understand that your death sentence is already set and there's no turning back. You've been trying hard to clear your father, saying he was unaware, which shows your filial piety, and this old official has no intention of not fulfilling your wishes. However, if you don't reveal your husband who betrayed you, your father's life won't be spared. Consider that it was his scheme that led to your current suffering. He ran away and doesn't even send you a bowl of rice. A man with any decency would have thought of his wife in such circumstances. I advise you to confess." Below, all I hear is sobs. Again, from the audience. "Still not confessing? I'll resort to torture if you don't." Then, a faint and incoherent response from below. All I hear from above is, "What did he say?" A clerk responds, "Jia Weishi said it's his own affair and he'll do as His Excellency commands. Call him to produce a false husband? There's nothing he can make up." Suddenly, a loud slap echoes through the court, and someone screams, "This whore is cunning! Beat her!" A chorus of "ah" rises from below as several people rush forward, slamming their feet down on the ground with a thunderous clatter. The old man, listening, seethes with anger, tearing himself away from the sacred court, shouting, "Back! Let me pass." The officers flinch. The old man strides to the center and sees an officer gripping Jia Weishi by the hair, raising his head for a beatings. 2 other officers are gripping his hands as he's suspended above the ground. The old man grabs one of the officers by the arm. "Stop!" He saunters off, leaving them stunned, and enters the warm chamber with an air of authority. Seeing 2 men sitting on the case, below was Prince Jin and above was Shen Ji. It was clear this was just Kang Bi. He bowed to Kang Bi first. Jin saw an old man. He stood up in a hurry. However, Kang Bi didn't recognize him and did not stand up, shouting, "Who are you? Dare to disturb the court? Take him away." It is unknown what happened to the old man after being taken away. The subsequent events remain to be seen. 17th chapter. The Iron Cannon rescues the court. The Ukraine triptych in a guest house as the old man watched Jia Weishi about to be executed. He rushed up to the platform and shouted, "Stop!" Kang Bi didn't recognize the old man's identity. Seeing his simple clothing and small hat, he ordered the officials to take him away. However, the officials, knowing that their county magistrate had already stood up, understood that this man must have some background. The old man saw Kang Bi's furious expression and repeatedly shouted, intending to play a trick on him, so he lightly said, "Don't ask who I am yet, let me speak for a moment. If what I said is incorrect, there are plenty of instruments of punishment in the hall below. You can hit me a few blows or clamp me with 1 or 2 sticks, it doesn't matter. I'll ask you this, to an old man on his deathbed and a woman locked up in seclusion, why do you put shackles on them? Are you afraid they will escape from prison? These are instruments used to subdue robbers. You cannot use them at will on law-abiding citizens. Where is your sense of right and wrong? How can you rest easy?" Prince Jinan did not expect the reply from the official already sent, fearing that Lozin and Gangbai would match wits in the hall below, and quickly exclaimed, "Old master, please go to the reception room. This is a public court, it's not suitable for conversations." Gangbai was so angry he stood there gaping. Seeing Jinan refer to him as old master, he feared the man had some standing, so he didn't dare challenge him openly. Lozin knew Jinan was in a difficult position and walked over from the west side, bowing slightly towards Jinan. Jinan hurriedly returned the bow and said, "Please sit in the reception room." Lozin replied, "I'm not in a hurry." He then took out the sealed letter from his sleeve and handed it to Ziji. Seeing the seal with purple flowers, Ziji's face lit up, and he received the letter with both hands, opening it and reading aloud. "It is ordered that White Shoji has arrived. Request immediate transmission of instructions to Wang Jing and Gao, just that they do not abuse their power. Wei Qian's father and daughter are released on bail and sent home, pending further inquiries from White Shoji. My younger brother, Yao, bows respectfully." Meanwhile, he handed the letter to Gofu for inspection while shouting loudly, "By order of the Governor-General, all instruments of punishment for Wei Qian's father and daughter must be loosened. They are to be released on bail and sent home, pending further review by White Shoji." Those below responded with a single before shouting again, "Release them in court! Release them in court!" By then, the father and daughter had already been quickly freed from their shackles, leg irons and chains around their neck, making them kneel and cry out, "Thank you, Governor-General, for your mercy. Thank you, Elder Gao and Governor Wang, for your mercy." After reading the letter, Gofu was filled with anger but could not speak. Again, upon hearing of the kindness shown by Elder Shen and King Wang, it felt like a knife stabbing my heart. I couldn't sit still and retreated to the back hall. Still greeted old John with a bow. "Please take a seat in the reception room. My brother will briefly explain this matter and then join you." Old John bowed back. "Thank you, sir. I have one more request. Please excuse me." He left the hall, still strutting arrogantly out of the office. "Here." Prince Jin ordered the clerk to have Wei Qian's parents take bail immediately. They would be released that night. The clerk agreed and struck the drum to dismiss the audience. Meanwhile, old John returned, walking along with great joy in his heart, thinking, "I heard about Yu Xian's cruel treatments the other day. There was nothing I could do. Today, however, I witnessed a cruel official being saved by a single letter, which revived 2 lives. It feels even better than consuming ginseng." Unaware, he had walked out of the city gates on the Yellow River dike. When we reached the dike, seeing the sky turning dark, the Yellow River had frozen solid, like a great road, and small carts were traveling back and forth continuously. I thought to myself, since my luggage has been burned, there's nothing left to carry, so I can return to the province alone tomorrow and arrange for new luggage. Then I remembered Yuan Siming's letter, asking me to wait for Bai Gong's arrival so we could discuss it. I knew that Bai Gong would handle this matter skillfully, but if there were any details I hadn't clarified, wouldn't that cause problems? I decided to be patient and wait a few days before deciding. As I was thinking, we arrived at the inn door, so I turned back and went inside. There were many people shoveling away the ashes from the fire, creating a large pile of rags and torn clothes, which I chose not to look at. Back in the upper room I sat alone. After more than 2 hours, Riji came in from outside, saying happily, "Wonderful, wonderful." He announced that after the plague had just abated, he immediately instructed his family to pack up and return to the province. Zijin knows that Gubo is soft-spoken, and fears that if he returns to the province more trouble may arise, so he tries his best to keep him, saying, "Gubo only sent Bai Taizun to review the case. He did not order you to return to the province. The case is not resolved, so you cannot leave. If you go like this, won't it be the same as Gubo's anger? It would not suit your master's respect and honesty. He thinks about it and decides to endure. Zijin originally wanted to invite you in for a meal, but I said, I took on this errand for you." Old Remnant asks, "Isn't that good?" You eat plain rice, and I'll handle the interpersonal relationships. You're lucky. Renrui says, just fire him if you have the ability. Go ahead and do it, and I'll endure hunger with you. As he spoke, a person with a red tasseled hat entered from the door, carrying an entire scroll, followed by someone carrying a pickling box. He walked straight to the upper room, lifted the curtain and came in, addressing Renrui and looking at old Remnant. Is this the Iron Lord? A man of longevity said, not bad. The family then took the lead and paid their respects, saying, we say that there are no fine dishes in this small county, so we sent a table of coarse food and beg your forgiveness, Mr. Elder. The old man replied, the food here is convenient and doesn't require much thought. Please choose some and send it back to another person. The family said, according to the master's instructions, Mr. Elder must be pleased. If we return it, we may get scolded. The man of longevity took a piece of paper from the table, removed his pen cap, and told the family, tell them to choose something delicious. The family opened the box, showing the elders the food. It was a very rich fish-wing feast. The old man said, even simple rice is beyond our means. This feast is too generous. I am even more embarrassed. The man of longevity had already finished writing on the flowery paper with his pen and handed it to the family, saying, this is a reply from Iron Lord. Just thank him when you return. He also gave the family some money as a reward, 200 for the box, and they returned 2,000 in total. Here, Wang Sheng brought a lamp on his palm. In no time, Kuiwa and Queerings arrived. His companions, without waiting for instructions, brought in 2 small luggage rolls and sent them to the inner room. Ringy said, you guys sure know how to lay out bedding fast. It's ready in half a day. Kuiwa replied, we have plenty of bedding at home, so this is enough. Wang Sheng came in to ask about dinner. Ringy said, let's start eating. A moment later, the plates were already set. Ringy suggested, it's cold today, even though there's no north wind. Let's warm some wine and have a couple of drinks. Today is very joyful. Let's drink a bit more. The 2 Quees both picked up their strings to sing while enjoying the wine. Ringy said, no need to sing, just have a couple of drinks. Kua noticed how happy the 2 were and asked, how could you be so happy? I guess the messenger from the stage has returned? Ringy replied, not only has the letter returned, but both Mr. Wei's sons should have reached home by now. He then explained all of the above to Yuatu in great detail. His 2 older sisters were also quite fond of her, which needed no further explanation. However, when Queeringen heard these words, she couldn't help but laugh mysteriously, suddenly furrowed her brows in silence. You might wonder why. He had heard about an old letter being sent away, and the governor had taken such a favorable view of it. If he had handled that matter, it would have been as easy as blowing away dust. It would have definitely been handled properly, so she laughed mysteriously. He also thought about their authority, which was sufficient, but he didn't know if the words spoken last night were true or false. If they had just casually mentioned it and moved on, there wouldn't be any hope for her to improve her situation throughout her life. That's why her brows remained locked. He further thought that his mother intended to sell him by the end of this year. The bald son-in-law was exceptionally vicious, a matter of death or life, and without realizing it, a grayish hue appeared on his face. He also reflected on how he, a virtuous woman from a good family, had fallen into such a wretched state. It would have been cleaner to simply die, and a resolute aura emerged between his eyebrows. Thinking again, he realized that death was inevitable, but who would take care of his 6-year-old brother? He wouldn't be able to survive without food. If he starved to death, not only would his parents stop offering sacrifices, but also the ancestral incense, and everything would come to an end. With these thoughts, he felt like he couldn't go on living, but neither could he die. Without realizing it, tears started rolling down his cheeks, and he quickly wiped them away with a handkerchief. Tuiwa looked at him and said, "You silly girl. The masters are happy today. What's got you so confused?" Renrui, looking at him, only smiled stupidly. Lao John nodded and said, "Don't worry. We'll find a way for you." Renrui replied, all right. With Iron Master's support, the words I spoke last night don't count anymore." Huang Sheng entered with someone else. They greeted Renrui, and Huang Sheng gave him $1,000 and a red envelope. The elder took the case, opened it, peered inside, and tucked it into his bosom, saying, "I know," and laughing incessantly. Only then did Huang Sheng say, "Please, sir, come out and speak a few words." The elder stepped outside. About half an hour later, they were all silent, looking at each other without a word, making the elder even happier. Another family from the county entered. bowed to the old man and said, "My master asks that you take back the old blanket from yesterday." The old man was taken aback, thinking, "What logic is this? If you take it away, how am I supposed to sleep?" However, as it was their property, he couldn't insist, so he agreed. In his heart, he was still perplexed. As the family went into the room and took what they came for, the elder said, "We were all in high spirits today, but this one with the green ring made no one happy, even me. Let's not eat any more wine, and let's clear the table." Again seeing Huang Sheng, I really did take all the plates down. At this time, not only did Bai Kuai have no idea what was going on, even Lao Zan found it strange. Immediately, Huang Sheng, with Kui Ring's retinue, moved her bedding. Kui Ring hurriedly asked, "What's going on? What's going on? Why didn't you tell me to stay here?" The servant said, "I don't know. I just heard them say I should retrieve the bedding." At this point, Kui Ring could not hold back her emotions, anticipating the worst, and without noticing she was crying, she knelt before Renrui and said, "I'm sorry, you're an elder, can't you show some mercy? If you don't like it, we won't be able to live." Renrui replied, "I do like it very much. Why wouldn't I? However, your matter is none of my business. You should ask Tai Laoage instead." Kui Ring then knelt before Lao Zan again and said, "Please save me, old master." Lao Zan asked, "What's the problem? Shall I help you?" Piwan said, "Retrieving the blanket, it must be that a whisper went out yesterday. My mother knows, and she won't let me stay here. Eventually, she'll force me to go back. Tomorrow I'll fly away far and high. Would he dare fight the officials? The only good solution is to leave." "Drowl," Lao Zan replied, "this makes sense too. Brother Renrui, you must find a way to keep him here. Once his mother takes him back, it will be difficult to act on this matter." "Ew," Renrui said. "Why would I say that? Of course I want to keep him. Who else could keep him?" Lao Zan, while pulling Kuiwan up, turned to Renrui. "How could you not understand what I'm saying? After all, what we spoke about last night doesn't hold any weight anymore." Renrui replied, "I've thought it through thoroughly. The only solution is to let him stay. If you don't accept it, neither do I. How can we phrase this? Even if we bring him out, where would we place him? If we were in the store, neither of us would admit it, and outsiders would definitely say that I did it, without any doubt. I just got a good job. Many people are jealous. How can I not tell Gongbao? After this, I won't need to mix with Shandong anymore, so why bother recommending anyone? Therefore, it is absolutely impossible." Old Zan thought for a moment, and the words made sense, but he found it hard to accept and help. With Ring's uncontrollable crying, it was truly difficult, so he turned to Renrui and said, "Although this is the case, we still need to think of a perfect solution." Renrui replied, "If you come up with one, I will definitely help you." Old Zan thought for a while but found no solution, so he said, "Even if we can't, we should all try to find a way." Renrui said, "I do have a method that you can't do, so the only option is to give up." Old Zan replied, "If you share it with me, I can certainly find a way around." Renrui said, "Unless you agree to him, it will be difficult to phrase it well." Old Zan said, "I could admit it if necessary." Rui Person said, "Empty promises, can they be believed? If I handle the matter, I'll let people know, and who would believe him? Unless you write me a letter with your own hand, I have no way to proceed." Lozan Old Man replied, "Writing a letter is not easy." Rui said, "I told you it was impossible, right?" Just then, Huan Shina Huang Rise came in and announced, "Miss Tu Huan Greenring Girl has been summoned by your family members." When Tu Huan heard this, her soul flew to the heavens. She pleaded with old Zan to write a letter while simultaneously saying, "I'll bow to you 1,000 times. You, old man, face this difficulty and create a 7-level pagoda." Old Zan, having written the letter, handed it to Renrui, stating, "My duty is fulfilled. If it's not done well, the blame will be on you." "Hey." Renrui took the letter and passed it to Huang Sheng, saying, "Let's deliver this to the county immediately." At that moment, while old Zan was writing the letter, Huang Renrui whispered many things in Tuihua's ear. Huang Sheng, upon taking the letter, told Tuihuan, "Your mother is waiting for you to speak. Go quickly." Ew. Tuihuan, stubbornly refusing to leave, looked at Renrui with an expression of seeking help. Renrui replied, "Go. It'll be fine. I've got everything under control." Tuihua stood up, grabbed Twiring's hand, and said, "Little sister Twiring, I'm going with you. Please be at ease." Turing had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Here, Rini lay down on the smoking floor, chatting with Lao Zan. After about an hour, Rini finished his smoke. Then Huang Sheng entered wearing a brand-new wide hat and said, "Please, gentlemen, take a seat over there." Rini exclaimed, stood up, took Lao Zan by the hand and said, "Sit over there." Lao Zan, surprised, asked, "When did this over there appear?" Rini replied, "This over there appeared today." The top floor of the store used to be a row of 2 or 3 rooms. Rini lived in the western 3 rooms, and there were also eastern 3 rooms occupied by others who had left early that morning. All I saw was a table skirt hanging from the center table, with a pair of large red candles placed on top and a red carpet spread out below. Stepping into the hall, we noticed a square table in the east corner, also adorned with a table skirt facing south. Above it were 2 chairs side by side, each with a chair cover draped over them. However, instead of mere decoration, the table was laden with an abundance of fruit dishes, even more exquisite than they appeared to be. To the west was a separated room with a long red curtain hanging at the entrance. Old Juan stared in bewilderment, questioning the reason behind it all. Suddenly, Ruiji called out loudly, "Bring Auntie New here, so she can see their gentleman." The curtain parted, revealing an elderly woman on one side and Qiwa on the other, guiding a beautiful lady forward. She wore a headdress adorned with flowers, a red and blue outer coat, green quilted vest, and a pink skirt, yet she walked with her head bowed towards the red carpet. Old Juan examined her closely and realized it was queering, exclaiming, "How could this be?" "Absolutely not," Rui said. "You've written the documents by hand. What else are you trying to pull?" Without waiting for an explanation, he gestured for Lao Zan to sit down on the chair, but Lao Zan refused. Here, Qiwan had already bowed her head in respect. With no other choice, Lao Zan reluctantly returned a half-bow. Seeing his mother-in-law say, "Please be seated, Grand Elder Huang." "Thank you, big mediator Shi." Qiwan bowed again. Rui respectfully declined. "I am not worthy." He also offered a bow. The new couple was then led into the room. Qifang quickly emerged to bow and express her joy, and everyone else followed suit. Rui escorted Lao Zan into the room. Inside, the newlyweds' bedding had been arranged and decorated. One bedspread with red and green stripes, a red and green woolen quilt, 2 pillows. A red and purple silk curtain hung before the cot. The table was covered with red tablecloth and a pair of red candles. On the wall hung a large red couplet, "May all lovers in this world become one. Let the ties forged in a former life not be missed." The old cripple recognized the handwriting as that of Huang Renrui, and the ink was still wet, so he smiled at Renrui and said, "You're really mischievous. This is the couplet from last month's old god shrine on West Lake that you stole." Renrui replied, "A good piece of writing deserves a fitting title." "How can you say it's inappropriate?" Renrui then took out a red envelope he had received from the county and handed it to the old cripple, saying, "Here, this is your original contract of sale, signed by Lady Gu, along with the new one. I hope you appreciate my thoroughness." The old cripple said, "I'm grateful indeed, but why are you putting me in a bind?" Renrui answered, "Didn't I tell you it's all written in the stars? I did this for Qiwan's sake. To save her, I must be comprehensive. Otherwise it wouldn't be right. And as for you, you won't lose out either. This is just how things should be done in this world." He laughed heartily. He said, "There's no need to beat around the bush. We're starving. It's time to eat." Persony sat down with a grumble, and Qiwa pulled Quixing over as well. Old Remnant refused, but eventually gave in and sat down at the table facing all 4 directions. The meal was enjoyable for everyone, naturally leading to them parting ways happily after, with no further business to discuss. They simply went back to their rooms to sleep. However, Old Remnant felt resentful after being pressured into agreeing by Persony. He noticed Qiwa shivering yesterday but covered her with a wolfskin blanket for Persony. He also put in a lot of thought for Quixing's sake. Observed coldly, he was a man of conscience. They should be pulled out of this situation and their argument left for later. The next day, Persony rushed over with a smile and asked Quixing, "Did you sleep well on the corner of the hearth last night?" Quixing replied, "It's all thanks to Yellow Old Seer's kindness. He's slowly granting me the long life offering card." Persony exclaimed, "How dare I? How dare I?" Saying this, he turned to the Old Remnant. "Yesterday's 300 silver pieces were advanced by Zijin, and today I will go to the office and settle the account for you. The clothes and pillowcases are gifts from Zijin, so don't feel obliged. You won't accept money either, I presume. Old Remnant replied, This brings us back to where we started. You must apologize first for making me spend so much money, and then we can discuss how to repay you. Saying this, Renwei left for the county. Old Remnant found his brother later that afternoon due to his blue-striped clothes, gave him a few silver coins, and instructed Li Wu to buy some new clothes for him. Time flew by swiftly. 5 days had passed unnoticed. On that day, Renwei was already inside the county office, and Old Remnant was teaching Ring Green how to read in an inn when he heard the store clerk announce, "The Elder King from the county has arrived!" In an instant, Zijin had alighted from the carriage in front of the steps, and Lao Zan greeted him at the entrance of the hall. Zijin entered, with guests and hosts seated separately, and said, "White Elder will arrive immediately. My brother came to take up the assignment and also came here to congratulate old brother and chat for a while." Lao Zan replied, "I have already asked Brother Ru to convey my gratitude for your kind intentions on the previous day. Since you are in office, it is not convenient for me to visit personally. I hope you will understand." Zijin, with humility, said, "How could I dare?" The new arrival then came out to pay his respects. Zijin also presented several pieces of jewelry as a greeting gift. Suddenly, someone rushed in from outside, breathless, and reported, "White Adult has arrived." He alighted on the other side and walked over here on the ice. Zijin hurried back to the carriage to greet him. The outcome remains unknown, so let's await the next chapter for further details. The 18th chapter. White Governor dispels a strange injustice. Iron Master visits a major case. As Prince Zijin frantically arrived at the riverbank, White Elder had already walked over from the ice. Zijin offered his hand and hastened to pay his respects in front of him, saying, "Your Excellency, you've tired yourself." Bai Gong replied with a bow, "Why bother to invite me back? Brothers naturally visit your office to pay their respects." Zijin kept bowing, saying, "I dare not." Along the riverbank, tea sheds were set up, decorated with colorful silk banners. When they reached one of these sheds, Bai Gong asked, "Has Lord Tai left yet?" Zijin answered, "Not yet. I'm waiting for your Excellency to arrive, in case there are any words to convey." Just then, Zian had been at Lord Tai's residence. Bai Gong nodded, saying, "Very good. I can't leave right now. It might arouse his Honor's suspicion." After taking a sip of tea, the carriage prepared by the county officials was ready, and Bai Gong entered it to go to the county office. There were inevitable ceremonies, raising flags, firing cannons, playing music, and opening the gates. Upon entering the office, he was accommodated in the Western Flower Hall. Gong Jili had already dressed up and waited for Bai Gong's arrival, eagerly greeting him upon his entrance and presenting himself respectfully. After their meeting, Bai Gong thoroughly questioned him about the case involving Wei Jia, asking how it should be handled. Gong Jili recounted everything, with a hint of satisfaction on his face, saying, regarding the letter from the palace keeper, "I don't know whose slanderous talk to believe. In this case, from my perspective, it seems to be a closed matter with no room for doubt. However, since Wei Lao has some influence and gave me 1,000 silver, I did not accept it, so he sent someone to create chaos at the Junbao's office by turning black and white on its head. It is said that there was a certain doctor who made a lot of money from him, sending silver to the Junbao. This doctor, having received the silver, immediately bought a prostitute and is staying outside the city. It is rumored that if this case is really turned around, he will have to repay several thousand silver to him. That's why the doctor didn't leave but waited for the thanks. It seems that this person should also be summoned for questioning, confirming his guilt with additional evidence." Bai Gong said, "What you saw is quite reasonable. However, my brother needs to go over the entire case tonight and bring in the witnesses from the case tomorrow before making a judgment. Perhaps it will indeed follow your conclusion, but it's too early to have any preconceived notions. With your intelligence and integrity, whatever the matter may be, you will surely come to the right decision. My brother's qualities are not exceptional, so I can only deal with matters as they present themselves and carefully consider them. I cannot say there are no flaws, but if we can minimize them, that is already a great blessing," he said, then continued with some reflections on the local scenery. After dinner, Bai Gong returned to his room and carefully reviewed the entire case twice. He sent out a summons, indicating that the person would be brought in the next day. The following morning, at the designated time, someone reported at the gate, "The person has been gathered and is ready. Please indicate whether you wish to conduct the hearing this afternoon or rise early tomorrow." Bai Gong replied, "The witnesses are already present, so let's begin immediately." just set up 3 seats in the hall. Kang and Wang, both respectfully greeting him, said, "Please proceed at your convenience. We, your subordinates, dare not serve as judges, for there may be inappropriate aspects that require our avoidance." Bai Gong retorted, "Nonsense. My brother is somewhat clumsy, so I rely on you two to assist me." A moment later, with all the hall arrangements in place, someone knocked on the door and announced the opening of the court. The 3 of them, dressed in their best attire, took their seats in the hall. Bai Gong raised the red pencil, and the first person called was the plaintiff, Jia Gan. The officer brought Jia Gan forward, who knelt down in the courtroom. Bai Gong asked, "Are you Jia Gan?" Below, someone answered, "Yes." Bai Gong asked, "How old are you this year?" The answer was 16. Asked, "Are you the biological son of the deceased Jia Ji or an adopted one?" The reply was, "I am the nephew of the legitimate elder brother, inheriting through the overroom." Asked, "When did you inherit?" The answer was, "Due to the death of my father at the hands of an enemy, he died the next day. No one completed the mourning rites, and it was agreed upon by the clan to complete the mourning rites." Bai Gong then asked, "Did you come when the county official examined the body?" The answer was, "I already came." Asked, "When the body was sealed, did you personally check the face?" The reply was, "I personally checked it." Asked, "What color was the deceased's face when he was about to be sealed?" The answer was, "Pale, like a dead person." Asked, "Were there any purple-blue spots?" The answer was, "I didn't see any." Question, "Is the bone joint stiff?" Answer, "Not stiff." Question, "If it's not stiff, did anyone feel any heat on the chest?" Answer, "Some people did, saying there was no heat." Question, "When did you find out there was strychnine in the mooncake?" Answer, "The day after burial." No. Question, "Who discovered this?" Answer, "My sister did." Question, "How did your sister know there was strychnine inside?" Answer, "I didn't know there was strychnine inside. I suspected something was wrong with the mooncake, so I opened it to take a look. Seeing pink spots, I asked someone about it. They said it could be strychnine, so we called in a pharmacist who also confirmed it was strychnine, thus knowing we had been poisoned with strychnine." Bai Gong said, "I understand. Go down." He then made a mark with a red ink pencil and said, "Call for Sime Jai." The messenger took the message. The reply was, "My name is Wang Fokun, and I am in charge of the cash register at Simaizai." Questioned, "How many kilograms of mooncakes did Wei family make?" Answer, "They made 20 kilograms. Questioned, "Was the filling sent by Wei family?" Reply, "Yes." Questioned, "With a total of 20 kilograms, was it just right or not enough?" Response, "They had ordered 20 kilograms, but they ended up making 83 mooncakes." Questioned, "Is the filling a single type or 2 types?" Answer, 1 type, all with ice sugar, sesame, and walnut. Questioned, "How many types of fillings do you sell in your store?" Answer, "Several types." Questioned, "Do you also have the ice sugar, sesame, and walnut filling?" Reply, "Yes, we do." Questioned, "Is your filling better than theirs?" Answer, "Theirs is better." Questioned, "In what way is it better?" Answer, "I don't know, but I heard from the mooncake supervisor that their ingredients are superior, and their taste is both sweeter and more fragrant than ours." Bai Gong said, "Then why didn't you, the store manager, find it toxic after trying it first?" They replied, "I didn't." Bai Gong said, "Down there," and, pointing with a red pencil, added, "Take Wei Qian with you." Wei Qian approached, bowing repeatedly and exclaiming, "Sir, you've got it all wrong." Bai Gong retorted, "I don't care if you're innocent or guilty. Listen to my questions. If you don't answer, you won't be allowed to speak." The nearby officials let out a loud hum in response. As for why, Your Honor, whenever government offices hold hearings, these officials must shout and scream, known as shouting down the court, to scare the prisoners, leading them to make false confessions. It's unclear which dynasty established this rule, but it's practiced across the 18 provinces. Today, Wei Qian is the main suspect in a murder case, so they're shouting to intimidate him. Let me get back to the topic. Bai Gong asked Wei Qian, "How many mooncakes did you make?" They answered, 20 pounds. Question, "How many pounds did you send to the GIF family?" Answer, 8 pounds. Question, "Did you send any to other families?" Answer, "I sent 4 pounds to the son-in-law's home." Question, What about the remaining 8 pounds? Answer: My family members ate them. Question: Are there anyone here who has eaten the mooncake? Answer: Everyone in my family received some, and everyone here has eaten the mooncake. Bai Gong told the messenger, investigate and find out how many people came with Wei Qian, and have all of them report to the hall. At that moment, an elderly man and 2 middle-aged men knelt down. The messenger reported, These are a manager and 2 workers from the Wei family. Bai Gong asked, Did you all eat the mooncake? They answered in unison, We did. He then asked, How many did each person eat? Please tell me. The manager said, We divided 4, ate 2, and have 2 left. The workers said, Each person received 2, and we finished them all that day. Bai Gong asked the person in charge, When will we eat the remaining 2 mooncakes? The answer was, We haven't eaten them yet when this incident occurred. It was said that the mooncakes were poisoned, so we didn't dare to eat them, keeping them as evidence. Bai Gong said, Have they been brought here? The person replied, They are down below. Bai Gong said, Excellent. He ordered a servant to bring them up. He then said, Wei Qian and the head artisan should go down together. He also asked the clerk, Was there a half-moon cake with arsenic presented yesterday? The clerk answered, It was presented and stored in the warehouse. Bai Gong said, Bring it out. Suddenly, the servant brought up the person in charge, along with the 2 mooncakes, and also fetched the half-moon cake from the warehouse. Bai Gong summoned Wang Fu Court, and, while checking the 2 mooncakes carefully, sent them to Kang and King II for their opinion, saying, These 2 mooncakes in terms of color are indeed identical. What do you think, Second? Both Second and Kang quickly bowed and agreed. At that time, the 4 beauty Zen master Wang Fouting was already in the hall, and White Public opened a mooncake and passed it to him, asking him to inspect it and asked, Isn't this one made on order from the Wei family? Wang Fouting carefully examined it and replied, Not at all wrong, it's indeed made by my family. White Public said, Ask Wang Fouting to take an oath and go back. White Public, on the hall, closely examined the half-crushed mooncake, and turning to Jiampi said, Saintly brother, please look carefully. The mooncake filling is made of ice sugar, sesame seeds and almond kernels, all oil-containing items. If strychnine were added to the filling, it would naturally stick together with other ingredients. You can see that the strychnine here was clearly added later, not sticking to anything else. Besides, 4 Beauty Zen Temple only offers 1 type of filling. Examining these 2 fillings today, except for the addition of strychnine, they are indeed identical inside and out. Since it's the same filling, if others eat it without dying, then the Jia family's death cannot be attributed to the mooncake. If there were a liquid, the poison could have been added later. As for the mooncake, its crust is dry and hard, with no possibility of anything being added. What do you think, Lord Yi? Everyone present nodded in agreement. Lord Bai continued, Since there is no poison in the mooncake, the father and daughter of the Wei family are innocent and should be allowed to clear their names. Prince Jin immediately responded, That's correct. Gong Busy felt deeply distressed but couldn't think of anything to say, so he also meekly agreed. Lord Bai then instructed them to bring Wei Qian here and said, My lord has established that there is no poison in the mooncake. You, father and daughter, are innocent and can clear your names. Go home now. Wei Qian bowed his head several times before leaving. Lord Bai then called for Jia Gan. Jia Gan was a good-for-nothing who had been encouraged by his sister to step forward today, but upon seeing the Wei family father and daughter released after their case was closed, he felt a mix of emotions. When they called him, not only could he no longer remember what his elders had taught him, but even those who taught him were unsure where the instructions came from at that moment. When Jia Gan entered the hall, Bai Gongdao said to him, Jia Gan, as you have succeeded your deceased father as a son, you should carefully investigate how these 13 people died. If you cannot figure it out, you should seek advice from others. Why would you add arsenic to the mooncake and frame an innocent person? There must be someone bad influencing you. Admit it. Who taught you to slander? Don't you know that there is a rule against false accusations? Jia Gan hurriedly prostrated himself, trembling so much he could barely speak, and cried, I don't know. It was my sister who told me to do it. The arsenic in the cake, she discovered and told me about it. I don't know anything else. Bai Gong said, Based on your account, if we don't bring your sister here to testify, the case of the arsenic will never be solved. Jia Gan only nodded. Bai Gong laughed and said, If I hadn't met you, with a clever and strong commissioner, this mooncake case would have been resolved, but now the case of the arsenic could cause chaos. I, however, do not like to easily accuse someone's wife. Go back and tell your sister that His Majesty said this arsenic must have been added later. Who added it? I'm not yet in a hurry to investigate. Because your family's 13 deaths are a big mystery, we must uncover the truth. Therefore, for now, let's temporarily suspend the investigation into the addition of arsenic. What do you think? Jia Wu kowtowed repeatedly and said, "Let His Majesty decide." Bai Gongdao suggested, "Since that is so, have him make a confession and let him handle the investigation." As he left, he barked, "If you cause any more trouble, I will investigate the charge of adding arsenic against you." Jia Gan responded, "I dare not, I dare not." Here, Bai Gongdao privately spoke to Prince Jin. "Are there any diligent officials among your county's staff?" Jin answered, "There is a Xu Liang who is capable." Bai Gongdao said, "Summon him up." The official in his 40s, still without a beard, appeared. He knelt down in front of the case and said, "The officer Xu Liang bows his head." Bai Gongdao replied, "You are to go to Qidong village and investigate secretly to see if these 13 murders involved poisoning or if there are any other unusual circumstances. You have 1 month to report your findings. You may not use any official power. If you use this opportunity to cheat and trick people, I will put you to death." Xu Liang bowed his head and said, "I dare not." At that time, Prince Jin immediately marked the ticket and handed it to Xu Liang. Bai Gongdao then said, "All previous witness statements are unnecessary. Release them all." He flipped through the case and found 2 pieces of evidence written in Wei Qian's hand, saying, "Call Wei Qian up." Bai Gongdao asked, "Wei Qian, the silver ticket you delivered as a responsible official, do you want it back?" Wei Qian replied, "The staff's wrongdoings have been avenged, and I am grateful for your Excellency's clarification. All the silver is at your disposal." Bai Gongdao said, "I will return the proof of 550 silver to you. This 1,000 silver ticket, however, this court needs to borrow. It is not for me to use, but I will keep it in the treasury temporarily as we continue to investigate the GIF family case and need financial support. Upon clarifying the case, this official will definitely inform the governor and return it to you," Wei Qian said consecutively. "Taking the pen as evidence, I'll withdraw now." White Lord handed over the 1,000 silver tickets to the clerk, went to the moneylenders, and retrieved the silver, using the official document from this court to pay. Turning to Kang Bishan with a smile, he said, "Brother Kang, can't help but laugh at my receiving a bribe in front of everyone." Kang Bishan responded consecutively, "I dare not." They then beat the drum to end the session. Meanwhile, the major case was known by every resident of Kuai County. The day before, Lord Bai Taizen arrived, and today people were summoned. Both the Jia and Wei families had prepared for at least a 10-day or half-month stay, but they did not expect that within just 1 hour the case would be closed, with villagers in agreement, praising the swift resolution along the way. After White Lord retired to the flower hall, he stepped over the threshold and heard a large, self-ringing clock chime 12 times in the middle, as if welcoming him. Prince Jin followed, suggesting, "Please, Your Honor, take off your outer garments and have some food." White Lord replied, "No rush." Seeing Jingbi follow in, he said, "Please have a seat, brother. I have more to say." The two sat down. Bai Gong asked Jingbi, "In this case, do you think my ruling is right or wrong?" Jingbi replied, "Your Honor's decision is clear. It cannot be wrong. But I still don't understand why the Wei family would spend money when they have no flaws. I've never given anyone a single coin in my life." Bai Gong laughed and said, "Big brother never gave anyone money, yet he holds you in high regard. This shows that not all people are driven by money. Honorable people are to be admired, but the one flaw they often have is thinking that everyone else is unkind, while they themselves are the only noble ones. This kind of thought has caused a great deal of harm to important matters throughout history. You, my brother, also have this disease, so don't be surprised when I speak frankly. As for the Wei family spending money, it's simply because they lack understanding in rural areas. Nothing strange about that." He then turned to Zi Jin and said, "The case is closed now, so someone can bring our business cards. Please have Iron Public come in and sit down." He smiled at Gang Bi and said, "Don't you know this person, saintly brother? He is the herbalist you mentioned, named Tai Ying, known as Bu Chan. He is a man of courage and knowledge, with a very mild temperament, never showing arrogance towards others. Even my elder brother considers him unimportant, which is why I said it was excessive. Gang Bai asked. Isn't he the old Chan from the provincial capital? Is that him? Bai Gong replied. Not at all. Gang Bai continued. I heard people say that the governor wanted him to move into the official residence and granted him a post, recommending him. He refused and ran away in the middle of the night. Wasn't it him? Bai Gong said, Nay, Your Honor. You still want to summon him for an audience? It would be my rudeness if I didn't. Gang Bai's face turned red and he said, Indeed, my ignorance is showing. I've heard of him, but never met him in person. Zi Jin then stood up and said, Your Honor, please change into your robes. Bai Gongdao said, Everyone changed into different clothes and had a good time drinking. Wang and Gongji returned to their original room, changed their clothes, and went to the flower hall. Just then, Lao Zan arrived, first bowed to Zi Jin, then bowed to Bai Gong and Gong Bai, and sat on the highest spot on the cut, with Bai Gong accompanying him. Lao Zan said, Such a major case was resolved in half an hour. Mr. Zishu, how swift you are. The first part of the case was straightforward, and I've already handled it. The second part, the difficult question, will have to be left to Mr. Baozan. Lao Zan retorted, Where does this come from? I'm neither a high-ranking official nor a lowly servant, so why should this concern me? Bai Gongdao asked, Then who wrote the letter from the Grand Warden? Lao Zan replied, I did. Shouldn't I save someone who's still alive? Bai Gongdao agreed. We should rescue those who are alive and not exonerate those who are dead. You see, this kind of strange case cannot be handled by ordinary officials. I can only ask you, Sherlock, as a last resort. Old Chen smiled. I don't have that kind of ability. It's not difficult for me to go, but His Majesty the King needs to compensate me first, top up my wages and buy me a train ticket. I'll be on my way. As he spoke, the meal was already served. Prince Jing respectfully said, Please enjoy the meal. Bai Gongdao suggested, Huang Renrui is also here. Why not invite him over? Jing answered, He has left already. As he spoke, Renrui arrived and bowed politely. Jing poured some wine for everyone. After a few drinks, Bai Gongdao urged Old Chen with great persistence to make the trip, insisting that it was a matter of face. Old Chen refused, but eventually relented after much encouragement from Jing and Renrui. Bai Gongdao mentioned, There are 1,000 silver coins from the Wei family. You can take them first and use them as needed. If there is a shortage, younger brother Ji can take over the planning. Don't be frugal. Solving the case should be the top priority. Old John said, Silver isn't necessary. I've already obtained 400 silver from the provincial capital, just to return to younger brother Ji. Let's use it first. If the case is solved, we can ask Old John to repay it. If not, I'll leave far and wide, not seeking popularity here. Bai Gong said, That makes sense, but as long as it's convenient, take it. Don't let minor details ruin a major matter. Old John agreed. Right after dinner, Bai Gong crossed the river and returned to the provincial capital on official business. The next day, Huang Renrui and Gang Bai also returned to the provincial capital. The outcome remains unknown, so let's wait for the next chapter to unfold. 19th chapter. The iron bell in Zidong village rings again. Jinan Prefecture sets up a gold money trap meanwhile. Old Zhan, having received Bai Gong's entrustment that day, returned to his residence in the afternoon and pondered how to proceed. A shopkeeper reported, a county official named Xu Liang requests an audience. Old Zhan said, Let him come in. Xu Liang came in, kowtowed and said, Please, ask His Excellency's command. Should Xu Liang stay here to attend to Your Excellency's orders, or shall he be sent there? The county has allocated 1,000 silver dollars, but we need to seek permission. Should the silver be delivered here, or should it be kept in the compound for use? However, this case is indeed difficult to handle. Taking poison would certainly be effective, but it's not a regular poison. The bones must remain hard and the color unchanged. These 2 points are crucial. I fear it might be some Western medicine like Indian grass or something similar. I will go to the provincial capital tomorrow. There is a large pharmacy that sells both Eastern and Western medicines, and I'll investigate there. You, in the meantime, go to Qidong village and discreetly look into any connections with foreigners. If we can uncover the origin of this poison, it would be meaningful. As for where we can meet, I have a younger brother named Xiu Ming who is here now. He can attend to your excellency's needs. If there's anything, someone else can handle it just as well after being instructed." Old Chen nodded and said, "That's excellent." Shui Liang waved towards the outside, and a man in his 30s approached, quickly bowing and offering $1,000. Shui Liang introduced, "This is my younger brother, Su Ming." He then told Su Ming, "You don't need to leave. Stay here and serve Uncle Iron." Shui Liang added, "I'd like to see Auntie." Old Chen lifted the curtain and saw Ringui sitting by the window. He called for them to meet, and everyone bowed respectfully. Ringui responded with a light bow. Shui Liang then took Su Ming home to pack their bags. When the lamps were lit, Ringui returned and said, "I was supposed to leave a few days ago, but I couldn't due to this case. Someone was holding me back tightly. Now that the major case is resolved, I'll be leaving early tomorrow for provincial business." Old Chen replied, "Me too. I need to go and investigate poison at the West and Middle Great Pharmacy, and also find a place to temporarily store this burden," said Old Chen. "So I'm going to detach myself and take care of business." "My residence is quite spacious," said Rinui, "so why don't you stay with me for now? If it doesn't suit you, we can look for another place later. How about that?" "That would be perfect," replied Old Chen. The old mother-in-law who serves Huantui refused to move from the province, so Xingming suggested, "A young woman can accompany Annie to the province, and then we can hire a carriage to bring her back." Everything was arranged carefully. Huantui could not do without calling his brother over, paid him a few silver coins, and his sister-in-law and brother broke down in tears. The carriage and other arrangements were taken care of by Xingming. The next morning, everyone set off together. When they reached the bank of the Yellow River, Old Chan and Renwai both refused to ride in a carriage, opting instead to walk across the river. They did not know that there was already a carriage waiting on the riverbank. As soon as they arrived, a woman leaped out of the carriage, grabbed Huantui, and began crying loudly. "Who is she?" Originally, the long-lived person set out early today, so he did not call for Green Flower. All expenses were sent to Huang Sheng by Green Flower. Green Flower was afraid that officials from the government might come to send him off at the inn, so she dared not come in the evening and slept through the night. At dawn he hired a horse-drawn carriage waiting by the Yellow River, symbolizing a 10-mile farewell station. After crying for a while, Old Wayne and the long-lived person comforted him a few sentences, and they crossed the river on ice. After crossing the river to the province, it was less than 40 miles away. After one bell, they arrived in front of Huang Renwei's official residence on the East Arrow Path and got off the carriage. Huang Renwei could not avoid fulfilling his duties as a guest, so there is no need to elaborate. Old Wayne had dinner and sent Su Ming to buy luggage for him while he went to the Western and Central Pharmacy by himself, carefully examining it. It turned out that the pharmacy only sold various dried herbs in bottles from Shanghai, but there were no fresh herbs. When he asked about some chemical names, the pharmacist did not understand them at all, indicating that they were definitely not from this place. Confused in his heart, he decided to pay a visit to Yao Yunsheng on his way. Just then, Master Yao was at home, so they stayed to eat dinner. Master Yao said, "The affairs of Kuai County White Jishao came yesterday evening and met with the Grand Minister. He explained all these matters thoroughly and asked me to handle them. The Grand Minister is very pleased, but doesn't know that you have come back from the provincial capital. Won't you see him tomorrow?" Olsen replied, "I won't, I have other business." Then he asked about the letter to the Grand Minister. "What did you say to him?" Master Yao said, "I showed him your original letter. He was troubled for several days after reading it and said that from now on, he would not vouch for him anymore." Olsen asked, "Why don't you recall him to the provincial capital?" Yunjin smiled and said, "You are indeed from outside the realm. How could there be a reason to recall someone whose virtue has been vouched for? All governors protect their subordinates. This Grand Minister is already rare enough." Olsen nodded. They talked for a long time, and then Olsen left. The next day, he went to visit the priest named Ketsis at the church again. It turned out that this priest was proficient in Western medicine as well as chemistry. The old cripple, satisfied to the extreme, told Krates about the case and its circumstances from beginning to end, and asked what medicine he was taking. Krates thought for a while but couldn't come up with anything relevant after looking through some books and said, "I'll visit someone else on your behalf. My knowledge is at an end." The old cripple, hearing this, felt even more disappointed. With nothing left to do in the province, he packed his bags, took Xiu Ming, and went to Kie County. He wondered how to investigate Dongzuang village. In a rush, he made another set of bells, bought an old medicine box, and prepared various medicines. However, He told Xu not to go with him, but to meet in the village as if they were strangers. Xu left, and in Qie County, he hired a small carriage for a monthly fee, 3 silver coins per day. He was also cautious about the coachman leaking the plan, so he kept it from him, saying, "I'm going to practice medicine. There's not much business in this county town. Are there any large villages or towns nearby?" The coachman said, "There's a big village 45 li northeast called Qidong Village, which is quite lively. They have a major market every 3rd and 8th day of the month, with people coming from as far as several dozen li away. Why don't you go there to find some business?" Old said. "That sounds good." The next day he loaded his luggage onto a small carriage and walked and sat halfway there, arriving at Qidong Village early. The village had a bustling main street running east-west, with smaller streets leading south and north. Old walked around once, noticing that both ends of the main street had inns. To the east was a store called Sanexing, which seemed clean, so he rented a room in the west annex. The room had a large heating bed. The coachman slept on one side and Old on the other. The next day he woke up at dawn, had breakfast, rang a bell, and went into town, wandering through alleys and streets indiscriminately. Just as the clock struck, he found himself on a small street, north of the main street with a large gatehouse. Thinking, this must be some kind of community, he stopped and began ringing the bell vigorously. All I saw was an old man with a black beard coming out, asking, "Do you, sir, know how to treat wounds?" The old cripple replied, "A little." The old man went in and came out again, saying, "Please sit down inside." After passing through the main gate, there was a second gate, and then a grand hall. Walking into the room, they saw an older person sitting on the edge of the bed. Recognizing him as Wei Qian, he stood up and said, "Please, sit down." "What is your noble surname?" asked the cripple, to which Wei Qian replied, "Wei." "And yours, sir?" inquired the cripple. "Gold," came the answer. "I have a young daughter who suffers from pain in her bones and joints. Is there any medicine that can help?" "Without examining her, how can I prescribe medication?" said Wei Qian. "That is correct," he agreed, then called someone to relay his request. After a short pause, they heard, "Please come." Wei Qian accompanied the cripple to a room at the rear of the hall, an annex consisting of 3 rooms, 2 lit and 1 dark. Upon reaching the inner room, we saw a woman in her 30s, looking emaciated, leaning against a couch and sitting on it with her legs crossed. She struggled to get up, but could not support herself. Old Zhang shouted, "Don't move! Let me take your pulse." Wei Old Man, however, had old Zhang sit first and took a seat himself on a stool beside him. After feeling her pulse, old Zhang said, "Madam's illness is due to stopped bleeding. Please let me see your hands." Wei Mrs. extended her hand from under the couch. Old Zhang examined it and saw that it was bruised blue all over. He sighed in his stomach and said, "Old master, I dare not be impolite." Old Wei replied, "Go ahead." Old Zhang continued, "Your condition resembles one who has suffered official punishment. If left untreated, it will result in permanent disability." Old Wei sighed and said, "That is correct. Please, doctor, treat the illness according to the symptoms. If it gets better, I will be sure to thank you." Old Zhang wrote out a prescription and left, saying, "If it works, you can find me at the 3 Harmonious Happiness Inn." From then on, after daily interactions for a few days, people became familiar. Old Wei stayed in the front hall to drink. Old Chan asked, "How could such a large family in your mansion have suffered official punishment?" Old Wei replied, "Master Jin, you outsiders don't know. My daughter was betrothed to the first son of the Jia family, but last year my son-in-law passed away. He had a cousin, Jia Danitzi, who was flirting with West Village's Wu Erlang, and they already had an understanding. When the match was arranged, it was my unwise daughter who ruined it. Little did I know that Jia Danitzi held a bone-deep hatred for her. This spring, Jia Danitzi got involved with Wu Erlang at her aunt's place. It seems she used some kind of medicine to poison the entire Jia family, and surprisingly, she accused my daughter of attempting to harm her. She even encountered a certain person named Jian who was known for his cruel punishments. He insisted that there was strychnine in our mooncakes. Poor my daughter, she doesn't know how many times she's died. I hear that the Lingqi case has been decided. Fortunate heaven has eyes, and the official in charge sent a relative to privately investigate, who stayed at the Southgate store and cleared my family's false accusations. The official immediately issued an order, releasing my father and daughter from their punishment. Within 10 days, the official sent another adult. Truly benevolent heaven. In 1 hour, He completely washed away my family's false accusations. I hear they've sent someone else here to investigate this case. Wu Erlang's son, a deceitful frog. While we were in prison, he would be with Jia Danzi every day. Upon hearing that the case was overturned, he fled. Old cripple asked, "You endured such great hardship, why didn't you sue him?" Wei Lauer replied, "Is litigation easy? If I sued him, what evidence do I have? Take 2 witnesses. If we can't produce both, he'll bite back and we'll be in trouble. Heaven has eyes. There will be retribution someday." Old cripple asked, "What exactly is this poison? Have you been listening to what others say?" Wei Lao asked. "Who knows? Because our family has an old mother. Her husband is named Wanger, and he delivers water. That day, on the day of Jia's death, Wanger was delivering water to the Jia household when he saw Wuer, the wastrel, coming over to his house to chat. The Jia family was cooking noodles for a meal, and when Wanger saw Wuer pouring from a small bottle into the pot, he ran away. Wanger was a little confused, but later the kitchen let him have some noodles. He didn't dare eat them. Within 2 hours, people started making noise. Wanger never told anyone, only his wife knew, and she told my daughter. When I called Wanger over, he insisted, saying, "I don't know." When asked about his wife, she also wouldn't say anything. They say the wife was beaten soundly by Wanger upon her return home. You think, would someone dare to take this matter to court? Old Zan sighed deeply. At that time, leaving the Wei family, he found Hu Liang and informed him of what he had heard, asking him to summon Wanger first. The next day, Hu Liang and Wanger came. Lao Zan gave him 22 silver coins for a living expense and told him to follow and be a witness. All food and expenses will be supplied by us. After the matter is done, we will give you 100 silver coins. Wanger initially tried to deny it, but seeing the 22 silver coins on the table, he somewhat believed it was true and said, "If you don't give me 100 silver coins after the matter is done, how can I do?" Lao Zan replied, "There's no problem. Give 100 silver coins to him and keep them safely in a pawn shop," writing an account saying, "Wu. Certain person witnessed the pouring of the medicine and willingly acts as a dry witness. After completion, this certain person's shop will repay labor wages of 102 silver coins, which shall immediately return to my use." Both parties agree. There is no falsity. How about that? Wanger still had some hesitation, so Hu Liang took out the 100 silver coins and gave them to him, saying, "I am not afraid you will run away. Take it first. How about that? If you don't want it, then just leave." Wanger thought for a while, still reluctant to part with the silver, so he agreed. Lao Zan took the pen and wrote it down neatly, instructing Wanger to take the silver first, then have him recite it while drawing a cross and making a handprint. You know, in the countryside, you rarely see 2 large yuan coins, so naturally, he happily made his handprint. Xu Liang then told Lao Zan, "I found out that Wuer, the wild boy, is currently in the provincial capital." Lao Zan said, "Then, let's go to the province. You find a spy first, to observe him." Xu Liang agreed and said, "Sir, we'll meet in the province." The next day, Lao Zan went to Zhe County first, informing his son, Zijin, about the situation, and then proceeded to the provincial capital. He gave some silver to the carriage driver and sent him back. That evening, he informed Yao Yunong, asking him to convey the message to the Duke, and instructed the county officials to send 2 men to join Xu Liang. The following night, Xu Liang reported, "I've found out. Wuer is currently with a prostitute named Ixia Yinzi in a south alley of the Fajia Street. During the day, he gambles with some indecisive people, and at night, he stays in a small house." Old Zan asked, "Is this small house one person or several? How many houses does it have?" "Have you found out?" Xu Liang replied, "There are 2 sisters in the house, and they live in 3 houses. The west wing has 2 rooms for his parents. The east wing has 2 rooms. One is the kitchen, and the other is the main door." Old Zan listened, nodded, and said, "This person must not act recklessly. The case is too serious, and he will not easily admit it. With only Wanger's evidence, he won't submit." So he whispered a detailed plan in Xu Liang's ear, something like this and that, all of which. After Xu Liang left, Yao Yunsheng sent a letter saying, "The Grand Guardian has a strict request to meet you. Please come to the office tomorrow at noon." Old Zan wrote a reply and went to the court the next day, first arriving at Yao's office. Yao had his family notify the Grand Guardian's family, and after a moment, he invited him into the signing room for a meeting. Zhang Gongbao had already welcomed him to the door, and led him into the house, where the old cripple bowed deeply and sat down. The old cripple said, "I was in debt to your kindness last time, but I had some personal matters that I could not avoid leaving for. I hope you can forgive me." Gong Bao replied, "The other day when I read the grand document, I never expected that jade guard would be so cruel, and it is truly a fault of mine as a brother. In the future, I will definitely find a way to make amends." Another half-hour passed, and he excused himself while serving tea. Meanwhile, Shu Liang, following the plan of the old cripple, went to this brothel and met Xi Jinzi, with whom he indulged in prostitutes and gambling. "However, at present, I cannot go back on my words, for it does not seem right towards your father." Gong Bao remained silent. The old cripple said, "Saving the people is a way to repay the king, and there seems to be no harm in that." Over several days, he became close friends with Wu, even losing 400-500 silver pieces to him, all in cash. At first, Shu Liang considered Wu a bore, but later he was gradually drawn back into his web, winning 700-800 silver pieces from Wu, for which he paid 100-200 pieces in cash, and the rest remained as debts. One day, Wu Erlang's son played mahjong and lost over 300 silver coins to someone else, and then lost more than 200 too, a unit of weight to Shu Liang. The money he brought had long been spent, so he demanded payment on the spot. Wu Erlang's son said, "Let's have one more round. I'll settle everything." Everyone refused, saying, "You've already lost what you had in front of you. If you lose again, you won't be able to pay." Wu Erlang got desperate and said, "I have plenty of money at home. I've never owed anyone before. Just send someone to collect it." The crowd just shook their heads. Shu Liang spoke up. "Wu Erlang's brother, this is how I suggest we do it. When will you be able to repay me? I'll lend it to you. But these silver coins, I have an important use for them within 3 days. Don't let me down." Wu Erlang, desperate to gamble, quickly said, "Never, never." Shu Liang then gave him a 502 ticket, deducting the more than 200 he had won, leaving over 202. Seeing that Wu Erlang still couldn't repay, he begged Shu Liang, big brother, "If you lend me another 500, I'll pay you back as soon as I turn it over," said Shu Liang. "But what if I can't turn it over?" asked Wu. "I'll pay you back tomorrow for sure," replied Wu. "Words are not enough. Unless you write a promissory note with a specified date," said Shu Liang. "Agreed, agreed, agreed." At that moment, he took out a pen and wrote a receipt, giving it to Shu Liang. He borrowed another 500 silver coins, paying off over 300 in previous debts, leaving more than 400 silver coins remaining. Feeling confident with the money, he said, "I'm going to bet on 1 round," and won 2 consecutive rounds, feeling very pleased. However, he didn't know that his luck was short-lived. Everyone present retreated their bets. Seized with anger, the cards turned sour, and he lost more and more as he continued betting, losing all 400 silver coins in no time. In the crowd, there was a man named Tao, known as Dao San Pangzi Tao 3, Fatso. "I'm going to bet on 1 round," said Dao San. By this time, Wu had run out of money and could only watch others play. When Tao San bet, he won the first round with a good hand, but it resulted in everyone else losing their entire stakes. The second trick took a 8, with the east gate being the 8 of the earth, and the upper and lower pungs being 9. They lost another full house. Looking at it, they were even more unlucky than Wu. Wu was so desperate that he begged Shu Liang, "Dear brother, dear uncle, please lend me 200 silver. Shu Liang lent him another 200 silver. Wu then played a 100 silver top and a 100 silver full house. Shu Liang said, "Brother, play a bit less." Wu replied, "It's fine." When he turned over the cards, the house had a 10 kill. Wu won 200 silver and was very happy, planning not to move. In the fourth trick, the house lost the east gate and lower punts while winning the upper punt, with Wu's 200 silver neither gaining nor losing. When it was the second player's turn, the house took a top trick and swept everything, leaving Wu with 200 silver. However, from then on, the house started to lose heavily. Not only did Wu lose all his money, but so did Shu Liang. Shu Liang was furious. He took out Wu's writing tools and placed them on the table, saying, "Solitary door! Dare you push?" Dao San replied, "I dare to push, but I won't take this paper that can't produce money." Shu Liang said, "Is Wu deceiving you? Could my lord deceive you?" The two almost came to fists. Everyone pleaded with Dao San, "Sir Tao, you have already won a lot. Won't you consider this connection?" We all guarantee if you win and they don't return it, we will. Dao San still refused, saying, only if the great Lord Shui writes a guarantee. Shui Liang was furious. He wrote a guarantee, and noted that it was indeed an honest loan, not idle account. Only then did Dao San agree to let one go, saying, Great Lord, choose any pair. I will always win you. Shui Liang said, Don't boast. Throw your unlucky dice. A roll resulted in a 7. Shui Liang revealed his cards, a 9 of heaven. He placed them on the table and said, Dao San, little guy. Look at your father's cards, said Dao San. After a glance he remained silent, taking 2 cards and studying one while slowly pulling it out. Shouting, Earth! 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 He placed it on the table and said, Grandson of Su family, look at your grandfather's cards. It turned out to be a set of compatible earth bars. Grabbing the pen, he still muttered, Su the Great, if you don't have any silver tomorrow, we'll meet at Licheng County office. At that time, everyone was short on money, and it was already a little past the hour, so they had no choice but to disperse. Shu and Wu returned to Xiaozin's home and knocked on the door, saying, Hurry up and bring us some food. We're starving. There were guests in Xiaozin's room, so they joined them in his room. Xiaozin looked at Su Liang's face and said, Sir, how much money did you win today? Give me a few pounds for spending. Shu Liang replied, I lost over 1,000. Xiaozin asked, Did the second gentleman win? Wu answered, There's no need to mention it. As he spoke, a meal was served. A bowl of fish, a bowl of lamb meat, 2 bowls of vegetables, 4 plates, a hot pot, and 2 jugs of wine. Shu Liang asked, Why is it so cold today? Little Gold said, It's been blowing a cold northwest wind all day. The sky is dark, and it looks like it might snow. The 2 men silently drank their wine, glass after glass, and soon felt a bit tipsy. Just then someone knocked at the door. They heard Little Gold's mother open the door and say, Uncle 3, I'm sorry, we have no room. Please come by tomorrow. They then heard the man shout, Fuck your mom. Uncle 3 doesn't care if you have a place to stay or not. What kind of guest are you? If you've got guts, come on up and face Uncle 3. If not, scratch my 4 fingers outside. It was clearly Dao San the fat boy's voice. Shu Liang, hearing this, lost his temper, wanting to jump out, but Little Gold and his sister, Little Silver, held him back desperately. The outcome remains to be seen, and we'll hear more in the next chapter. The 20th chapter. The gold and silver sun cuts down the axe of nature's spirit master Ice and Snow, returns the soul suddenly. Little Gold and Little Silver exerted all their strength to hold on to Su Liang. Wu sat near the door, peeking through a gap in the curtain. He saw Dao San had already reached the middle of the hall, drunk and swaying, slamming the curtain of Little Gold's room, which was 5 or 6 feet high, and stomping inside. The guest who arrived first at Little Gold's house covered his face with his sleeve, made a sound like spitting, and ran out. Zhang followed closely. Dao San asked, Where are the 2 frogs? Zhang Big Toes replied, Sir Tao, please sit down. They're coming. They're coming. Zhang Big Toes hurried over and said, Hear me out. Sir Tao is the chief of Licheng County. He's red hot around here. In front of him, no one can say no. No one dares to cross him. Don't be surprised if you see them. Ask their 2 sisters to come as fast as they can. Shu Liang said, My old man isn't afraid of him. What could he do to us? Said he. Little Gold and Silver had already left. Wu heard this, his heart clenched with fear, holding the promissory note in his hand. What to do? He heard Dao San from the neighboring house burst out laughing, saying, Little Gold, I give you 100 silver. Little Silver, I also give you 100 silver. They both said, Thank you, 3 grandfather. Then hearing Dao San say, No need to thank. This is all my grandchildren's respect for me tonight, a total of over 3,000 silvers. My grandson Wu still holds your promissory note, and Shu Da's son is acting as the mediator. If it's not returned by tomorrow night, see if Grandpa will let them have their way. Shu Da, however, turned to Wu and said, This is truly despicable. Though he is said to be highly skilled in martial arts, capable of mobilizing 50 to 60 men under his command, can we just swallow our anger? Wu replied, The anger is trivial. How about this 1,000 silver promissory note tomorrow? Shu Da said, Although my family has silver, it will take at least 3 days to send someone. Distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. Then Dao San shouted, Today, both of your sisters must serve Grand Uncle. You are not allowed to go to anyone else's house. If you move, you'll be in for trouble. A white knife goes in and a red one comes out. Little Jinzi said, To tell the truth, we both have guests today." Granduncle struck the table with his palm, shattering a porcelain bowl, and exclaimed, "Who dares to stay? Do they have brains? Who dares to swat a fly on a tiger's head? Granduncle has plenty of silver from his grandchildren's respects. If we kill 2 or 3, it will cost just a few thousand silvers and be over." He then let them go, instructing them to ask those 2 grandchildren if they dare to come. Little Silver ran over hurriedly and showed the silver ticket to Hesu Da, which was the very one he had lost. Looking at it made him feel even more embarrassed. Little Silver whispered, "Sir, uncle, it's too much for us to ask, but let us have 200 silver pieces. We've never seen 100 silver pieces our whole lives. You 2 don't have any money, so let us earn 200 silver pieces and buy food and drinks for you tomorrow." Huo Da became furious and said, "Get out!" Xiao Jinzi replied, "Sir, please don't be angry. It's hard for us. Let us stay on your bed tonight. Well, tomorrow, when he leaves, you can come to my house and get a warm blanket. Let my sister accompany you. Won't that be good?" Huo Da kept saying, "Get out. Get out." Xiao Jinzi left the room while muttering, "Without silver, how can I act like a boss? This is too embarrassing." Huo Da turned pale and sat there dumbfounded. After a moment, he turned to Wu and said, "Brother, I have something to discuss with you. We're both from Qihai County, but we've come to this province and endured their treatment. I can't take it anymore. I don't want to live. You think, if you don't produce the 1,000 silver pieces tomorrow, they'll drag you to the office, and without seeing the official, he might sentence you to death privately. It's better for us to go out and find 2 knives and chop him up. It's no big deal, just a death. Don't you think so?" Wu was deep in thought when Tao San in the next room shouted that little Wu ran away after committing a crime in Qi County. A fugitive. Tomorrow, Grandpa will take him back to Qihai County and see if he survives. Shu Da stood up to leave. Wu's rogue son grabbed him. "I have a way, but you must swear to the heavens before I tell you." Shu Da retorted, "You're so sour. If you have a good plan, we'll kill him. It's my idea. If he commits a crime, I'm the main culprit and you're an accomplice. How could I possibly bear a grudge against you?" Wu thought for a moment, found the plan reasonable, and knowing that trouble would certainly arise from 1,000 silvers tomorrow, he had no choice but to say, "I have a type of elixir. If someone drinks it, their face won't turn blue or purple, and even gods wouldn't be able to detect the poison." Shu Liang, surprised, asked, "I don't believe it. Is there really such a good thing?" Wu replied, "Who would deceive you?" Shu Liang said, "Where can I buy it? I'll go buy it right away." Wu answered, "There's no place to buy it. I acquired it this July in the valley of Taishan from a mountain village. But if you use it, don't drag me into trouble." Shu Liang said, "Easy enough." He then took some paper and wrote, "Shu Certain and Dao Certain had a dispute that led to the death of Dao. Knowing Wu Certain has an exceptional elixir, which instantly kills anyone who consumes it, they repeatedly begged Wu to share some, claiming this case has no involvement with Wu." After writing it, he handed it to Wu and said, "If a case is committed, you have this evidence, then it's none of your business." Wu looked at it and found it quite appropriate. Shu Liang said, "The matter should not be delayed. Where's your medicine?" "I'll go get it with you." Wu replied, "It's in the box under my pillow, right here." He went to the edge of the cot and took out a small leather box, unlocked it, and took out a magnetic bottle sealed with wax at the mouth. Shu Liang asked, "How did you obtain this on Mount Tai?" Wu answered, "In July, I was returning from the west road through the mountains from Padai. It was getting late, so I stayed at a small shop. I noticed a dead body on their cot, covered well with a blanket. I asked them, 'Why's the dead person on your cot?' The old woman replied, 'He's not dead. He's my husband. Yesterday, he saw a plant in the mountains that smelled incredibly nice, so he picked some and came back to make a bowl of water to drink. Who knows, just as I took a sip, it was as if I were dead, and we couldn't help but cry. Fortunately, there was a hermit living in this mountain cave, named Qinglongzi, who happened to pass by that day. Seeing us cry, he came over to inquire, 'What illness caused you to die?' I showed him the herb. He took it, smiled, and said, 'This isn't poison. It's called 1,000-Day Drunk. It can be cured. I'll go find some medicinal herbs to help you. Just take good care of yourself. Don't make things worse. I'll send the medicine in 49 days, and 1 treatment will heal you.' It has been over 20 days now." Shui Liang asked, "Is the herb still available?" He gave me a handful, which I took back, boiled into water, and put into bottles for future use. "Today it came in handy," Wu said. "Will this water work? If the medicine doesn't help, we're done for." Shu Liang asked, "How are you now?" "Have you tried it?" Wu said. "I haven't tried it, but I've seen the appearance of those who were medicated. They look like they're dead. If it weren't for Qing Glongzi's rescue, he would have been buried already." The two were enjoying their conversation when suddenly a curtain was drawn, and a person entered, grabbing Su Liang by one hand and Wu by the other, saying, "Great! Great! Are you plotting to amass wealth and harm lives?" It was none other than Dao San. Shu Liang clutched the bottle of medicine tightly and struggled to escape, but to no avail as Dao San's strength was like that of a bull. Wu, with his drinking and debauchery, didn't stand a chance either. Dao San smacked his lips, blew 2 whistles, and suddenly several burly men entered from outside, tying up Shu and Wu with ropes. Dao led them to the county courthouse. After informing the guards, he announced that it was late at night, and they would be temporarily monitored. They would go on trial at dawn the next day. After checking into the official inn, luckily Shu Da still had a few silver coins on him, which he used to bribe the officials and avoid hardship. The next morning, there was an inquiry in the flower hall, with a member of the examining committee present. An officer brought the 3 suspects before the court, dying. The committee first questioned the plaintiff. Dao San testified, "Last night, I stayed at the house of a courtesan named Zhang. Because I had carried several hundred silver coins with me, Su Da and Wu noticed them, and they conspired to steal my money. They agreed to kill me. Just as I was stepping out to listen to some music, they came in, grabbed me, and brought me here, asking the senior official to take action." The committee asked Su Da and Wu, "Why did you conspire to steal and kill him?" Shu Da answered, "I am Shu Liang from Jie County. Dao San bullied us, so we agreed to harm him. Wu said he had a special medicine that worked every time, and he had already tested it. It was very effective." Wu stated, "I am Wu Shengjian, also from Jie County." Shu Da had no connection to the incident regarding Dao San. Shu Da had resolved to kill Dao San, but the monitor was afraid of trouble, so he devised a plan and told him about a potion called 1000-Day Drunk that made people easily drunk but did not harm their lives. In reality, it was Shu Da's scheme, and there were records to prove it. He produced the evidence from his chest. The commissioner asked, "Shu Da, what did you discuss yesterday? Tell the truth, and I can set you free." Shu Da repeated his conversation from the previous night verbatim. The commissioner said, "So, all you had was angry words. That doesn't constitute murder." Shu Da bowed his head and said, "Respectfully, Your Honor sees clearly." "Mercy." The commissioner then asked Wu, "Are the things Shu Da said true?" Wu replied, "Every word is correct." The commissioner stated, "In this matter, you are not guilty of any serious offense." He ordered the clerk to record their full confessions, and asked Shu Da where the potion was. Shu Da produced it from his chest. The commissioner opened the wax seal and sniffed it, detecting a blend of floral and musk scents with a subtle hint of wine. He laughed and said, "Everyone would want to eat such poison," and handed it over to the clerk, instructing, "Preserve this elixir. Have these 2 individuals separately brought to be dealt with in Kuai County." Just the mention of separately was enough for Su Da and Wu to act on their own. That night, Shu Liang presented the elixir to Lao Zan, who examined it and noted its vibrant pink color and rich fragrance. After testing a drop with his tongue, he sighed, "Such potent poison should leave one tipsy for longer." He refilled the bottle using a glass funnel and entrusted it to Su Liang. "The evidence of both the weapon and the person is complete, yet there's no guarantee he'll recognize it. However, based on what he said, these 13 individuals may not be truly dead. Perhaps there's a way to bring them back. As for that Qing Glongzi, I know him to be a recluse, but his whereabouts are unpredictable." He then instructed Su Liang to return with Weiner to inform the superiors. "Although this case has been adjudicated, further investigation is not advised. I will visit Qing Glongzi tomorrow. If we find him, we might save the 13 people. Wouldn't that be even better?" Shu Liang kept agreeing with a yes. The next day, the county magistrate of Lixing brought Wu Erlang to Zihei County. Shu Liang and Weiner each testified, naturally leading to a quick confession. He was temporarily locked up without any instruments of torture, waiting for news from Lao Zan. However, Lao Zan hired a donkey the following day, carrying a simple mat, ate breakfast, and set off towards Taishan Road. Suddenly, He remembered there was a fortune-teller next to Shouting Well with a sign that read, "Enpinzi knows destiny." This person had some history. It would be good to ask him first, as this was the way out of the south gate. Thinking about it on his way, he reached Enpinzi's door, tied up the donkey, and sat down on a bench. After exchanging a few casual words, Lao Zan asked, "I heard that you have been in touch with Qinglongzi. Do you know where he has gone lately?" Enpinzi replied, "You want to meet him? What's the matter?" Old Chan informed Enpin of the above matters. Enpin said, "What bad luck. He sat at my place for half a day yesterday, saying he would return to the mountain this morning, and now that he has left through the southern gate, he is probably less than 10 li away." Old Chan said, "This is indeed bad luck. But which mountain does he plan to return to?" Enpin replied, "The inner mountain Xuanzhu Cave. He lived at Lingyan Mountain last year, but as more pilgrims have been coming, there were often visitors to his shelter, so he got tired of it and moved to the inner mountains Xuanzhu Cave." Old Chan asked, "How far is Xuanzhu Cave from here?" "Chao." Enpin answered, "I've never gone myself, but he said it's about 40 or 50 li away. One goes straight south past Huangmeizao, then west to Baishui Pang, and then south again to reach Xuanzhu Cave." Old Chan said, "Thank you for your guidance," climbed onto his donkey and left through the southern gate. He headed south from under Thousand Buddha Mountain, turned around the slopes, and continued on in that direction. After traveling over 20 miles, there was a village where I bought some cakes to eat and inquired about the route to Xuanzhu Cave. The elder of the village said, "It's not far. Right by the main road is Huangyaozui. Beyond Huangyaozui, go west for 9 li and you'll reach Baiyuing. Then, going south for 18 li, you'll find Xuanzhu Cave. But this path is very difficult to traverse. Those who can walk it smoothly are experts on flat roads. If one doesn't know how, they might never make it. Many a life has been lost trying." The old man smiled and said, "Isn't it harder than Tang San's journey to obtain the scriptures?" The elder of the village scowled and replied, "Almost." The old man of mountains thought for a moment. He knew the villager was speaking from a good place. He couldn't be impolite, so he said respectfully, "Forgive me, sir, for my careless words. Please teach me, sir, how to walk this path easily and which way to take to avoid difficulty. I beg for your guidance." The village elder replied, "The roads in these mountains are like 9 curved pearls, with a turn for every step. If you go straight ahead, you'll inevitably be lost in the thorns. However, they do not allow deviating from the intended path. If one does, they fall into a trap from which they cannot escape. I'll tell you the secret. You, sir, seem quite open-minded, and I will tell you that the road ahead is all formed from past roads. If you take 2 steps forward and look back, you will surely not go astray." Old Zan listened, bowing repeatedly, saying, "I humbly accept your instructions." Then he bid farewell to the family's elder and set off as instructed, arriving at the entrance of Xuanzhu Cave shortly thereafter. He encountered an old man with a beard reaching his abdomen. Bending respectfully, he asked, "Master, are you perhaps Qinglongzi?" The old man hurriedly returned the bow and inquired, "Sir, where have you come from? What brings you here?" Old Zan then recounted the incident involving a matter in Qidong village. Qinglongzi pondered for a moment before saying, "It is indeed fate. Please sit down, and let me tell you slowly." In fact, there were no tables or chairs inside the cave, only various-sized stones. Qinglongzi and Lao Zan sat down, dividing the host and guest roles, with Qinglongzi saying, "This 1,000-day drunk has immense power. Eating too little will make you drunk for 1,000 days before waking up, while eating too much will lead to your demise. There is only one medicine that can cure it, called return-to-life incense, which grows deep within the ancient ice and snow of Sayayu Mountain, also cultivated from elite plants. If you use this incense to slowly roast something over a gentle flame, no matter how drunk you are, it will revive you." A few months prior, after someone died drunk in Taishan's Gorge, Qinglongzi personally traveled to Huashan to find an old acquaintance for some of the incense. Fortunately, a remnant still exists here, which should suffice. He then retrieved a large gourd from the stone wall, containing various items. There was also a small bottle, less than an inch tall, which he handed to Lao Zan. Lao Zan poured its contents out, and, upon inspection, it resembled frankincense in appearance, but had a dark, somber color. He sniffed it. The smell was putrid. "Why is the color and scent both unappealing?" he asked. Life-saving items, Cheng Longzi replied, are not known for their beauty or pleasant smells. Old Zen, with reverence and understanding, feared there might be a mistake, so he asked how to use it. The green dragon child said, confine the patient in a room with no wind blowing in from windows or doors. Light this incense, which also distinguishes between good and bad physical constitution. If the constitution is good, a moment of exposure will revive them. If bad, they can only endure slowly, but eventually they will live. Old Zen expressed his gratitude and returned along the original route. Upon reaching a small eatery, it was already pitch black, so he stayed for one night and returned to the provincial capital before dawn, still not reaching the fourth watch approximately 3:07 a.m. He then went to see Zhang Jun, the governor, in person and explained everything in detail, including that he planned to take his family to Qidong village. The governor asked, "What use is it for my wife to go?" Old Zen replied, "This incense is used to treat men, requiring a woman's burning. To treat women, it requires a man's burning. Therefore, without taking a concubine, I cannot handle it properly." The governor said, "Since that is the case, do as you please. But I hope you go and return early. In the meantime, my brother will have some free time for official business, so he can teach you more." Old Crane agreed to, yes, gave the Huang family a few silver coins, and first arrived in Kui County with Huan Nui. He still lived outside the south gate in the shop, but went to the county to meet Zijin, whom he was very happy to see. Zijin also reported, Wu Erlang's son has accepted all conditions. The 1,000 silver coins that Xi Ling brought have also been handed over. I received a letter from Bai Taizong asking for Wei Qian to return it. Wei Qian refused to accept it, but agreed to let it be donated to the charity hall. Old Crane asked, "Did you receive the 300 silver coins I entrusted Xu Ling to bring back to you?" Zijin replied, "Not only did I receive them, but I have already become wealthy. The Duke heard about this and specially sent 300 silver coins, which I have already accepted." 2 days later, Huang Renrui also sent 300 silver coins in place of the ones you gave back for him. Later, when Xu Ling came, you sent another 300 silver coins, bringing my total to 3 parts. Isn't that wealth? The Duke's part is not to be returned, and both Renrui and you should hand it over. Old Chan mused for a moment and said, "I believe Ruiyu also has someone compatible with him, named Kuifang, who is related to his concubine. This person has a good heart, and Ruiyu among the guests is rather lonely. Why don't you, older brother, do it all at once and put an end to these 2 matters for Ruiyu?" Zijin clapped his hands in approval and said, "I will go to Qidong village with you tomorrow. What's wrong with that?" After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, "Got it." He immediately sent someone to inform them about this, asking them to handle it the next day. The following day, Zijin and Old Chan arrived at Qidong village in 2 carriages. The local headman had already prepared a public house. After lunch, they visited the graveyard of the Jiai family, not far from which stood a small temple. Old Chan chose 2 small rooms in the temple and ordered them to be plastered overnight, so that no wind could pass through. The next morning, 13 coffins were all moved into the temple, and they first opened the coffin of a workman. Indeed, the body was still intact. Then, with a sense of relief, he carefully removed all 13 corpses and placed them in the 2 rooms. He lit the return-to-life incense, and within 2 hours there was some movement among them. Old Chan, having finished everything, planned to return to the city. At this time, Wei Qian realized that the letter sent to the Duke the day before was written by Old Chan. Both families came to bow their heads and beg for him to stay. Each family offered 3,000 silvers, but Old Chan refused to accept anything. Unable to persuade him, they asked him to wait until after the performance of a play. They invited a large theater troupe from the provincial capital, and even the cook from North Pillar Tower, to prepare for Old Chan's stay over the new year. However, the next night, Old Chan secretly slipped away to Kie County. By the time he reached the city, it was almost dawn, making it inconvenient to visit the county office. He first went to his residence to admire the ring of green trees. Pushing open the main door, he saw that the wife of Su Ming was still sleeping in the outer room and had not yet awakened. Upon opening the door again, looking at the bed, I saw that the blankets were wide and 2 heads were resting on the pillow, sleeping soundly. Startled, upon closer inspection, it was Kui Fang. Unwilling to disturb them, I stepped back, waking up Xu Ming's wife. As for myself, I had nowhere to go, so I wandered into the courtyard. Seeing the family in the west room packing luggage and loading it onto a car, guests from afar, preparing to leave, he stood there idly watching. A man came out and spoke with the family, and upon seeing me he exclaimed, "Brother Dahui, where have you come from?" The man looked around and asked, "Isn't this Brother Shan? How did you end up here?" John then recounted the story of the 20 volumes to him. He further inquired, "Brother Hui, where are you headed?" Dahui replied, "I fear there may be military matters in the northeast next year, so I am sending my family back to Yangzhou." "Why don't you stay an extra day?" John suggested. Dahui agreed. At this time, both Qufang and her companion had already gotten up to wash their faces, and the two families came face to face. At 4 in the morning, old Zan went to the county office and learned about the Wei family case. The Duke approved a 3-year imprisonment for Wu Er's son. Qufang used 4022 silver coins. Zijin returned 300. Old Zan took 180, saying, "Today I will send someone to escort Qufang to the provincial capital." Zijin wrote a letter with all the details. Old Zan returned to his residence, sending Xiu Ming's couple to escort Qufang to the provincial capital at night, entrusting the innkeeper to hire a long car, and bringing along Huan Tui's brothers as well. Old Zan took Huan Tui and her brothers, together with Dehuxing and his wife, and set off in the morning, traveling south. Meanwhile, Xiu Ming's couple delivered Qufang to Huang Renrui's home. Renrui was naturally delighted, opening Old Zan's letter to read. "May all lovers in this world become family. What is predestined from a previous life, do not miss the chance of love." End of Project Gutenberg, ebook. The Old Man's Travel Notes updated editions will replace previous ones. Old editions will be renamed. Works created from unprotected print editions. Copyright law means that no one owns the United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation and you can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed, and Distributia may do practically anything with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law in the United States. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works by using or distributing this work or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg. You agree to comply with all terms of the full Project Gutenberg license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org. License. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. 1. A. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to, and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property trademark copyright agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg electronic work, and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth entity. Paragraph 1. E8. 1. B. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg electronic works, even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1. See below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg electronic works. See paragraph 1. C. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Foundation, or PCLAF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If a single work is not protected by copyright law in the United States, and you are located in the United States, We do not claim the right to prevent you from copying, distributing, or performing it, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg license when you share it without charge with others. 1d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing, or creating derivative works based on this work or any other project. Gutenberg work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1e. Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg. The following sentence, with active links to or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, is accessed, displayed, performed, displayed for public viewing, or distributed. Accessing, displaying, performing, viewing, copying, or distributing this ebook or any part thereof, whether digitally or in print, is allowed free of charge and without limitation in the United States and most other countries worldwide. You may copy it, give it away, or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1e. 2. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1e1 through 1e7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1e8 or 1e9, 1e3. If an individual Project Gutenberg electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1d1 through 1. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1e4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg. 1e5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute, or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1e1, with active links or immediate access to the full terms of a full term. The Project Gutenberg license. 1e6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg website, www.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request of the work in its original, plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg license, as specified in paragraph 1e1.e7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying, or distributing any Project Gutenberg works, unless you comply with paragraph 1.e8 or 1e9.1. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg electronic works, provided that you pay a royalty fee of 20 of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark. but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare or are legally required to prepare your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about Donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing or by email within 30 days of receipt that she does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1, F3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg works. 1. E9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg electronic work, or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Manager of the Project, Gutenberg, trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1. F1. F1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement. A defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1. F2. Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1. F3. The Project the Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty, or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1. F3. You agree that the Foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1. F3. Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money if any you pay for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1. F4. Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1. F3. This work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1. F5. Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties, or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1. F6. Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold harmless the Foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the Foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, the promotion and distribution of Project Gutenberg electronic works. holding harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that may arise directly or indirectly from any of the following actions by you or anyone you cause to do, distributing this or any Project Gutenberg work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg. Project Gutenberg is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers, including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists due to the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people from all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to enable volunteers to receive the assistance they require are crucial in achieving Project Gutenberg's objectives and guaranteeing that the Project Gutenberg collection remains freely accessible for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see Sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501c3 educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or federal tax identification number is 646,221,541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 89 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, UT 84116, 800 and 596, 1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.got.org. Contact Section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg relies upon and cannot sustain itself without broad public support and donations to fulfill its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment, including outdated equipment. Many small donations from $1 to $5,000 are particularly important in maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform, and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.got.org. Donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning the tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone overwhelm our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways, including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org. Donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg Electronic Works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S., unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about newsletter ebooks.